Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the story about What If Naruto Was Immortal. Naruto X Bleach Part 6. Before I start the video, please subscribe the channel for more fanfiction video and please share this video with your friends. This story was written by Kenshi 618. With any more interruption, let's start the video. Naruto, dressed in his usual street clothes of a dark blue button-up shirt and a pair of black slacks and shoes, walked around the floor under the one his office, living quarters was situated on to check on his guests. Being filthy stinking rich due to the fact that the world was filled with perverts and had been for at least the last few hundred years or so, Naruto had been able to furnish the rooms that his inexhaustible workforce of Kage Bunshin had set up extremely quickly after his purchase of the building. Omeda complained about the room Naruto provided him despite the fact that it was completely posh. Naruto's clones decided to be overachievers when they turned the place out, and there was absolutely nothing to complain about. Each room was fucking awesome and Naruto knew it because his clones knew it. So he threatened to clobber the large fat man until he ran into the room and stifled about his lodgings. Nemu wordlessly settled into her own room. She didn't show an opinion one way or the other. She simply said she would be speaking to him later and left it at that. Weird girl. Sweet, but very weird. Soifan found her room to be more than adequate and told Naruto as much. Each room was more along the lines of a suite, similar to his apartment that he had in his youth. Of course, after hearing that, Naruto offered her a stay in his room for her time there, and she had punched him in the stomach again, and nothing happened, thus pissing her off further. She hated wearing a gigai as much as Yoruichi did for pretty much the same reasons, for a different purpose of course. Wake up call. Naruto yelled as he walked through the hall. Breakfast is in 30 minutes. If you are not there, then I will eat your food and leave the empty plate in front of your door to taunt you. Soifan's door opened to reveal her in her gigai, fully dressed. There's no reason to be so loud, Uzumaki. I'm awake. I was up hours ago. Couldn't sleep? He asked with a grin on his face. You could always have come to my room, Juibachi, if you were bored and wanted company. Soifan's fist found its way into his stomach and the grin never dropped from Naruto's face. You'd think by now that you'd know you can't hurt me in that thing. Soifan huffed and began following him down the hall as they went towards the rooms that the others had taken, since she was already up and might as well find something to do at this point. So how is your squad supposedly coming along? This place seems very empty to me for what is supposedly supposed to be squad barracks and headquarters. Naruto looked at the smaller woman in amusement. I am building this thing from scratch with no system for filtering and getting recruits the way you guys get. There's no academy for me. He smirked at her, and that's why whoever I do end up with will be stronger than basically anyone in any of your squads in the Seirei. Soifan narrowed her eyes at him. Are you implying that we're weak? Nope. Naruto quickly said, trying to keep Soifan from actually being upset at him. There was a difference between the love taps he had been getting since their first fight and an actual angry Soifan after him. I'm just saying. I'm not getting any raw recruits the way you guys get. Everyone I've gotten so far can fight, no need to waste time training them. Well, except for maybe Hidan, but he seems to be getting things fairly quickly. And we're right in the center of the fire, so to speak. Anyone that joins me is going to be awesome. Yoruichi-chan works for me. That should tell you all you need to know. Soifan blinked in shock before going over his last statement. Yoruichi-sama works for you. She said as if it were some foreign concept, but she was a captain. She led the Onmitsukido. How can she work for you, and why didn't she come back to the Soul Society? Naruto shrugged, because she said there was no way in hell she was coming back just so that she could start all the way from the bottom again. He scratched his head while Soifan gaped at him. It sounds reasonable enough to me. Apparently I'm more fun than the Seirei too. Damn right I am, especially now. He thought to himself, but kept that from Soifan lest she attempt to kill him for it. So she won't be coming back again. Soifan sounded rather dejected at that thought until Naruto flicked her forehead. Ow. Uzumaki, give me one reason not to kill you right now, she threatened, holding her head and glaring at him. Naruto pulled his hand back from his flick with a frown on his face. I have free reign to travel the realm Juabachi, and so does my squad if they can find some way to do it. Right now there are 3 of us that can do it. I can go from here to Hueco Mundo, and from Hueco Mundo to the Seirei, but can't go from here to the Seirei or vice versa. Hidan's like that too. Soy Fan nodded. Well, that's because Hueco Mundo lies between the world of the living and the Soul Society. You need a path through the precipice world to get straight from here to there. But you're saying that Yoruichi-sama. Yes, she can go wherever she wants whenever she wants due to her position on my squad. Naruto said, explaining one of the perks allowed by his group. She's my number 2 anyway. I kind of need her if I'm ever going to pull this off. If you miss Yoruichi-chan a lot, just tell her you want to see her more, or you could come here. I don't care, we've got dozens of rooms, you can stay whenever you want. They went down to the first floor where there was a kitchen for everyone and tables for plenty of people in case Naruto ever managed to get the place filled. Sitting at one of the tables was Hidan, hunched over a bowl of cereal. Naruto shook his head as he walked up to the Arrancar, who was shielding his bowl like he was in prison. I told you breakfast would be done soon. You saw the clone go into the kitchen and start cooking. Why'd you get cereal? Naruto then frowned at the type of cereal he was eating. Why'd you get that kind of cereal? Come on, Hidan. The place is stocked and you picked that to eat? Hidan grunted unintelligibly and continued to eat, taking another spoonful and crunching loudly as Naruto sat down at the table. Soy Fan walked over and took a long hard look at the silver-haired man systematically destroying a bowl of cornflakes and milk with a scowl on his face. He was a rather young-looking man, not looking that much older than Naruto's outward appearance, maybe around 20 for humans, and had a rather angry-looking appearance that probably didn't get much happier than what she was seeing now. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt with a bunch of obscenities in kanji emblazoned on it, and black pants with white shoes. For some reason he had a strange cylinder thing around his neck as some form of a pendant or something. So this is the first actual recruit of your team? Soy Fan said as she sat down next to Naruto across from Hidan and stared at him, getting him to glare back at him as he continued to chew his food. I don't know, he doesn't seem that special. Naruto let out a laugh and even Hidan let off an amused scoff at Soy Fan's insinuation. Naruto patted Hidan on the shoulder, annoying his former enemy. Hidan is very special, my sweet Juabachi. I know what I'm doing when I recruit, and Hidan's the man. He thumped him on the shoulder. This is him in a Gigai too. The good kind. The kind where you can't sense his Ryotsu. Otherwise you wouldn't be saying that. Hearing that, Soy Fan raised an eyebrow. So take him out of it. I want to see what this person is capable of. Naruto pointed at her. It just so happens that I won't be doing that right now. Mostly because of how you react. Partly because Hidan doesn't need to leave his Gigai to beat any hollow weaker than Amanos. Soy Fan's eye twitched. How does he have a Gigai that can fight and I don't? Naruto and Hidan both smirked as the hidden Arrancar answered her, because when I was alive I mastered my body's energies. Every Gigai has the same energy in it so that it can mimic an actual human body, thus I can control it like I could when I was alive. He drank the milk at the bottom of the bowl and wiped his mouth. So am I special enough yet, bye? Naruto covered Hidan's mouth before he could finish his question with vulgarity. What was he about to say? Soy Fan asked dangerously. She couldn't hurt Naruto in her Gigai. She was about to find out if Hidan had the same thing about him. Don't start a fight in my kitchen, please. Naruto asked desperately. You can't kill Hidan's body anyway. While he's in his Gigai he's immortal. Soy Fan slowly reached for what looked to be a duck-headed candy dispenser while glaring at Hidan. Then I guess I'll just have to get him out of his body, won't I? Naruto didn't really feel like trying to come between the Mexican standoff that was going on between Soy Fan and Hidan, who instead of trying to extinguish the flames of the situation decided to gleefully dump gasoline on it as he grabbed the cylinder around his neck and extended the spike in it to come out. Soy Fan held the dispenser right by her mouth while Hidan held the spike right by where his heart would have been, and the two just stared at each other, waiting on the other to move first. Caught in the middle of what would no doubt end up going too far and wind up destroying his new super sweet base, Naruto held his breath, as he felt that the slightest movement from either of them or him would set the entire thing off. "Hey boss!" one of Naruto's clones yelled as he walked out of the kitchen into the room everyone would be eating in. "That new waffle iron is fucking badass," and the clone stopped once he saw what was going on and turned abruptly to go back inside. It didn't feel like being painfully dispelled outside of a battle today. Once again, everyone in the dining room sat frozen waiting for the action to jump off, until a rather sleepy-sounding set of footsteps padded against the floor and walked into the room. Yoruichi walked in with her hair down and her golden eyes barely open, wearing a small white t-shirt and black panties. Ignoring everyone else, she sat down next to Naruto and leaned against him tiredly. "Good morning, Naruto," she mumbled before pulling him down by his cheek and giving him a kiss on the lips. Naruto gladly reciprocated the show of affection until he realized exactly who was on the other side of him. He didn't even bother turning around first. The gleefully amused expression on Hidan's face as he lowered his cylinder spike device told him all he needed to know. He simply sighed and sat Yoruichi up straight in her chair. "I love you, Yoruichi-chan, but you just had to go and do that right here, didn't you?" He quickly made the borehand seal. Jinten. Muasho. Swift release. Shadowless flight. He vanished in a blur from his chair just as Soifan swallowed the candy from her dispenser to leave her body and used Shunpo in an attempt to chase Naruto down. "What have you been doing with Yoruichi-sama?" Yoruichi just blinked in confusion at the mayhem that had randomly set off. She then realized who it was that was in the room with them when she looked at Soifan's Jikan, artificial soul, possessed body, and blushed in embarrassment. "Oops, did I do that?" She looked at Soifan's Gigai and then at Naruto's empty chair. "He should be okay, right?" Hidan shrugged with a grin on his face. "I don't know, I don't care. All I know is that I got some entertainment with my breakfast and that ain't a bad thing." Yoruichi shook her head. "So do you want me to help you train your powers today?" A positive grunt came from Hidan. "Sure, why not? Uzumaki brat said I'm supposed to get cracking on learning how to do more than just a Sero, but the Sero is so badass though," he whined. At that moment, Omeda and Nemu walked into the dining room. "Why did I just sense Soifan Taiko's Ryatsu spike?" Omeda asked before seeing Soifan's body with an uncharacteristically happy look on her face. "What? Why did she get out of her Gigai?" he asked, rather alarmed by the fact that she did such. To wring Uzumaki brat's neck, Hidan supplied helpfully. XXX. Elsewhere in Karakura town, Naruto was frantically running for his life on the rooftops, jumping between them to keep going and stay off of the streets. "I swear this is total deja vu," he muttered to himself as he looked down at the butterfly mark on his chest. "Yeah, total deja vu." He turned around to find Soifan still hot on his heels. "Oh, what's the matter, Juabachi? You can't catch me here? And you were so much more forceful in the Soul Society too." "I'm under a power limiter, you asshole. I'm barely at 30%. Soifan snapped at him with her Shikai out. "And I got you once already. Just hold still and let me finish the job." "I let you hit me the first time," Naruto said with a laugh. "Now chill out before we get busted. Normal people could actually get lucky and see me. You can't hit me, and there's no way I'm going to let you. Don't chase me all the way outside of the city. I swear I'll ditch you on the other end of the country and make you find your own way back to the base." Soifan growled. Stupid limiters. She wasn't going to release enough of her power to adversely affect the environment and the humans around her. She just needed enough to shut Naruto up. If she were allowed enough power to use her Shunku, she probably would. Who could possibly see us? No one can sense us except for Kurosaki Ichigo and his friends, she said as they continued to run. Soifan placed her hand out towards Naruto and took careful aim, her index and middle finger pointed at him. This move should be low-level enough to slow him down without much fanfare so she could end his life. Bakudu number 1. Sai. Way of binding number 1. Restrain. Naruto felt a pull and then felt his arms lock behind his back. The way Naruto ran, from his time as a shinobi, was leaning far forward for speed with arms straight back behind him as a counterbalance. Now those same arms were bent and pinned to his back, throwing off his forward balance quite spectacularly due to the speed he was already traveling at. Thus, when Naruto slipped before reaching the edge of one roof and flying forward to smack into the side of another, he had no way to really stop his forward momentum or brace his face due to his arms stuck behind his back. Naruto fell down into an alley and bounced off of a dumpster top hard before falling to the ground, groaning at not expecting that kind of thing from Soifon so brazenly. He stood back up without the use of his arms. "You do know that this isn't going to keep me here at all, don't you?" He then ducked a kick intended for his head and jumped away. "It'll keep you here long enough to kill you," Soifon said before attempting to stab him, only for Naruto to dodge her every move with an expressionless face. Eventually he smirked as one of his hands flew from his back and grabbed the arm that had Uzumaki attached to it. "What? Wow," Naruto said, holding back the blade arm with relative ease. "You really aren't at full power, are you? If I had done that in the Seirei, I probably would have lost that hand." "You broke my Kido," she said. Naruto shrugged. "I break a lot of things." "You say that like it was hard to do. I broke one stronger than that before from Yamamoto Jiji, and you aren't even at full power." He then lifted her off of the ground with one hand as he held their arm above his and her heads and grinned at her due to the close proximity. "Don't tell me you're jealous of me and Yoruichi-chan Juabachi. You know I love you too." Soifon growled and swung her leg low to kick him in the junk, only for it to be narrowly blocked by his other forearm. Naruto gave her a dry look with a twitching eye. "I really wish you wouldn't do stuff like that. Yoruichi-chan likes that part of me and I'm rather fond of it too." He then dropped her when she punched him in the face. "Gah, so angry." "You're damn right I'm angry. You sullied Yoruichi-sama." Naruto held his nose that he felt was about to bleed while dodging Soifon's strikes with her Zanpakuto and keeping her at bay with kicks that missed, but kept the smaller woman out of range of hitting his butterfly mark. He did this until he got another cut on his leg that formed another butterfly mark. One was bad news. Two was stepping into the territory of odds he didn't want to test. "Technically we sullied each other," Naruto said, still holding his nose before deciding he had allowed Soifon to vent enough. "Fuck this. I'm not going out like this. Later Juabachi, I'll see you when you calm down at home," he said before backflipping out of the way of another slash onto a wall. Soifon jumped after him, but Naruto jumped higher and bounced off of wall after wall until he finally reached the rooftop. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu. "Have fun picking the real me out of the lineup," he said as Soifon reached the roof and watched dozens of him scatter from the large puff of smoke. "Damn it," she said before picking the direction more than a few went off into, hoping she had selected correctly. They were totally indistinguishable from the original. They all even had the same amount of energy in them, it seemed. After a few seconds, a sigh of relief sounded out and Naruto appeared, laying down on the roof with a camouflage sheet over his body. "You're cute, fast, and violent, my lovely Juabachi, but I'm the greatest ninja that has ever lived. I do stuff that people forgot about." The butterfly marks on him vanished and he let out a pleased laugh. "And she's quit because she knows she can't catch me anymore." He resealed the sheet in a scroll and jumped down the roof back into the alley, whistling his usual jaunty tune as he walked out of the alley and through the streets, although he wasn't aware of a pair of eyes that had been able to see what had happened in the alley across the street. XXX. Moments ago, Arisawa Tatsuki wasn't particularly in the best mood. Her best friend Orihime had been gone for over a month and a half to who knows where, and when she finally came back she wasn't exactly forthcoming with where she had been. Saying she had been visiting a relative that lived elsewhere, but not really being able to say what she had been doing while she was gone. Orihime was smiling brightly and chattering away about how she was so happy to see her cousin and Tatsuki had almost had enough, about to call her friend on her alibi of where she had been for the entire summer. School started next week. Before she could say anything, across the street in an alleyway, there was a crash that grabbed her attention. "What was that?" Tatsuki asked, planning to go over and see what was wrong. "Should we go see? Maybe someone's in trouble." Orihime nodded and they both walked over only to find a blonde guy dodging attacks from a woman with a small blade in her hand while holding his nose. Naruto? And is that one of those captains from the Soul Society? Tatsuki watched the scene in confusion. I don't understand. Is she being mugged by that guy or is it the other way around? I can't tell. Her eyes then widened when the blonde guy jumped off of the walls comprising the alley, and seamlessly made his way to the roof. Whoa. How the hell did he do that? That looked like that stuff on TV, parkour. It was actually pretty cool. She then noticed something else when she remembered the specific marks on his face. Wait, was that the guy that showed up for one day during the last week of school? Now Orihime wasn't aware of exactly what Naruto wanted people to know about him, but she did know that Tatsuki wasn't supposed to know about Naruto's powers or especially about Shinigami. I don't know, I didn't really see them that well. It was dark. She answered rather frantically, getting Tatsuki to look at her with suspicion. It doesn't matter now, he's gone. Tatsuki frowned but conceded the point to her friend. Even if she could get up there, he was probably long gone. Giving the rooftop one last look, she shrugged and turned, with Orihime following her. So weird, she thought as they walked away, Orihime chattering brightly again, telling her about her vacation, but actually not saying anything. She stopped when they both heard the echo of a bright whistle from the alley. Ducking behind the end of the corner, they both watched Naruto walk out of the alley with a rather pleased look on his face and turn away from their direction as he began walking. While I'm out here, I might as well take care of some business. They heard him say to himself as he kept walking, pulling out a cell phone. You guys need to learn how to pick up your damn phone, I swear. Look, I'm coming over. And you guys are obviously not going to get this, so I'm wasting my time. He said, turning around his own corner to disappear from sight. That is the guy, Tatsuki said. I'd never forget a face like that. Who else would ever have whisker marks on their face? I don't know. Naruto said from behind both Orihime and Tatsuki. Maybe if I ever had any kids it would be a sign of my lineage. He grinned when they both turned around abruptly, but frowned when he found that he had to block a punch from Tatsuki due to her surprise. He let go of her hand and shook out the one he used to block. Damn. Unnecessary. His thought had something else entirely behind them. Holy crap, this chick has more chakra than I've felt from anyone in years. Now when he said chakra, he meant both physical and spiritual energy combined. If things were based with him on pure spiritual energy, Ichigo would have the most by far. Orihime's actually dwarfed Tatsuki's as well. But she must have trained hard or something, or had some kind of latent descent from someone with a good amount. He couldn't even feel most people honestly. Over time most energy had become purely physical and people only had enough chakra to survive. Something about this girl brought her spiritual energy up enough for him to say she had a good amount of chakra. Tatsuki pulled her fist back, surprised that someone actually blocked an attack from her. He didn't even look like it had even registered with him that he had been attacked despite the fact that he was kind of staring. Who the hell are you? And why were you sneaking up on us? Why were you two stalking me? He fired back with an amused smirk on his face. And I'm Uzumaki Naruto. What's your name, pretty, violent girl? He leaned back out of the way of a kick. That didn't really prove my name for you wrong. Tatsuki-chan, please don't try to hurt Naruto. He's not a bad person. Orihime pleaded, trying to keep Tatsuki from pushing Naruto to do something mean to put her down. Tatsuki stopped at her friend's behest and turned to her. Orihime, how do you know this guy? We didn't even talk to him in school that day. Orihime thought hard for an answer before something hit her and she spoke. This is my cousin, Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow and Tatsuki didn't seem convinced. This is your cousin? He sure doesn't seem to be anything like you, she said before turning to Naruto, who seemed to be staring off in space with his mouth open. Oi! What are you looking at like that? Naruto noticed that Tatsuki was talking to him and zoned back into focus. Oh sorry. I was just thinking. I made waffles for breakfast today and I was thinking of a kick-ass new topping. Maybe ramen noodles. He snapped his fingers. Hell yeah. I'm seriously going to try that later. I wonder what ramen topping would go best with waffles. Tatsuki almost turned green just thinking about it. Ooh, that sounds good, Orihime chimed in. I'll see for myself what that tastes like. Do you want me to make you some Naruto? Tatsuki looked between the two and sighed. Okay. I can see the resemblance now. She then gave a suspicious look at Naruto. Wait, if you're Orihime's cousin, why didn't you talk to her or do anything with her while you were at school? Naruto shrugged. Because she has her own friends and her own thing going for her in school. I don't want Orihime's friends to talk to me just because they think they have to because of her. And I'm not going to intrude on her life like that. I'm better than that. He lied seamlessly. He wouldn't even have been there if he hadn't had to be. Tatsuki still wasn't convinced. And why did you only go for that one day? I didn't see you again for the rest of the term. And why didn't you stay with Orihime? Naruto has his own place. Orihime cut in suddenly, trying to bail Naruto out, and he was only there that day to see the school that he'd be going to in the fall, right Naruto? She said with a rather desperate-sounding tone of voice, eyes so wide and almost pleading him to say yes he could hardly stand it. Fuck school. Naruto thought to himself before grinning at Orihime. Yep. You've got it, sweetheart. Tatsuki took all of this in and smirked, thinking she finally had a way to either expose one thing or the other. So Naruto, Orihime's cousin, where did she go for summer vacation? Did she do anything fun? Orihime's smile became incredibly strained as Tatsuki caught both of their lies right then and there. But Naruto just sighed and rubbed his temple. She's so sweet. She probably told you she had a great time, but I know she was so bored the entire time. Poor girl. He smiled sadly. I took her with me on a trip to Kyoto so that I could finish up business before I moved here to help her out. Both of us live alone, but I have means to support myself, and I wanted to help her out without her having to rely on our other relatives. He walked over and pulled Orihime towards him in a half-hug. I'm not living with her though. I don't want to cramp her style. Tatsuki frowned at him. Well, why not? I'm glad you're here to help her. But I think it would be better if Orihime lived with some family. You don't seem like a bad guy, I think. Orihime shook her head. No, Naruto's a good person. So why not live with him? Tatsuki wondered out loud. You two seem like you'd get along. Where do you even live, Naruto? Naruto blinked. Old Industrial District. Orihime and Tatsuki looked at him strangely. What? Property is super cheap over there and the place didn't need much work. My place is awesome. That was a lie. For him it wasn't much work. For anyone else it would have taken forever. Tatsuki nodded. It was a strange place for someone to live for sure, but from the way Naruto dressed there was hardly anything wrong with him that she could see. So you said you can support yourself and Orihime, and you said you own a great place. What do you actually do? Publishing company. Naruto said right off the top of his head without really thinking. Actually impressing himself with that one. Where the hell did that come from? Holy shit, that's a great idea. Skip dealing with the middleman every few years for a new copy of the books. I can do it my damn self. And that can be my cover like Urahara's shop. Sweet. He grinned, pleased with his lie that would soon be a reality. Yep, I run a publishing company that I managed to get a hold of. Moved it to Karakura town. That wasn't too far out of left field, was it? Kids owned things and had tons of money all the time. Tatsuki's eyes widened, as did Orihime's, but she schooled her expression rather quickly. Damn, this was an elaborate lie. Good thing Naruto had taken the ball Orihime had given him at the start and ran with it. Tatsuki was actually pretty amazed at that. Wow, you're no older than us, that's really impressive. So what's it called? Konoha Publishing. He again said without missing a beat. Damn, I'm good. I haven't lied like this in forever. He continued speaking. Yeah, we're pretty obscure, but we'll be making our money in no time. We've got a major title about to come out that'll put us on the map. Wow, Naruto. Orihime said, getting caught up in Naruto's lie herself. I've got to come by and see it sometime. It sounds great. She then froze as she realized what she said, and the look of horror on Naruto's face told her that he felt exactly the same that she did. A shrug came from Tatsuki. That actually sounds cool to me. So when can we stop by and see the place? What's the address? Naruto said blankly as his brain tried to come up with a way out of his situation. He stupidly held up 3 fingers. The address is 735 Murasaki Road. I'm going to be busy for a while, so 3 days? Sounds good. Tatsuki said, grabbing Orihime's arm. You can talk to your cousin anytime you want, Orihime. I have to go home and get some things. Nice meeting you, Naruto, she said as she walked away. Orihime waved to him with an apologetic look on her face as she followed. Naruto waved back at her, giving her a confident grin that told her everything was going to be okay before he decided to go on his way. That girl could see me and Soy Fan, and that punch of hers was the strongest thing I've felt any normal person throw at me in a while. He went into thought. I wonder if it would be too late for her. It's worth a try to see if she could. I'll try it when she comes over with Orihime in a few days. XXX. Naruto's squad's home base, basement training ground. Soy Fan walked through the entire building with Yoruichi after returning from her failed chase of Naruto. Apparently in the world of the living his ability to hide his Riryoku signature was far greater than she had expected it to be. After destroying the clones she chased down, she was unable to get a lock on him again, so she simply returned. He would be back eventually. Yoruichi-sama, I don't see how you could possibly have allowed that man to do such things with your consent. At first Yoruichi had been amused by Soy Fan's disdain at finding out about the night she had with Naruto, but it was getting to be somewhat troublesome now. Well, I did. He had it. And no, you won't be doing anything to his reproductive organs like you've so descriptively threatened, so calm down. You're acting like Naruto is pure evil or something. He's the best person you've met in years and you know it. You actually liked him until you found this out. Yes, but... Soy Fan tried to dispute before Yoruichi cut her off. But nothing. That should be it. I'm an adult, not a child. Yoruichi said with finality as she stretched her arms out while walking to the area where Hidan would be waiting to train. You're acting silly. A smirk then came to her face, unless of course you were angry at him for a more personal reason. I don't remember you ever having a boyfriend, so I guess that could be it. You're mad at him for not letting you. Yoruichi-sama. Soy Fan said with a red face. 100 years and she could still let herself be teased by the woman. Honestly, she was almost as bad as Uzumaki was. Yoruichi laughed slightly before finding Hidan in his gigai laying down in the middle of some strange circle looking like he was dead. Hidan, what are you doing? Hidan's eyes popped open and he sat up like a corpse before he explained. I can't kill you in this fight, so I was just praying to Jashin-sama for forgiveness. That was my ritual of doing so. He then noticed Soy Fan with her. Is it alright that she's here for this? From what I've been told, she's going to cause a fuss over this. Yoruichi nodded. Go ahead. If she panics without listening to reason first, I'll handle her. Don't worry about it. Hidan shrugged as he grabbed the cylinder housing his retractable pike to reveal a skull like the one on the bottom of Urahara's cane and pressed it to his chest before looking at Yoruichi once more, getting a motion from her saying to get on with it. Hidan slammed the cylinder roughly into his chest and the room was instantly filled with a thick ryotsu that Soy Fan had to take a moment to adjust to. She felt the presence of a hollow but only saw Hidan, who stood there in a black cloak with red clouds open down to his chest to reveal what looked to be bone in the form of some necklace attached to his body. He looked exactly the same except with a rather large, wicked-looking scythe in hand, his gigai at his feet. Yep, that's me. Soy Fan's hand went to her zanpakuto before she remembered what Yoruichi said. What is he? He feels like a hollow but doesn't look like one. He didn't look any different at all except for the aforementioned things. And why is his spiritual energy so powerful? A hollow this strong shouldn't be able to exist without being noticed. Yoruichi walked over to Hidan and poked at his gigai with her foot. That's what the gigai that hides his energy is for. This is an Arankar, and Aizen's growing army is full of them. Hidan was a Vasto Lord before becoming an Arankar. Blame Naruto for that. She finished with a frown. Hey, I like being a hollow, or an Arankar, or whatever I am this week. Hidan said, slightly offended at the way she referred to being a hollow as a bad thing. He then saw Soy Fan go for her zanpakuto. Oi. No trying to kill the help. I work for Uzumaki and I have diplomatic immunity, so suck it. Yoruichi held Soifan's arm from trying to go for her blade. He's telling the truth. One of Naruto's perks was that he could pick his team and they only answered directly to him and whoever else he directed to be under him. I guess it's his way of trying to protect anyone he deems to be his comrade. It's admirable actually, she said with a smile. Soifan looked at her mistress, smiling as if she had a crush while talking about Naruto's deal set up with the Gotei 13 but tried ignoring it to keep asking questions. So I can't attack him even though he's a hollow? Yoruichi thought about it for a moment. Well, you could, but Naruto wouldn't be very happy about it at all. Besides, Naruto assured me about 1,000,000 times already when I was concerned about it that if Hidan went off the handle he could stop him. Yes. She has the rules or engagement in her head now. Hidan snapped, tapping his foot impatiently. Now can we train already? Which one of you am I fighting? You're both looking like you want a piece of me, especially the Shinigami captain girl. Yoruichi smirked at him and used Shunpo to get far away from Hidan's Gigai so it wouldn't be destroyed during the fight. Show me what you've got, Hidan. Gladly, Hidan said before disappearing with a low booming noise signifying his movement. Yoruichi was surprised that he had picked up on his speed technique so fast, but was prepared for him, dodging a swing of his scythe with a back handspring. How did you do that? Yoruichi asked him. You got a speed technique down that recreates Shunpo. It's only been 1 day. Hidan smirked at her. Another of those moves I gleaned from those 3 Arrancar women that took me to that Aizen chump. They explained all of their moves to me, and I listened. That was Sonito, sound ceremony, and I got it quickly because I'm not exactly slow in my Gigai. When I was alive I was used to moving pretty fast. Soifan seemed rather impressed. So it looks like Uzumaki didn't get someone useless after all. Still, how can we trust him as a hollow, or a Arrancar? Yoruichi set herself in a ready stance to prepare to fight Hidan. Naruto trusts him enough to have him on the team and Hidan's done very well so far. There's no real reason besides his cosmetic appearance to think we can't trust him. Now begin. Hidan rushed towards Yoruichi, swinging his scythe in a manic fashion from every angle, but she remained just out of his reach as she analyzed his attack pattern or the lack thereof. He knows how to use this weapon, that's for sure. He's precise and surgical with how he swings this thing, but he doesn't seem to hold anything back during his attack, as if he doesn't know how to shift from attacking to defending. She thought as she stayed out of his range, as if he doesn't care that he could take damage like this. Though with the style he told us he had during his time alive, I'm not surprised. Suddenly, Hidan let go of his scythe and let it slip out of his hand to fly at Yoruichi. Her eyes widened when he swung it at her, holding onto it by the cable attached to the weapon under his robe. She jumped back far and decided it was time to really start seeing what he was made of. Yoruichi dashed towards Hidan and threw a hard kick that he lifted the pole of his scythe to block with. However, the force of her kick sent him sliding backwards into a boulder, cracking it with his body. Okay, that was actually really good, Hidan said as he walked towards her again, but you're going to have to kick a little bit harder if you really want to hurt me, he said with a grin as he placed his scythe on his back. New move time. Another one? Yoruichi asked him with her hands on her hips. How are you getting these so fast? Ask Uzumaki, brat. We were ninja in our time. We're used to feeling and manipulating the energy inside of us. This hollow stuff is so fucking basic, it's pretty much instinctual, Hidan said, cocking a fist back despite the fact that he was nowhere near Yoruichi. His fist began to glow red with a slight amount of swirling energy. Bala, hollow bullet. He threw his punch at Yoruichi and from his fist flew a blast of energy that came at Yoruichi so fast her eyes widened before it exploded, making contact with her. Soifan gasped. Yoruichi-sama. She then turned towards Hidan, who was looking at his fist as if he were trying to examine it. That was like a Sero except far faster and unconcentrated. What kinds of other powers do these Arrancar have? Man, Hidan complained, looking at his hand. That was kind of cool, but the Sero is so much cooler. Way bigger bang for my buck. He looked at the smoke provided from his attack hitting Yoruichi. You alive in there? The smoke cleared to reveal Yoruichi standing there with her hands up, arms fully extended to block his attack. Her palms were slightly singed, but other than that she was unharmed. She actually had a rather serene look on her face. That was pretty okay. No real kick behind it though. You must really not know exactly how to use that attack, she said, getting a tick mark to form on Hidan's head. Let's see what else you can do, baby Arankar. I won't be standing still this time either. Hey. Hidan chuckled cruelly as he pulled his scythe from his back. Bring it on by. Yoruichi disappeared from her spot, and before Hidan could fully turn, he found himself kicked hard and sent flying past Soi Fan, who moved out of the way to avoid his body. Soi Fan looked down at Hidan as Yoruichi walked over next to her and did the same. The dark-skinned female looked down at Hidan, who had a look of a deer in the headlights on his face. Don't get cocky. You're good, but you're not used to your body, and you don't have whatever powers you have as a shinobi in that form. Only in your Gigai. That's why Naruto could threaten to kill you if you started doing evil things. Hidan's Gigai could not be killed, much like his original human body, but his soul could. Naruto could just pull Hidan's soul out and kill him while he was in Arankar form, since he could die in that form. Getting up off of the ground, Hidan dusted his cloak off and growled at Yoruichi before Soi Fan cut in. You have raw power, tons of it. But from what I can see, you attack arrogantly with no actual battle plan except to deal out damage of any kind. He turned to Soi Fan, who had her arms crossed as she explained what she had gleaned from what had gone down. You fight nothing like Uzumaki. He's far more elusive than you are. Hidan rolled his eyes at the comparison. Uzumaki brat and I are two different breeds of warrior. Uzumaki tries to overpower enemies, and when he can't, he uses deception and rudimentary tactics to get an opening to finish with something big. Soi Fan's eye twitched, having dealt with both spectrums of Naruto's combat style in the past. On the other hand, I am a killing machine. No matter how long it takes, I will hit you and you will die. Simple as that. Not anymore. Yoruichi said, you have actual skill with that scythe. You have powers you can use now. You will learn how to use them the right way, or I'll make sure Naruto doesn't let you go back to Hueco Mundo. Our enemies are dangerous and powerful, and having you go in with a half-assed battle plan like that isn't going to work. Before you say that you'll fight in your human body so that you can't die, remember that a hollow can pull your soul out of your Gigai. Hidan narrowed his eyes at her. And how exactly are you going to make sure of anything? Yoruichi smirked cruelly. I'm not just a pretty face, Hidan. I'm stronger than you, for more than one reason. And I can convince Naruto to keep you back here because he trusts my judgment. I could just make him fight you himself so he could give his own opinion. She looked over at Soi Fan. How would you like to help me work this idiot into fighting shape? He's going to need the experience. Hidan looked between them as he saw Soi Fan finally draw her Zanpakuto. I'm starting to see what Uzumaki meant about strong women in his life, he said before slapping himself hard, preparing for a long, long day. Fine then. Bring it on. All three disappeared with their respective speed techniques. XXX. Outside of the Vizard's hideout, Naruto stood out front of the warehouse banging on the door belligerently. Open the goddamn door, you jerks. I will blow this door down in 3 seconds, he said, forming a Rasengan in his right hand. 3, 2, on. The door suddenly flew open and a sandal landed smack against his face. Shut up, you idiot. Hiyori yelled at him as the sandal slid down his face. Naruto had a deadpan expression on his face. Don't you know how to call before you come over, or are you too stupid to use a phone now? Naruto growled and stomped over to her, grabbing her by the back collar of her tracksuit and lifting her off of the ground. Do you know how to answer a phone, or better yet check a fucking answering machine? Don't pop that shit to me. I am not in the mood today, little lady. He held up her sandal and placed it back on her foot. Next time I'll make you eat this thing, he said as he walked inside, still holding onto her, keeping her at arm's length. Let go of me, asshole. Hiyori yelled at him, trying to get him to drop her by punching and kicking at him, but was unable to reach him. No, I don't feel like having 3 people that are way shorter than me try to beat me up in the same day. Naruto replied, not letting her go. Besides still being violent, did you miss me while I've been gone? He asked as he finally dropped her in a chair in the warehouse, getting the attention of everyone else inside. Hell no. Hiyori snapped at him. Why are you even here? Naruto answered bluntly, I got chased out of my house and decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and come see you guys. Hiyori huffed but then smirked at him. Kick any Shinigami ass? Naruto grinned at her. I kicked so much ass. Turned the place upside down. He looked at the rest of the Vizards. Join the squad, damn it. I want your help, and I know you want to take a swing at Aizen. Shinji walked over with his usual sardonic look on his face. You already know the terms, Naruto. Get Ichigo to us so we can teach him how to use his powers and we might think about it. Yeah, whatever. Naruto mumbled, those are the terms for you. Not everyone else. Besides, school starts next week. If I just run up on the kid and find his house, that would just scare the hell out of him and make him distrust me. Wait. He dug into his ear and flicked what he got from it at Shinji, getting the man to scowl at him. I think he kind of trusts me from all of the Seirei stuff, but not by much. So how long? Kensai asked from his area of the warehouse, doing curls with a dumbbell. Are we talking weeks or months to get him to show up here? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Time's irrelevant for me, remember, I'm immortal. He felt someone tackle him from behind and hold onto him around the neck. Hey, how you doing? Mashiro was hanging off of Naruto's back. Did you miss me, fishcake? Naruto chuckled. Almost getting killed kind of takes up your space for wandering thought in your head. He looked over at Hiyori and gestured to the woman with lime green hair on his back. You see, why can't you be as nice as her? She never hits me, unless we're already sparring, but that doesn't count. Hiyori rolled her eyes, because you're both 2 halves of the same idiot. Both Naruto and Mashiro stuck their tongues out at her. There's my point exactly. Naruto let Mashiro down. Yeah, whatever, grumpy, he said as he walked towards the center of the room. So do you guys just want to stay here in this warehouse doing nothing until the end of days? Or do any of you lazy bastards want an actual job? Love, Rose, and Lisa looked up from reading their mangas and looked at Naruto strangely. Now by actual job, what do you mean exactly? Lisa asked him. Naruto rubbed his chin. Well, honestly, you'd still be doing next to nothing, but it's more of a cover. Something like Urahara's little shop, only what I do is actually going to make me some money. He quipped. Does anyone actually buy stuff from that place? Everyone shrugged in confusion. It doesn't matter. Talk to me in a bit when I get everything set up. This is going to be the best idea I've had in years. XXX. 3 days later, Naruto's base. Naruto sat on the roof of the building in a state of meditation alongside Yoruichi, who had Soifan with her, as she wouldn't let Naruto alone with Yoruichi again as long as she had the option. Yoruichi in her cat form looked at Naruto in amusement. Only you could get yourself into a situation like this. What would you know about it? He replied with a smirk on his face. I was lying my ass off until Orihime got caught up in the awesome of my lie. Sweet girl, like her a lot. Screwed us both over though. He cracked open an eye to look out on the very empty street of the basically abandoned district of town. Oh well, maybe I can use this. He looked over at Soifan. When are you wanting to go check out Hueco Mundo? He asked as he shut his eyes again. What can you tell me about it? Soifan answered, trying to keep her own meditation going as she sat in her gigai. I was dispatched with the understanding that you and Yoruichi-sama had already been there yourselves. Naruto frowned. We weren't there for long before things kind of hit the fan. There was one Arrancar that was so strong. That Tia Haribel girl, and Aizen's supposed to have an army's worth of them. Soifan turned and looked at Naruto, who seemed to have a serious look on his face as he thought about it, but Hidan is an Arrancar too. A strong one from what I've seen. He's not used to his powers yet, Yoruichi said. He is strong, and he'll get stronger when he gets his body mechanics worked out, but for now he's not good enough to deal with that woman we saw. About Hueco Mundo itself, Naruto said, trying to explain what he saw to Soifan. Under the surface is a forest of trees made of minerals. That's where a lot of hollows live, but we didn't fight any that could potentially beat us. There were tons in hiding though. Yoruichi could feel them and even see tons of them when we fell in. Yoruichi picked up where Naruto left off. There was nothing on the surface that we could see from the little amount of travel we did there. It was just a white desert, no life whatsoever. The woman in black cat form let out a yawn and hopped onto Soifan's shoulder where she curled up. If there's exploration to be done in Hueco Mundo, that's where I would check next. I'm going. Naruto said with finality. There's still so much about all of this I don't understand. Maybe if I go I can get some answers. Soifan nodded. Naruto would be useful for something like this. He had been there more than any of them and he was no slouch in a fight to say the very least. Well then I'll prepare a plan of action to take within a day or two. Omeda and Kuretsuchi Fukutaicho should come with us. Yoruichi jumped down from Soifan's shoulder. I'll stay here and help Hidan get up to speed with his powers. Maybe I'll call Kazuki for help. He's supposed to be on this team too. Good. Naruto said before his eyes opened up and he stood. In the meantime, it's time to put on a show if you know what I mean. What are you going to do? Yoruichi asked Naruto as she saw how relaxed about this whole thing he was. He was close to being discovered and he didn't seem to care. Naruto pointed down the street in the direction he could feel Tatsuki and Orihime coming towards. What do you think? Try to sense out the person that's with Orihime. Go ahead. He saw Yoruichi's eyes widen as she opened her mouth to speak. No, she doesn't have any powers because her abilities physically overshadow her abilities spiritually, like Chad. But only times 10 since his spiritual energy is way higher than hers. So, Yoruichi said in a testing manner. So, Naruto said, mimicking the cat before continuing on, that means she's mine. Soifan's eyes shot open as she turned to Naruto in shock. That is incredibly irresponsible, Uzumaki. What are you thinking? Naruto didn't rise to a spirited defense, choosing to calmly explain himself instead. She saw us with our little lovers spat in town. Luckily she didn't dwell on it for too long. She has enough spiritual awareness about her to do that. And that makes her a target the way the others were. She already mistrusts Orihime's summer vacation, so why keep a bad lie for no good reason? She can't fight the way Kurisaki's other friends can. Soifan said as if she was speaking to a child. Naruto smirked like a man with a plan. Not yet. Give me a few months with her and we'll see how that tune of yours changes. With that he started walking to the stairs on the roof to head inside. I have to get her to believe me and see if she actually wants to give it a shot first. Yoruichi teased him as he disappeared down the stairs. You're playing with fire, Naruto, she said in a sing-song voice. Haven't been burned yet, beautiful, he said before heading inside for good. XXX. After walking through the rather uninspiring section of town that Naruto's office lay in, Orihime was getting kind of nervous. She hadn't known Naruto for that long, but he seemed to be a wily guy. A nice guy, one of the genuinely brightest guys she had met by far, but still the craftiest person she had ever met except for maybe Urahara Kazuki. If he hadn't come up with a good excuse as to why it wouldn't be a good idea to come to his office, then it had to be okay to keep up with the story of him being her cousin. She had to admit, she just blurted that out, but he just ran with it flawlessly thus far. It was actually very impressive. And then she and Tatsuki came to his office and stopped out front and looked at the place. A rather large place, 6 stories, a rather burnt orange-looking building, with the front having a one-way glass wall that they couldn't see through, but it seemed on the level. The only thing was a distinct lack of a sign out front to let anyone know where they were. Well, Tatsuki said, looking the area over, this is the place. He said that his place was awesome and it doesn't look bad so far. Though living out of his office seems kind of weird, she said, looking over to the orange-haired girl with her. Orihime instantly snapped out of her state of awe that this might actually end well and rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. Yeah. Well, Naruto works hard all of the time, so I'm not very surprised that he stays here. He lives his work after all, she said, laughing nervously. Come on, let's go in. The two headed inside to find a front room lobby of sorts. Many chairs, shiny, office-like floors. A fantastic view outside if there had been anything worth looking at out there, and doors to whatever was behind this lobby room. At the back wall of the room was a rather wide desk with 3 chairs behind it in certain spots, but for the moment there was only one person behind it. A woman with blue eyes and blonde hair in long pigtails on the side of her head sat in the middle behind the desk, wearing a tan button-up blouse and a black skirt. She smiled brightly and spoke to the 2 girls that had walked in. "Hello, is there any way I can help the 2 of you today?" Tatsuki blinked and looked around. Shouldn't there be more people in a place like this? The receptionist's smile dropped a little before she perked back up and answered, "Well, we're still rather new to town, you see. This is actually my first day working here. Is there anything you 2 would like?" Orihime stepped in at that point. "Do you know where Uzumaki Naruto is? He kind of invited us here today." The woman grinned in recognition. "Oh, he said that someone would be by today asking for him specifically," she said as she got on a phone and dialed a few numbers. "Yes, boss. There are a few young women here for you. I'll tell them to sit tight for a moment." She hung the phone up and addressed Orihime and Tatsuki. "Boss will be with you in just a moment." After a moment, Naruto came from the back wearing clothes more casual than yesterday. A dark blue shirt with an elaborate picture of a coastal storm on it, and jeans. "Hey you guys, what's going on?" he said with a toothy grin. "This is really your place?" Orihime asked, rather wide-eyed as they went into the back and he began to lead them around. Naruto had made a bunch of clones and hanged them to go around looking like they were fixing the place up. They were, but it was more for aesthetic realism than anything else at the moment. Even the receptionist at the front was a Kage Bunshin under his Oiroku no Jutsu. "Yep," he said proudly, "before I came here right before summer started I won the place off of the old owner, the drunk." He noticed Tatsuki looking at him strangely. "What? I'm very good at poker and you get into some interesting stuff when you grow up without any family. Anyway, I renamed it, got some funding to turn the company around and moved them to Karakura so that I could help Orihime out and start working with a famous author that's looking to us to put his next book out." He was lying so hard at this point he thought some higher power would strike him down right on the spot. Tatsuki raised an eyebrow. "And you're still in high school?" Naruto nodded with a frown. "Waste of my time. But my vice president is always like, no one's going to take you or the company seriously if you don't finish your education, Naruto." "Blah, blah, blah," he said before shivering, "but if I don't go then something terrible will befall me. She's already threatened me with something I can't risk losing," and he couldn't. This was actually not a lie at all. Yoruichi wanted him to go to high school like Ichigo while she ran things during the daytime to maintain a cover. When he violently, loudly, and emphatically disputed, she threatened to withhold sex from him until he did, and that was the end of that losing battle for him. What was 3 years anyway? He had all the time in the world. At that moment, Hidan in his gigai walked out of the kitchen eating a sandwich and stopped as he saw Naruto walking with the 2 girls. What's up?" Naruto palmed his face and pointed at Hidan. "This is Hidan. Hidan works for me. He's my assistant." Hidan scowled at being called an assistant. "Assistant my ass crack Uzumaki. I don't do anything to make your life easier, if anything I make your life more complicated." Naruto shook his head, still holding his face in his hands, and the sad thing about it is, he's absolutely right. He's an old friend of mine that I gave a job to, he said as Hidan walked away, continuing to eat his sandwich. "Orihime." The girl in question turned around to see Yoruichi standing there, back in her human form, wearing casual clothes. "How are you?" "Yoruichi?" Orihime said in surprise at seeing her again. "Here of all places. What are you doing here?" The female Shinigami winked at her before answering. "I'm Naruto's vice president. He has a decent enough business plan but his execution leaves a lot to be desired in most cases. That's where I come in. Didn't he tell you during summer vacation about it?" Naruto smiled at Yoruichi. "I'll tell you what, why don't you take Orihime and talk to her for a bit? I'm sure Tatsuki has some questions she wants to ask me herself, don't you?" Tatsuki looked at him in surprise but nodded. She planned on coming back later to do so, but since he was volunteering in the first place. All right then. Yoruichi chirped brightly, latching onto Orihime and dragging her away despite her protests to the contrary while Naruto and Tatsuki headed up to the roof. Once they were gone, Yoruichi let Orihime go. Naruto has to talk to your friend about something important. Her ability to see spirits and what that means to her. Orihime's eyes widened, but I don't want Tatsuki-chan to be involved with any of this. Yoruichi shook her head. You don't have much of a choice in the matter. The way you gained spiritual awareness also resulted in your friend getting it, it's just that you developed the powers that I could work with. She has powers that Naruto can work with instead. The way she is, she'll be a more desirable target to hollows, but won't be able to defend herself the way you can. Orihime frowned, but nodded. Tatsuki-chan will always try to defend me even if she isn't strong enough. At least Naruto might be able to help her if she accepts, I guess. She then blinked after having a thought, but what is he going to do? Tatsuki-chan never got any powers like me or Sado-kun. Yoruichi shrugged. I don't know, but he said that was actually better. He had something for her. Her mood shifted to one that was far brighter. Anyway, this is our main base of operations. Would you like to find out more about what we're supposed to be doing here in the world of the living? Orihime nodded as Yoruichi dragged her along again. Well, it's a long story, so I might as well begin. XXX on the roof. Naruto leaned against a wall of the stairwell that led back down to the inside of the building as Tatsuki stood across from him staring at him intently. You can say whatever you want, you know. It's not going to offend me or anything if you're pissed or you don't like me. Tatsuki shook her head. It's not really that. I can usually read people and tell when they have bad intentions, but you don't. I just want to make sure that Orihime is safe. Her original parents were very abusive, and excuse me if I'm kind of skeptical towards some random distant relative coming out of nowhere like you. Naruto nodded, taking her words to heart. He couldn't sense any lie in her tone. That's good. You just want to protect her, I like that. He sighed and leaned his head back to look up at the sky. Orihime is one of the sweetest people I've ever met in my entire life. To have someone like you look out for her is actually great. He lowered his head and gave her a stern glance. But do you know what there actually is to protect her from? Tatsuki took an involuntary step back at the change in tone from Naruto. What are you talking about? She kept stepping back as Naruto walked forward slowly. You can see spirits. He wasn't asking, he was stating it as a fact. There are things that are about to go on soon. Another kid in your class, Kurosaki Ichigo, he's going to have a spot in it as well. But I'm going to wait to talk to him. He has a very hard head. Wait, Ichigo? Tatsuki said. How do you know Ichigo? How much do you really want to know? Naruto asked her in return. If you don't want to know anymore or get involved, I'll wipe your mind right here, right now, and that will be that. It won't concern you. If you do decide to stick your nose further into it, then you won't be able to back out. Someone like you probably wouldn't anyway. Tatsuki narrowed her eyes on him. All I know is that you just alluded to Ichigo and Orihime being in danger, and I made a promise to keep her safe. Why are you telling me all of this? Naruto smirked and stopped moving towards her, starting to radiate ill intent. Because you deserve to know. We know you've got the desire to protect her and him. Now let's see if you've got what it takes to follow through with it, he said, alerting Tatsuki as she got into a fighting stance. Naruto held out one hand with his index finger up and out. One finger, that's all I'm going to need. Prove me wrong. Tatsuki bristled at what she thought was an insult. Are you insane? I'm the second strongest girl in Japan. And all you're going to use is one finger? Naruto's smirk turned malicious. You might be the second strongest woman in Japan, but I'm the strongest man in the entire world, ever, period. He crooked his single finger towards himself as if to say, bring it on. Tatsuki growled before running forward at Naruto and launching a punch intent on knocking his block off. Naruto simply lifted his hand and blocked the punch with his finger, raising an eyebrow in interest as she managed to force his hand back a little bit. That was good. Just how hard does this girl train? He thought as he shoved her back with a flick to the forehead. Tatsuki stumbled back halfway across the roof and rubbed the red mark on her head that formed from Naruto's flick. What? How did you do that with one finger? That's insane. Is that all you've got? He said chidingly. How could you even protect yourself with that kind of strength? And you want to help Orihime and Ichigo? He laughed. She ran back towards him and started trying to throw combination punches that Naruto blocked with just his finger, no matter what angle she tried coming at him from. She jumped in the air and dropped an axe kick that she was sure would get him when he just stepped back, letting her attack miss. Hey, you moved. Naruto held back a laugh. You expected me to stand still? She growled and stood up, attempting a rising uppercut but missing when he leaned back just out of range. He placed his single finger on her forehead, getting her to freeze solid. You have very good technique. I won't have to teach you hand to hand at least, you're fantastic at that. And I'm pretty sure if I let you, you could knock me through a wall. You're pretty damn strong. He moved his hand down to tilt her chin up to make eye contact with him. Pretty cute too, you little tomboy. Jerk. She yelled, jumping back away from him. I'm going to kick your ass for that. So angry, Naruto said in amusement, and I would love to see you try. XXX. 10 minutes later, Naruto stood with his foot on Tatsuki's back as she lay on the ground exhausted. Not one time, she said, panting heavily. All those attacks, I never landed a single one and you didn't hit me once until the end. Naruto simply jabbed his single finger into Tatsuki's belly after having seen enough. Naruto let his foot off of her, because you were ruled by your emotions for that fight. I pissed you off and you dropped most of your form. I was using your attack and flowing around it. It doesn't hurt that I'm way faster than you, but you seem to have some fighting experience. You're going to need that. She sat up and looked up at Naruto. Why? He kneeled down, looking her directly into the eyes as he put a hand on her head. I want you to close your eyes for me. She looked skeptical, but did as he asked. Just focus. Focus on building your energy and circulating it through your body. You know how to do that. Tatsuki nodded and steadied her breathing to go with Naruto's request. Naruto could feel the chakra going through her and smiled. Oh yeah, she's perfect for this. Tell me, Tatsuki-chan, do you want to be left out of the loop? Do you really want to know what Orihime was doing this summer? Her eyes snapped open and she nodded. I should have figured that was a lie after what you told me today. Naruto chuckled as a gleam came to his eye. Do you want to be my apprentice? Her eyes widened. You can use a specific kind of power inside of your body known as chakra whether you know it or not. And because you trained so hard and have had so much interaction with spirits before this, you have enough of it at your current age that you can develop your skill with it. What does it do? Tatsuki wondered. Naruto made a cross-hand seal and in a puff of smoke, next to him appeared a perfect copy of him. This can't be happening. I'm dreaming, right? You wish. Naruto said as his clone dispelled and he extended his hand towards her. So do you want to be my apprentice? I'll tell you now, it's not going to be easy, and you will hate me with a fiery burning passion because I need to get you up to snuff in a hurry, but from the amount of power you have I don't think it will take that long. You're already perfect at hand-to-hand combat and I don't even need to go over physical conditioning with you. Tatsuki thought about it for a moment. You say Orihime and Ichigo are already involved. Anyone else I know? Yep. He said plainly. I'm in, she said with a frown, not really liking being left in the dark. She grabbed Naruto's hand and shook it firmly, and when I see Ichigo again I'm going to kick him in the stomach for hiding this from me. I knew something was weird about him during the end of the last semester. Good. Naruto said brightly, helping her to his feet. Come back next week and we can start. In the meantime I want you to rest up and do everything fun that you want to do to your heart's content, because after we start you aren't going to want to do anything that exerts energy in your spare time for a long time. Tatsuki gave him an owlish look when she noticed how serious his voice was. Really? I don't joke about training, Tatsuki-chan, he said firmly. You're going to hate me. Her face turned to an excited smirk at the prospect of learning new ways of fighting from someone as strong as Naruto was. The only way I'll end up hating you is if you waste my time, Naruto-sensei. It had been one day since Orihime and Tatsuki's planned visit to Naruto's base in construction, and the orange-haired girl had returned the next day to visit her friend that she knew the least about, only to find herself upon a curious scene. Orihime blinked in confusion as she stood in the training room in the basement of Naruto's base. "You're going where?" "School starts Monday, Naruto. Are you saying you'll be back in 4 days?" she asked him, rather concerned that he wouldn't get back. Naruto had a frown on his face as he stood in his sage coat and combat gear. With him was Soifan, her lieutenant Omeda, and Nemu, all of them prepared to go into Hueco Mundo with the blonde immortal. "We're going to Hueco Mundo. And if we don't get back in time," a smirk came to his face. "Oh well, wouldn't that be a shame?" 3 days is your limit," Yoruichi said, getting him to groan negatively. "If you don't get back in 3 days, I'm taking Hidan to open his own Garganta so we can look for you. We can't have you all staying in there to fight an actual battle. With just the 4 of you, I don't like your odds for being in there for too long." "What's the worst that can possibly happen?" Naruto questioned as he started stretching himself out in preparation. "Me and Juibachi should be more than enough by ourselves to get through that place pretty easily. Just in case anything really goes down, we have Big Man over here and Nemu-chan." Nemu chimed in at that point. "Uzumaki-san, I am simply to tag along as an observer. I am to record everything that I see, and if at all possible return with samples for Kuretsuchi Taiko." Naruto frowned at the name of the mad scientist that also doubled as her captain and her father. "Okay, that's fine. I'm not expecting a fight anyway. But just be ready to defend yourself if you have to." He then looked at Omeda and spoke to Soifan. "Is he going to be worth a damn on this mission?" Ichigo beat him with 1 punch in the Seirei. "Hey!" Omeda barked in offense. "He just surprised me, that's all." Naruto smirked. "Aren't you on Mitsukido? And you let some baby-faced brat get the drop on you?" The large man sputtered as Naruto pressed forward. "And my ass, he got the drop on you. You had your Shikai out and he flattened you. He punched right through it. He beat you like a heavy bag. Are we going to leave or what?" Soifan asked impatiently, her foot tapping on the ground. "I want to see what all the fuss is about and what Hueco Mundo is all about. No Shinigami in the Gotei 13 has ever seen it and returned to tell the tale." Naruto smirked as his Rinnegan blazed to life. "Ow," he said before he began to make hand seals. "Anxious, I see." Naruto slammed his right hand on the ground. "Gadoo. Outer path. All aboard." The ethereal demonic head rose from the ground, and those that hadn't seen it before didn't have long to gawk at it as 4 tongues shot out of its mouth and pulled Naruto, Soifan, Omeda, and Nemu inside before disappearing back into the ground. Orihime stared at the place where the Gadoo once sat. Where did they go? "The world of the hollows." Yoruichi answered glibly. "This is the 3rd time he's used that thing, and the 2nd time he's used it to go inside. Did you want to go?" she asked. Orihime rapidly shook her hands in front of her face. "No, that's okay. I don't want to. I'd probably get in the way if I did." She looked up when Yoruichi grabbed her chin and turned it up. The dark-skinned woman was smiling at her. "You know, you shouldn't think of yourself that way. Naruto wanted to ask you if you wanted to join him on this team. He thinks you'd really be an asset." "But I can't fight that well." She tried to reason in return. Why would Naruto want her to be on his squad? Even without seeing him fight firsthand, she had to know that he was strong. He got respect in the Seirei far too readily to be weak. "I don't know what good I would be." Yoruichi frowned. "He doesn't think so and neither do I, but he said he knew that you didn't like fighting. He loves your healing ability though. He would ask you himself, but he doesn't think you'd join for no reason, even if he pays you well, which he would." She leaned back and puffed out her cheeks. "There's also the thing where he says that he doesn't think you trust him." "I trust Naruto," Orihime said with a smile. "He helped Kurosaki-kun and all of us out in the Soul Society without any of us even asking him. He didn't even know us that well. I think we're friends." She looked around the spacious training room that reminded her of Urahara's place. "Does he really want me here?" "Absolutely," Yoruichi said with full confidence, "but like I said, He didn't think you would be interested and he didn't want to force you or take advantage of your kind nature. In the end it's your choice and I'm telling you that I want you here and he all but invited you himself by letting you down here. Whatever you choose you should tell him yourself. I guarantee it would make his day if you did, you'd see. Orihime then thought about something else. But what about Kurosaki-kun and the others? Is he going to ask them? Yoruichi nodded. He just didn't know how he was going to go about doing that. None of them would trust him outright the way you seem to. That's one reason why I'm making him go to school actually. She patted Orihime on the top of her head. Just think about it. He's going to teach your friend Tatsuki how to defend herself so she isn't a sitting duck against hollows, so there's another reason there. Orihime just nodded, planning on later talking to Tatsuki about just what Naruto told her yesterday. XXX. Hueco Mundo. White Desert. Omiyata dug himself out of a sand dune, sputtering and spitting out the grainy mineral. Blah. Where the hell are we? He looked to his side and saw Nemu there, sitting up out of the sand as well. Where are Taiko and Uzumaki? Someone fat get in my way. A distressed cry sounded out from above. Omeda looked up only to be pounded into the ground by the body of a falling Naruto. Soifan merely landed neatly on the surface of the sand and dusted herself off. Naruto stood up and glared at her, rubbing his head. Why am I the only one that ever lands on their head when the Gadu spits them out? Nemu looked around and immediately began recording her surroundings. The surface of Hueco Mundo seems to be a desolate wasteland devoid of any life whatsoever and apparently operates on an opposite lunar phase than that of the Seirei or human world. Soifan looked around, rather unimpressed at what she was seeing so far. So where are all of the hollows? This is Hueco Mundo, isn't it? Naruto pointed directly down, signifying that the bulk of the hollows were beneath the surface. So then why aren't we down there? Naruto shook his head, because that's where they all are. As in the bulk of the population. Yoruichi-chan couldn't even count them all when we were down there. We're not going down there. Aizen's not even there. He started walking as the others began to follow him. We're going to be traveling up here, and we're going to be moving fast so we can cover some actual ground. If you can't keep up, you picked the wrong guy to follow today. He started breaking out into a run, followed wordlessly by all of the others. The group fell in line and began running after Naruto, who kept an even pace without resorting to using any speed-increasing techniques so that no one was left behind by any of the faster practitioners. The scenery began to drag after a while, with nothing really jumping out at any of them, just more desert. What's with this place? He thought to himself as he continued to run. I keep feeling power in the air, but there's nothing around at all. If I really wind up spending 3 days here, this is going to suck. My senses are whacked. Nemu was making her own conclusions, even recording things as she ran behind Naruto. The entire atmosphere is filled with Riryoku in the form of reishi. This must be how hollows obtain the necessary nourishment to survive despite a lack of human souls to prey upon in this environment. Omeda followed along behind him, Captain, while looking around distastefully. I didn't expect much out of the place that hollows are supposed to come from, but I expected something. This place sucks. I could see how someone like Aizen could hide here. There's nothing anywhere. He then looked forward at Naruto, who seemed to be leading with a look of duty on his face. Why is Soifan Taiko even following this guy? I've never seen her follow anyone's order except for Yamamoto Sotaichu. Seeing how Naruto wasn't even messing around this time about getting in and getting out with getting things done made Soifan pay rapt attention to his face and how serious it seemed. Something easy for her since she was right next to him, keeping pace. He said that the Arankar that he confronted the first time he came here was strong. Were they that strong that he isn't even cracking a joke or trying to be silly? Uzumaki, do you have a plan? Do you? He shot back in return, still keeping his eyes ahead. What plan would there be except to scout the area? We're gaining basic knowledge, and all of us can handle anything that comes our way. If things get out of hand, I just need some time to summon the Gadu and we'll be right out of here in a flash. Soifan nodded and turned her attention back forward. I want to see these enemies you told us about. I want to see for myself just what this army of Aizen's is capable of. Do you know of their skills? Naruto shook his head. Everything we know about Hidan is basically what we know about them. I don't know if Tia Haribel is the weakest, the strongest, or where she ranks on the overall spectrum of power. Either way, it's pretty bad news. If you were there, you would have felt it too. An army of anything around that kind of power would be something to lose sleep over. A frown then crossed his face, and from the way she spoke, I think Aizen has the entire army wrapped around his thumb. How the hell did this guy manage to amass an army right under your noses? He wasn't even discovered until he chose to be. Don't ask Uzumaki. Soifan muttered to him in reply. Captain Aizen was trusted. He was one of the leaders of the Gotei 13. For something like this to have happened, he must have had this all planned out decades in advance at the very least. I'll make him pay, rest assured. Naruto looked over at her stone serious face and gave her a smile. One step at a time, my sweet Juabachi. We need to figure out what exactly we'll be walking into once things begin for real. He looked back at Nemu. Nemu-chan, sorry, but we haven't seen anything worth talking about so far. Nemu simply looked at Naruto with her usual listless expression. On the contrary, Uzumaki-san. We have only been here for a few hours and already I have enough information that may interest Kuretsuchi Taiko once I return to the Seirei. Nodding wordlessly, Naruto asked another question. Is anyone tired yet? Anyone need to stop and rest for a moment, or are we still good to go? He noticed Soifan glaring at him. What? I wasn't asking you. I know you're good for at the very least a few more hours, but your lieutenant might not be, and Nemu-chan might not be either. Soifan immediately asked him, Omeda, are you tired? Not even close, Taiko. He answered immediately. It didn't matter if he was or not that he was. If he said he was tired at any point during the mission without having a damn good reason for it, Soifan would make him pay later. No weakness in the Onmitsuki-do. Soifan nodded and turned to Nemu. And you Kuretsuchi Fukutaichu? Nemu shook her head. My body is modified to perform far greater than those of normal Shinigami. I do not feel any fatigue at the moment. I am fine. What about yourself, Uzumaki-san? Do you require any rest? Naruto snickered at the question. I'm more of a machine than a human. As long as this is all we're doing, just running, I don't know how long I can keep this up for. Seriously, the only reason I ever stopped running during times like this in the past was because I had teammates that couldn't keep my pace. I'll be fine. The ground they ran on began to destabilize and lift up from the rest of the desert. What the hell? Get ready. Soifan ordered as everyone jumped back just as a massive hollow emerged from the sand. It was the size of a Jillian-class Manos, but had a body comprised entirely of sand with a hollow hole in the center of its chest, long arms, and a head resembling a sand castle. Naruto flexed his fists in preparation of the fight. He's huge. Let's get this big bastard out of the way and keep on going, people. What do you suppose we do, Uzumaki? Soifan asked, preparing to draw her Zanpakuto as did her lieutenant. Nemu simply set herself in a ready hand-to-hand stance due to leaving her Zanpakuto behind. Naruto cracked his fists. You're talking like this will be hard. Compared to the Arankar lady I met before, this guy is just gum on my shoe. From one of the seals on the inside of his jacket, Naruto retrieved a Fuma shuriken that he launched at the sand hollow. Catch this big guy. The shuriken flew through the air and cut the hollow's massive arm off, dropping it into the sand with a resounding thud. Omeda looked at the severed appendage of the hollow and raised an eyebrow. That's it? Really? I thought that one of the hollows ballsy enough to just jump out at us would have more fight in it than that. The battle isn't over yet, Omeda. Soifan said, still ready to defend against an attack. Uzumaki, you're not that experienced at fighting hollows. They have all kinds of powers, and I think this one. Before she could finish, the arm that Naruto had severed easily regenerated as it swung the new limb back and swatted at them all, forcing them to jump out of the way. Hollows regenerate. You need to hit them with something fatal to beat them. You're not going to finesse a hollow. Naruto growled at her. What was finesse about cutting the damn thing's arm off? He returned his attention to the massive sand hollow. Fine, I'll blow this thing away, he said before Soifan dashed past him. Oi, I said I'd do it. This thing controls the sand we're standing on. Soifan surmised as she felt the hollow try to disrupt where she was running by causing bursts of sand to fly up from the ground. Her eyes then widened when she saw a wave of sand ripple towards her. She grit her teeth and jumped over the wave at the hollow before disappearing in a burst of her shunpo. The massive sand hollow was then cut in half by an invisible force and toppled to the ground with a crash. Soifan reappeared in front of Naruto and the other Shinigami, dusting grains of sand off of her captain's haori. Naruto gave her a deadpan look before starting a slow clap that he stopped after a few moments. "You get some aggression out of your system with that one?" Soifan scoffed, as if Uzumaki. "I was just showing you the proper way to exterminate a hollow." The ground then started shaking. "What? I smashed it clean in half." Naruto growled as he watched the huge hollow reform its entire body. "Okay, no more fucking around. I bet it'll stay down when I blow its entire body to Kingdom Come," he said as he ran back towards it. "Let's see you reform this time." The hollow's jaw unhinged as it opened its mouth and began to inhale deeply. Naruto tried to dig his feet into the ground, but the loose grains of sand gave him next to no foothold and he began to be sucked towards the hollow. Naruto formed a tiger seal and inhaled deeply. Kaden. Boka Cabe. Fire release. Firewall. Naruto fired off a towering rectangular wall of fire from his mouth that was sucked towards the massive hollow and drawn inside of its mouth completely. The massive hollow groaned loudly after absorbing the fire attack and after a few moments froze solid as cracks faintly appeared on its surface. Pieces of sand shipped away to reveal parts of it had heated to glass by the raging fire Naruto had set in its belly. "Omeda, finish." Soifan ordered her lieutenant, who leapt into action, using Shunpo to place himself above the hollow's head. Butsubuse, Jijetsubori, crush, 5 formed head. The large man's Zanpakuto formed into an oversized spiked ball attached to a long chain on his hilt. He swung the chain around over his head before launching the ball at the top of the hollow's head, smashing the head and then the entire hardened body of the hollow as rough pieces. The large Shinigami lieutenant laughed boisterously as he resealed his Zanpakuto and sheathed it. "And that's how you do it. Nobility wins the day once again. Better blood, better skill." Naruto stared at Omeda along with Soifan, who had learned to tune him out a long time ago. Unluckily, Naruto hadn't. He pointed at the man who gloated to Nemu, who couldn't care less as she tried to analyze the sand that the attacking hollow had been comprised of. "If I kick him in the head, will he shut up?" Soifan's lips quirked in amusement. "If it was that easy, he'd have been shut up years ago. I can't beat it out of him, so I deal with it." Nemu had been kneeling around the pile of sand that had once been the hollow when she called Naruto and Soifan over to her. "There is something strange about this sand, Soifan Taiko. Uzumaki-san." Both of them walked over to her and she tried to explain. "I don't quite know how to place it, but the hollow you just defeated was a conscious entity representing the desert." Omeda scratched his head as he tried to put 2 and 2 together. "So, we just killed the spirit of the desert?" Nemu shook her head as she stood back up. "No, more like you just killed the guardian that was slated with defending the spirit of the desert. If it was the actual spirit of the desert, then it would have attacked us the moment we arrived. We simply stumbled upon it, meaning that we were close to the desert spirit and the guardian reacted violently." "So," Naruto said, trying to get her to finish her thought and tell them what she was alluding to. Nemu pointed down. "There's still something down there, and it's coming up to the surface now because we destroyed the guardian." Soifan sighed and prepared herself for another fight. "When you say it's coming to the surface, how long will it take to get here?" The ground suddenly exploded and a blur shot into the air, raining sand down on top of everyone, keeping them from looking up lest they find themselves blinded by the sand. 3 seconds ago," Nemu said as a dense ryotsu settled over them all. "So this is an Arankar?" Omeda wondered as he had his hand on his Zanpakuto. The feeling felt slightly similar to Hidan, as there was a specific feeling behind the ryotsu, only instead of pure bloodlust that would send another person running for the hills, this feeling was one of apathetic detachment. It made you feel as if you didn't even want to fight in the first place, as if it was in your best interest to just leave and forget about being there. Everyone opened their eyes as the sand stopped raining down and they saw a figure just standing at the top of a sand dune with his arms crossed. On his back sat a spear with a large blade that had 4 different points of varying size to make it to look something like a claw. In the distance he stood at, he looked shadowed so that his actual features couldn't be seen clearly. He finally began walking down the dune and towards the others, putting them on alarm at the resigned pace he chose to move at. From the way his power felt, he seemed to have good reason as to the way he was moving. Soifan looked over at Nemu and Omeda. Those two won't be any good in this battle. It's going to have to be me or Uzumaki. Both of us would be better since Uzumaki doesn't seem to be that adverse to working as a team to fight. The figure spoke as the sand began to blow in the wind around him. Who are you and why have you disturbed my slumber? The person asked in a calm, yet somewhat ragged-sounding voice that made Naruto's ears twitch. There's no time to mess around with this one, Soifan said as she grabbed her Zanpakuto, Jinteki Shikuset. She was stopped from releasing her Shikai by Naruto grabbing her right arm. Uzumaki, what are you? Just wait, he said as he started walking forward into the gusty sandstorm. There's no way, but that voice, it can't be someone else. No one else talks like that. He found the figure in the sandstorm and walked towards him only to freeze once he got within range to actually see him. Holy crap, Gaara? Naruto said in shock and awe, his eyes wide in surprise. The sandstorm died down, revealing the figure to the rest of the Shinigami. A man the same height as Naruto with spiky red hair that reached his neck stared back at him with light green eyes that had no real pupils. He had no eyebrows and black rings were around his eyes. On the left side of his forehead sat a kanji for love, but it was white and in bone. The man blinked a few times with no actual expression on his face even as he spoke curiously. Uzumaki Naruto? XXX. Meanwhile, Las Noches, Aizen-sama. An Arrancar with a bull-shaped skull over his head kneeled in front of Aizen, who was sitting at his throne. In the desert, the hollow Runaganga has been destroyed. Aizen smiled at the Arrancar. So it seems Rudobun. Do you have a plan of action you would like to take? Rudobun stood up, still posturing submissively to Aizen. Allow me to dispatch the Exekias to deal with these pests for you, Aizen-sama. There is no need to waste the Espada on the fools that have dared to intrude on this land. Very well, Aizen said, gesturing to him to do as he wished. I'm putting this in your hands, Rudobun. Don't disappoint me. Once again. Rudobun bowed to Aizen and left the room. Ichimaru Jin appeared from a corner of the room with his usual smirk on his face. You know, the Exekias are only good for one thing, Aizen-san. What are ya thinking sending them out like that? It's just a waste of time to me. For us and them. They wouldn't have sent weaklings for this kinda thing, ya, no. Aizen just chuckled. I know that, Jin. You and I both know that the Exekias are utterly expendable. The most expendable portion of my forces. But they will serve a purpose. I will be able to see how the Seireti are prepared to handle just a taste of my army. It should also provide some misdirection and make them think that is the extent of my Arrancar army's power. XXX. Karakura Town. Kurosaki Home. Clinic. Yeah, I'm coming. Ichigo yelled from the living room of his house as the doorbell rang. Due to the fact that his father Ishin and little sister Yuzu were busy with the clinic and his other little sister Karen was out playing sports with her friends, he was the designated getter of the actual door to their home. It didn't bother him though. Rest was more than fine. The Soul Society had provided more than enough activity for his summer vacation twice over and then some. He opened the door to find a childhood friend of his standing there with her arms crossed over her chest. Tatsuki. What's up? You should have called or something before coming over. Tatsuki sighed and looked into Ichigo's face. Yeah, well, I'm not here to hang out or ask you for anything. I just came to talk for a moment. Sure. Ichigo said, wondering what she had to talk about. Then again, he had been gone all summer, so she couldn't talk to him about anything while he had been gone. Go ahead, do you want to come in? Tatsuki shook her head and rubbed her arm before she began to talk. I know, about what you and Orihime actually did this summer. She noticed him flinch and then break into a slight sweat at having his secret possibly exposed. It's okay. I'm not dumb enough to actually say anything about it out loud for the world to know. Naruto told me that much at least. Ichigo's panic dropped when he heard Tatsuki use the name of the weird blonde guy that helped him save Rukia. Wait, Naruto? You know that guy? How? Apparently, Tatsuki said before a smile came to her face, he's going to be my new trainer, and I can't wait. The guy is seriously strong. I don't think anyone at my dojo could lay a finger on him if he didn't want them to. Ichigo blinked a few times. So why would he train you? He asked, slightly bewildered before he noticed Tatsuki start to get mad. No offense, but I've seen what the guy can do. I don't think you'll be pulling any of that stuff for a long time if ever. Trust me. I don't think a regular person can get that strong. He felt comfortable saying that because there wasn't anything normal about Naruto in the least. Tatsuki's angry face turned to a toothy grin. It's a good thing I'm not exactly normal then, isn't it? Before Ichigo could dispute anything she was saying, she pointed directly in his face. I can see spirits, Ichigo, and apparently I have some power in me called chakra that Naruto said he can work with. You and Orihime have been keeping secrets from me and fighting. Well, now I'm directly involved, so next time don't hesitate to ask me for help if you need it. Help? Ichigo said, not really understanding it. Tatsuki, what could you do to help me out? She stood frozen before rubbing the back of her neck sheepishly. Right now, I guess nothing. Just give me some time and you'll see though. Tatsuki turned and began to walk away. That's all I wanted, Ichigo. But there's one more thing. Naruto said he wanted to talk to you, but there's no real hurry. He just said he'd see you next week. Later, she said as she waved and left the premises. Ichigo watched her leave, shaking his head as he walked back inside and shut the door behind him. Man, and I thought the weirdness would stop after I came back from the Soul Society. XXX. With Naruto and Shinigami, Hueco Mundo. As the Shinigami that had come with Naruto ran to his side as the sandstorm faded, both Naruto and Gaara spoke at the same time. What are you doing here? Naruto followed up and laid out his questions first. Gaara, what are you doing here? How are you still alive? It's been thousands of years. And how did you end up being an Arrancar or even a hollow in the first place? Gaara raised an eyebrow. I'm here because I died Uzumaki. Do you have any questions that aren't simple? He smirked when he saw Naruto get a tick mark on his head, but has it really been thousands of years? Around 2000. Naruto said, surprised at seeing his old friend there. Gaara was dressed in a white-colored robe that covered all of his arms and legs with what looked to be a long beige scarf around his neck. What happened to you? Gaara looked at Naruto for about 30 seconds before speaking. I failed, Naruto. I wasn't able to keep Madara away from you and you wound up getting the Kyuubi extracted from you. Sasuke killed me when I attempted to get you out. Naruto put a hand on Gaara's shoulder. Sakura-chan resurrected me. I'm sorry, Gaara. It was my fault that all of that happened. We won though. It may have taken me a few years after that to get everything together, but we did it. Madara was stopped. He then took a good look at Gaara's face and noticed that he really didn't look any different from when he was alive. Gaara, what happened? The grief of failing you and everyone else turned me into a hollow. Gaara said sadly. I didn't roam for long before I became sick of my existence as a hollow and pulled my mask off. I then used the sands of this desert to hide myself away, from the hollow Baragon in particular. The ruler of Hueco Mundo wanted me to join his army and I chose not to. I have been at one with the sand ever since that day. Soi Fan spoke to the strangely docile hollow. She would have tried to finish it by now, but Naruto seemed to know him from years in the past and he wouldn't take too kindly to that if she did. He would probably violently lash out and possibly leave her there. But what of the massive hollow that attacked us? It was under your control, wasn't it? Runaganga was my avatar as I slumbered that manifested from my power. Gaara explained. I was aware of my surroundings in a loosely dreamlike state as he roamed under the sands, ever moving and keeping me safe from discovery or harm. He looked at his hands. My power must have grown while I was asleep. I do not remember feeling this strong when I was last awake. Naruto shook his head with a smile on his face. This is so great, now you can come back with me. Naruto shouted as he grabbed Gaara in a massive hug. Yeah. Gaara blinked and tried to struggle his way out of his old friend's grasp. Please let go of me, Naruto. Naruto did as instructed. And how can I come with you? If I were to go to the human world, then the Shinigami would attempt to exterminate me, even if I were to just try and exist there. Naruto turned around to Soifan and the others. You guys wouldn't do anything stupid like try to kill Gaara, would you? He asked with a dangerous gleam in his eye that only seemed to visibly shake Omeda. Soifan scoffed and looked away from him. If he is to join your team like the other one, then he's your responsibility. Keeping him under watch is your job. Gaara shook his head. I have and would never attack a living soul. I had enough of that when I was alive. I simply slumbered while I was here to keep from fighting Baragon and dealing with the other aggressive hollows in Hueco Mundo. I had enough of killing them to keep them away. Naruto didn't want to just leave Gaara in Hueco Mundo. If they found him, then someone else could do so now that the thing that kept him safe and hidden was destroyed. Come on, Gaara. I could use the company. Being immortal kind of sucks. Gaara cocked a non-existent eyebrow. It's a long story. Very well. Gaara said, surprising a lot of them by smiling at Naruto. I will go with you. It would be nice to spend time with a friend again, and there is no separation of villages to keep us from communicating in this time either. Naruto happily extended his hand and Gaara wasted no time in shaking it. I do have to ask what you are doing here though. Naruto sighed. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Nemu blinked and walked up to Naruto, staying behind him to keep herself out of Gaara's line of attack just in case. Is it really wise to trust this Arrancar Uzumaki-san? He could be trying to fool you and sneak attack us. He could be an agent of Aizen Sosuke like the other Arrancar you came across. Gaara looked at the girl standing behind Naruto and then at the other Shinigami around him. I see time hasn't made you any less busy. Naruto shrugged. Got to fight the still life somehow, Gaara. The world didn't just settle into peace, I'm sorry to say. Right now it's in more trouble than ever, and the trouble is centered around here in Hueco Mundo. Shaking his head, Gaara crossed his arms once more. I am sorry, Naruto. I know nothing of this world. If you truly say that it is 2,000 years since my death, I am unable to assist you in this scope. Naruto nodded to his old friend and turned back to Soifan. So do we keep going? Yes. Soifan said, feeling the former tension when Gaara revealed himself having fully faded from the scene beforehand. We still have nothing of actual substance to take back with us. If this Gaara isn't an Arrancar in Aizen's army, then we still have no clue as to what they are capable of, their actual numbers, their strength. We have nothing. I will go with you, Gaara said, putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. It would be good to catch up with an old friend, and I believe I could be of some help to you in some way. Just one moment. Gaara kneeled down and buried his hand completely in the sand. Omeda raised an eyebrow at Gaara when he shut his eyes and looked towards Naruto. What's he doing? Naruto kept his eyes on his friend as he continued to do what it was he had been trying when it finally hit him. Gaara can probably sense anything in the sand. The way that I can sense life and power easily in Sage mode. Gaara can probably do that anytime he's in contact with sand in Hueco Mundo. Or maybe anytime he's around sand in general. Nemu's eyes actually widened in surprise at that fact. From what I can deduce, all of Hueco Mundo is covered in sand. So if you are correct, Gaara-san can potentially sense anything in Hueco Mundo if he knew what to look for. Gaara's eyes snapped open. You are supposed to be the only Shinigami in this realm, correct? He asked Soifan due to her wearing the captain's haori and looking like she was in charge of the others. We're searching for the location of a trio of rogue Shinigami. She responded to him in kind. The former captain of the 5th Division Aizen Sosuke has conspired with 2 other captains to attempt to destroy the Seirei. She noticed Gaara giving her a blank look, but could tell that he was lost. Do you know what that is? He shook his head. I thought as much. Just as clueless as Uzumaki. Gaara ignored the crack at him and his fellow former shinobi. I can sense a Shinigami's Riryoku. However, it is very far from here and mixed in with other powerful signatures that surround it. He pointed in a direction, that way. It feels far enough to take a few days to get to. Naruto grunted and kicked at the sand softly. Fuck. To hell with it, let's keep going. He said as Gaara stood up from sensing his way around. Think you can keep up, Gaara? You never were the fastest back in the day. Gaara just stared at Naruto until disappearing, a low booming noise erupting from where he had been standing moments before. He reappeared a short distance away with his arms crossed. Are you all coming? Naruto chuckled and began to follow until he was grabbed on the arm by Soifan, who then spoke to him. Do not stay my blade again, Uzumaki. It doesn't matter that he used to be your friend in his past life. Here he is a hollow. A monster that survives off of devouring the souls of others. The next time you do anything like that, you will be defending yourself instead of them. Naruto just leered at her with no amount of care in his gaze that he usually looked at her with. Wrong or right isn't black or white. Just because Gaara is an Arrancar doesn't make him evil. He jerked his arm out of her grip. I've met humans more evil, even a Shinigami more evil than most hollows. Most of them operate off of instinct, and the ones that are aware have the same ability that any human or soul has for good or evil. It's just lucky that I have no standing orders to kill hollows on sight, Soifan said, looking away from Naruto's eyes, which seemed to steal over once they locked with hers. She couldn't find herself able to meet that stare. For some reason it made her feel weak. She was a damn captain of the Gotei 13. Who was he to make her feel this way for no reason? You need to relax sometimes, I swear. I'm going to make sure you chill out a bit before you leave Karakura town. Naruto then began walking after Gaara and the two lieutenants up ahead before adding something on the end. Don't seriously threaten me again, Juabachi. Usually when you chase me it's fun. I like you a lot, and I'll keep thinking of you like that until you do something like attack my friends. I wouldn't have stopped you for no reason. She stared at his back until returning her features to normal and walking along at her usual reserved gait. Whatever, Uzumaki. We still have work to do. XXX. Karakura town. Tatsuki and Orihime walked with Yoruichi through the base that Naruto still had to have his clone's outfit to look like a legitimate publishing company. The second in command of the whole operation was currently walking around with a clipboard taking notes on what needed to be done when he and the others got back from Hueco Mundo. Sorry Tatsuki, he's not here. She turned back towards the girl in question. He said he'd train you next week. I'm sure he'd like that you're eager, but Naruto didn't just throw out a random time frame to start. Well, that sucks, Tatsuki muttered lowly. Now I'm all excited and I've got nothing to do for a whole week. She wasn't looking where she was going and bumped into someone. Hey! She looked up to find the guy that Naruto said was his assistant glaring down at her. Hidan stared at Tatsuki for a long while, making her feel slightly uncomfortable as there was just something about the guy that didn't feel normal. Eventually he grunted and turned to Yoruichi. This is the girl that Uzumaki brat said he was going to train. Yoruichi smiled at the usually hostile Arrancar in hiding. Yes Hidan, this is Tatsuki. You know Orihime by now since she was here yesterday too. She's thinking about helping us out as well, so be nice. I don't do nice, Hidan said. I do kill and don't kill. Yoruichi gave him a dry look as the two younger girls recoiled at his somewhat serious tone at how he said that. Isn't he just lovely? She asked sarcastically before thinking of something. Wait, Hidan, you were a shinobi like Naruto was, weren't you? Hidan gave her an offended look. You say it like neither of us are anymore. You let Uzumaki brat hear you say that and he's going to tear that pretty little ass of yours up. He ignored her spike in Ryotsu. Whether it was for his language or vulgar content of conversation, he didn't care. We're different in how we fight, but at some point we were trained almost the same way. I can see what she's got at the very least. So, basement? Yoruichi said, pointing down with a raised eyebrow. Basement. Hidan confirmed, turning back around and heading back from where he had just come from. Yoruichi led the girls downstairs, following Hidan, who was muttering about having to turn and go back downstairs after he had just gotten through training his other powers. Once they got there, Tatsuki gawked at the sheer size of the place. How is this under a building? Orihime brightly informed her. Mr. Urahara is really good at making these places. He has one under his shop too. Hidan was standing out in the middle of an open area waiting impatiently. Is she going to get over here or what? I don't have all day, you know, I'm hungry. Yoruichi rolled her eyes and turned to Tatsuki. Go ahead. Don't worry, he won't do anything too bad, and you wanted to train anyway, didn't you? I didn't even bring my GI. Tatsuki said indignantly as she walked out to face Hidan, who scoffed. A GI? He gestured to himself wearing his street clothes. Do I look like I'm wearing anything like that? You should know that you're not going to be in a GI for an actual fight, so suck it up, Missy. He spread his arms wide and tilted his head to the side. Okay, go ahead. What? Tatsuki said in disbelief. She had already been in her fighting stance, ready to go at this point. Go ahead. Hidan repeated, still standing wide open for attack. Give me your best shot, your very best shot. Don't hold back at all. Hit me like I'm a heavy bag. Tatsuki looked back at Yoruichi and Orihime. Getting a nod out of Yoruichi. Oi. What the fuck are you looking at her for? Do you need permission to throw a goddamn punch? Hit me already, bitch? Tatsuki growled at Hidan and ran directly towards him. He wants my best shot. Let's see how you like this then, you prick. She let out a loud yell of exertion and delivered a textbook straight right hand right to Hidan's face. The hit sent him sliding back across the ground, but to her surprise he never fell or stumbled back even a step. What? That should have broken your jaw. Who said it didn't? Hidan said, slightly mumbling. An angry red mark appeared on his face where Tatsuki hit him as he started walking back towards her. That was a pretty good shot. You injured my jaw, but Uzumaki would have snapped my neck if he had a clean shot like that one. What? Tatsuki took a step back as Hidan seemed to walk back towards her as if nothing had just happened. Snap your neck? And you're not dead? Hidan smirked and chuckled darkly. You can't kill this body with physical damage. I'm pretty much immortal if you didn't know. He saw Tatsuki's jaw drop. Uzumaki Brad told you about the hollows and Shinigami and all of that, right? He didn't tell you jack about either of us though. No way. That can't be true, Tatsuki said defiantly. Yoruichi sighed and covered Orihime's eyes with her hands. Yeah, you're not going to want to see this next part. Hidan grabbed the cylinder around his neck and extended the spike. Tatsuki bristled, thinking he was going to attack her with it, but recoiled in horror when Hidan drove it directly into his chest. What the hell? Are you insane? Yes, but that's not what you should have been paying attention to, Hidan said, pulling the spike out of his chest and letting it recede back into the cylinder. So you can pretty much beat on me as much as you want. My spirit body is way more durable than this one, but in this body you couldn't kill me with any weapon you could possibly get your hands on. He walked towards her and found that she was shaking slightly, putting a frown on his face. No more of that. If you're afraid of just that, then you might as well quit now. No one's even done anything to you yet. Tatsuki swallowed a nervous lump in her throat and nodded. Hidan stepped back from her a few feet and stood across from her. So I'll guess that you at least know how to generate your own chakra. I would have at least told you how to do that much before leaving to run around Hueco Mundo raising hell. Bastard won't let me go. He saw Tatsuki make the ram seal that Naruto taught her and allow her chakra to build. Good. Orihime called out across the field to both of them. Mr. Hidan, do you want me to heal your face? He looked up at Orihime and watched her shiver slightly at the expression on his face. No, I'm fine. Nothing like a little pain to let you know you're alive. I'll have to settle with my own, since if I used the jutsu I want to use on Uzumaki Brat's protege before he ever even got to her, he'd tear me apart and scatter me to the four corners of the planet. Yoruichi smirked over from the sidelines. So are you going to teach her anything? A grin came to Hidan's face as he looked at Tatsuki, and she felt as if she needed to get out of there fast or she might wind up paying for it. So what do you humans know of the almighty Jashin-sama? If you believe in him as I do faithfully, you may be granted with. He was shut up when he found a boulder chucked at him by Yoruichi that smashed into him. Not that, Yoruichi growled out threateningly as she walked over and escorted Tatsuki away from Hidan. I guess you'll just have to wait until Naruto gets back to learn any of his tricks, Tatsuki. Orihime looked over at Hidan worriedly to see him sputtering with the boulder covering his torso. Is he going to be okay? Yoruichi shrugged and led Tatsuki back upstairs. Instead of directly following, Orihime ran over to the boulder Hidan was under. Kneeling by him, "Are you alright?" Hidan held up a shaky thumbs up. "Immortal," he choked out before coughing again. "But could you get the rock off of me? My legs don't seem to be working right now." Orihime nodded and stood back. "Okay, Mr. Hidan, 1 second. Koden Zanshin, solitary sacred cutting shield." One of the petals on Orihime's hairclip transformed into a flash of light that hit the boulder and pulverized it, freeing Hidan. Orihime ran over and kneeled over his injured body once more. "Hold on for just one more moment. Soden Kishun, twin sacred return shield." Hidan watched in surprise as 2 of the flowers on her hairclip this time went to the opposite ends of his body and engulfed him in a barrier that began to heal him. Hidan looked up and met Orihime's eyes. "Okay, after seeing that, I'm with Uzumaki brat, and I'm not stark raving mad when I'm saying this. I think it would be fucking awesome if you were on the squad." Orihime just smiled as she continued to heal his body. "Maybe." XXX. One day later, with Naruto, Hueco Mundo. The expedition group comprised of Soifan, Omeda, Nemu, and Naruto followed Gaara as they continued to move through the desert of Hueco Mundo. Despite cutting a swift pace across the landscape, nothing seemed to ever change in appearance, letting them know just how vast the place was. No one had let out any complaints, even Omeda, lest he suffer his captain's wrath at making her squad look weak out in the field. But even Soifan and Naruto's patience had begun to wear thin. It had been nothing but running and momentary rest for the night, followed by more running the next day. They hadn't even run across any more hollows all the while. "Gaara-san," Nemu said, getting the redhead's attention, "can you tell me what of all of the hollows in Hueco Mundo? Surely there have to be some around somewhere." Gaara answered her, "As I'm sure Naruto told you before, most of the notable hollows, what you refer to as Manos class, reside underground. Weaker hollows normally do not come out and roam the deserts for risk of being devoured by those more powerful than themselves. They instead head to the human world for what they perceive to be easy prey. Most hollows simply hide and exist on their own, waiting until they are provoked or are driven to a great enough feeling of emptiness to hunt about or, as I said, head to the human world." Soifan focused and began to scan around for anything close before narrowing her eyes. "Something is coming this way." "Is it strong?" Naruto asked her, getting a shake of the head in response. "Oh well, play it safe." "Ambush?" Soifan nodded and Naruto grabbed her, surprising her as he made hand seals before she could even complain. "Close your eyes." Doden. Mogaragakure no Jutsu. Earth release. Hiding like a mole jutsu. Naruto and Soifan then vanished underground beneath the sand. Gaara looked over at Nemu and Omeda and drew his spear. "Take a breath," he said before stabbing it into the ground and causing a small whirlpool of sand that sucked them all in, hiding them underneath as well. After a moment of no motion in the area from any of the people hidden underground, a pair of figures chasing another smaller, cloaked person across the sands came running over the area, followed by a large eel-like hollow. One of the two had a large body with a yellow bodysuit covered in polka dots as clothing. They also had a very large head, almost the size of their body, that was covered in a mask that resembled a tiki mask. The other of the two chasing after the smaller figure was rather skinny with an insect-like mask on its face complete with mandibles and horns. The right eye was covered with a purple veil. This one had a purple body but the torso was covered by white armor as well as a purple loincloth. The hollow hole was positioned on the belly slightly under the armor. Just as they kept running, a pair of hands shot up from the sand, grabbing the two pursuing figures by their ankles and holding them in place. "Huh?" they both said just as Soifan jumped out of the sand and smashed them both with hard kicks that sent them flying. The large eel-like hollow stopped in its tracks when a large hand of sand grabbed it around the body and hoisted it up into the air. Gaara then revealed himself from underneath the ground, followed by Nemu and Omeda, who sputtered and spit out sand. What? Do I look like I breathe sand? Nemu simply dusted herself off. Gaara-san instructed you to take a breath before going under. Soi Fan shoved her arm into the sand where Naruto's hands had been sticking out from and pulled up sharply, lifting Naruto up from the sand by his throat with one arm with an angry look on her face while she shook him repeatedly. I didn't need you to drag me under the sand. I could have hidden myself without you, Uzumaki. Naruto got her to release him and brushed the sand off of his sage coat. Where else could you have possibly hidden? He asked her rhetorically before turning to the giant sand hand holding the large hollow up. Gaara, could you go ahead and finish up so we can keep going? No. The small cloaked figure that had been chased yelled out, getting everyone's attention. Why did you beat up my brothers? The little figure pulled down the hood of the cloak to reveal a little girl with blue-green hair and hazel eyes. A crimson line stretched horizontally across her face under her eyes and a scar came down her forehead to her nose. However, her most noticeable trait was the skull mask on top of her head that had a crack in it and was missing teeth. Naruto walked over to the little girl and kneeled down. But weren't they chasing after you? She nodded happily. Yep, it's eternal pursuit. It's a game, she said with a lisp. Naruto's face faulted into the sand and Soi Fan palmed her face. Okay. Let's just get a move on. Soi Fan said, done with the whole situation. This is obviously another Arrancar that has nothing to do with Aizen's army at all. We're getting nothing out of this. Just wait, Naruto said, urging her to hold on for a moment before he put a hand on the little Arrancar's head. What are you doing out here all by yourself? He couldn't sense much power from her at all. Nell isn't alone. The little girl said as the other two that Soi Fan had kicked away earlier made their way back over rapidly, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Nell has her brothers Dondoshaka and Peshi. The two other Arrancar stopped at Nell's side, panting heavily at running all the way back as fast as they could. Soi Fan's eye twitched at seeing them just get right back up from her attacks. They got up from that. Damn limiter. Why did Yamamoto Sotaichu put a soul limiter on us? Even if we were staying in the human world we would eventually have to come to Hueco Mundo. Naruto did a double take as he turned to her. You still have that on? Why the fuck didn't you tell me that before we got here? I thought you'd gotten it taken off before we left the base. There's nothing we can do about it without good reason to have it removed. Soi Fan explained to Naruto, who didn't like the news that he had taken a handicapped crew into the Hornet's Nest. It's protocol for all lieutenant and captain level Shinigami. Okay, Naruto said, holding the bridge of his nose, and that's as far as we're going on this little trip into Hueco Mundo. He said with finality, Yamamoto Gigi better get his shit together, sending you guys in without full power. Why leave? The skinny Arrancar, Peshi said, if you go anywhere else you could run into Shinigami or something like that. Nemu blinked, keeping her dulcet expression on her face. We are Shinigami. I'm not. Gaara said, finally allowing his large hand made of sand to put the eel hollow down. I'm an Arrancar. I'm not either. Naruto said as well. I'm a human, sage, immortal. He noticed everyone looking at him. Yes, I introduce myself like that all the time. You got a problem with it? The larger Arrancar, Dondoshaka, started backing away with Nell and Peshi. What are Shinigami doing here? Are you going to try to kill us? Gaara walked forward towards them. That won't happen. Yeah. Naruto said, agreeing with his monotone-speaking old friend. I don't attack things based purely on what they are. I'm a sage, and all forms of life are precious to me. Even forms of life that are created after death. He made his way over to Nell again, making sure they all knew he meant no harm. How does a hollow end up with brothers anyway? Dondoshaka picked Nell up and held her out. Well, we found her just out here in the desert one day and we decided we couldn't just leave her out here like that. So we decided to take Nell with us and make her our sister. Omeda just stood back picking his nose while this was happening. Man, Hueco Mundo is a weird place. I'm definitely staying away from here in the future. The place is ugly and bland, not anything befitting a noble. Nemu just ignored him to keep trying to obtain any data she could on Hueco Mundo until she stopped and turned in a direction, just staring. Something is coming. Hearing the usually silent lieutenant speak up in warning, all of the others snapped into action. Gaara kneeled down and tried sensing the immediate area. She is right. There are multiple signatures coming this way. Dangerous? Naruto asked, ready for another fight to clear the area so that he could summon the Gadu and take them all home. An angry scoff came from Soifan. We wasted our ambush on those weaklings. Gaara didn't say anything and drew his strange spear once again before stabbing it into the ground. The sand quaked for a moment before in the distance a blast fired dozens of figures into the air. In the sky, they righted themselves and landed nearby the expedition team. Each of the figures wore white uniforms and had human-shaped skulls as heads. Without even saying a word, they all drew their swords threateningly at the others. Naruto and Soifan just gave them all deadpan looks before using their speed techniques to disappear from sight. In a matter of seconds, a large number of the attacking force had been battered, smashed and beaten away with just their bare hands. Soifan and Naruto reappeared after disposing of a good chunk of the enemy. These enemies barely have enough Ryotsu to qualify for potential positions as seated officers. And I'm being polite about gauging their chances for even that, Soifan said, disgusted at being confronted by such weak foes. Even at not even 30% of her power, she was more than enough to handle this alone. Right then, Naruto said, reaching into a pocket of his sage coat to retrieve the hilt of the Raijin no Ken. So why are we wasting time just talking about it? He tilted his head to acknowledge even Omeda getting in on some of the action, fighting off more than a few of the strange Arrancar enemies without even using his Shikai. I bet I get more than you do. Soifan's eyes let off a shine at the challenge. If I win, you can never see Yoruichi-sama in a familiar manner again. Naruto shrugged, sure, and I'll tell you my terms after I win. Now, with that, they both headed into the fray of fighting their strange foes once more. Naruto simply headed right in and cut them down with the Raijin no Ken. Soifan went around the outside of the force, taking out whatever stragglers weren't involved enough in the fighting to place her in the path of Naruto's onslaught. Nemu just sat back trying to examine the corpses of the fallen skull Arrancar that she could find, only paying attention to the battle for a moment to smash one of them that tried to sneak up on her with a brutally efficient kick to the head. Meanwhile, Gaara just stood back observing and keeping Nel, Pesci, Dondoshaka, and their large eel hollow safe from where he was. Who was it that dispatched these soldiers to attack? He wondered. They came from the direction that I sensed the misplaced Shinigami's powers in. Before he could think too much on it, the battle was over as the formerly embattled team members walked back over. Soifan had a frown on her face, Omeda had a look of amazement on his, and Naruto had a grin on his face all the while he was swinging the Raijin no Ken around like a toy. Kami. I love this thing. He looked down at Soifan and put a hand on her shoulder. Don't fuck with the Jedi Master love. He then heaved out a grunt as he found Soifan's foot in his stomach. Just take us back already, since you're not going to take us any further. I have to report, Soifan said, taking her foot out of Naruto's torso and walking in front of him. Naruto rubbed his belly where he was kicked as he looked over at Nemu carrying one of the dead Arrancar towards them. You ready to go, Nemu-chan? She nodded, satisfied at actually getting a test subject to take back with her. Naruto began making a long chain of hand seals before smashing his hand against the ground, his eyes flickering with the Rinnegan for just a moment. Gadu, outer path. The disembodied demonic head sprang from the ground and once again grabbed everyone to swallow them up before receding back, leaving the desert empty except the bodies of the deceased littering the sands. XXX. Karakura Town, Naruto's base. The portal reformed in the air and spat them all out high above the ground of the training room. Naruto, Gaara, and Omeda all fell to the ground in a heap, with Naruto immediately jumping to his feet after his fall and glaring at the disappearing Gadu as Nemu and Soifan dropped to the ground safely. I think that stupid thing is sexist or something. This is the fourth time that piece of shit spat me out like that. He turned towards a groaning Omeda. You okay, big man? The large lieutenant rolled over and sat up. I'm fine. Luckily my neck broke my fall. Gaara got up off of the ground glaring at Naruto. I could have formed my own way to this plane, Naruto. Naruto sneered at Gaara, who he could guess was scolding him for flagrant use of Gadu. Well, next time cut us a garganta yourself so that I don't have to hear you complain. Soifan and Nemu had taken the time provided to go back to their Gigai and were about to leave when Naruto called out to them. Wait a minute, Juabachi, you lost the bet. Soifan turned around abruptly to see Naruto smirking at her. I wasn't even at 100%. You can't count that. Naruto chuckled. I can, because you accepted and actually made terms to the bet. Now I want to tell you what I'm getting out of winning, so get over here. Soifan glared at him until he made a gesture telling her to go over to him. I can say it out loud. I just thought you'd want to save some face in front of your lieutenant. She narrowed her eyes at him but walked over nonetheless. Standing by Naruto, he whispered in her ear, and whatever he told her got her to widen her eyes and shake her head slowly. You have to do it. He said before she could dispute anything. You need to take a break anyway. If anything, I'm doing you a favor. When? Soifan growled out, wanting to jump out of her Gigai again and possibly kick him in the head. Tonight. Naruto answered calmly. If you really don't want to do it, we should just get it out of the way as soon as we can, but you aren't getting out of this one. Soifan turned away with a huff and walked away with a blush on her face. Grr. I'm going to kill that man one of these days, I swear. Wow, so this is the human world, eh? That voice not only stopped Soifan in her tracks, but got everyone else in the room to come to an abrupt stop as well. Everyone hurried over to a different area of the room and found the three Arrancar that they thought they had left in the desert, Nell, Pesci, and Dondoshaka, sitting around looking at the landscape of the room. It looks like Hueco Mundo but with rocks. The skinny Arrancar, Pesci said. Naruto palmed his face while the others all looked at him strangely. I swear, I didn't do that on purpose, he said when he felt Soifan and Gaara glaring at him. The fucking Gadu hates me. XXX. Hueco Mundo, Las Noches. Aizen walked through the halls of Las Noches, flanked by Ichimaru and Tusen Kanami. I believe I've let them get enough of a chance to scout my territory. However, this won't be the battlefield as they anticipated to be. I believe it's about time I run some general reconnaissance of my own. Rudobun and his exequias failed, Tusen said rather distastefully at the turn of events. Jin simply kept his usual closed-eye smirk on his face as he spoke next. Did you really expect them to? We didn't send that many of them for them to even stand a chance against anyone the Gotei 13 would think would be worth sending. That was just cannon fodder. Jin is right, Aizen said to Tusen. Only any Arrancar with any substance or actual skill and power will be of any use in the coming battle. Rudobone's troops are only needed for one thing: an open battle against seated officers is not what that thing is. Despite what most would perceive as a setback, Aizen never stopped smiling. I think a show of force is called for. Don't you agree? A message to be sent to the enemy of just what resisting will get them in the end. Naruto and his contingent had returned late in the evening, and due to the terms of his bet with 2nd Division Captain and Executive of the Onmitsukido, Soifan, Naruto was not around for debriefing, and by debriefing it would have been more akin to Yoruichi grilling Naruto on what had happened and why he had come back with not 1, not 2, not even 3, but 4 more Arrancar. What the hell was this place? A rent-free boarding house. Thus, when morning came and Yoruichi found her way downstairs where she saw Naruto sitting and eating a bowl of ramen across from Gaara, she decided to get to the bottom of things right then. Walking over to them both, she saw Naruto wearing a school uniform and that the quiet red-haired Arrancar she had been introduced to last night was wearing gray jeans and a short-sleeved burgundy shirt as he watched Naruto eat. Some things just never change, he said to Yoruichi as she walked in amid Naruto's ravenous decimation of his morning treat. Yoruichi sat down between the two of them and crossed her legs as she waited for Naruto to finish, which took about 12 more seconds after she sat down, broth and all. She raised an eyebrow as she saw him wipe his mouth of any leftover residue from his meal. So did you just hold your breath for the minute plus that I saw you eating for, or what? Actually, never mind. I just want to know why you brought back so many extras with you. Naruto blinked. The only one I meant to bring back with me was Gaara. Speaking of the others, what did you do with them after I left with Soifon last night for our bet? Yoruichi sighed and shook her head, waving her ponytail back and forth. Well, telling them I was a Shinigami and then telling them to come with me didn't play out too well, so I left them down in the training field. They should be fine down there for one night, especially if they don't want to leave. She then pointed over at Gaara. Is he an Ikigai? Naruto nodded. What, did you get up extra early and go get him one? Naruto scoffed. Get up early? Gaara never slept, he's an insomniac. I am not an insomniac, Naruto. Gaara said in his dry tone that Yoruichi figured she would have to get accustomed to as his regular voice. That left me once I reached the grave. I was just asleep for thousands of years. Do you really think that the first thing that I want to do after waking up is sleep again? Good point. Naruto said, but still, you didn't have to keep me awake with you just because you didn't want to sleep. I wanted to dream my sweet dreams, damn it. I had a good night last night, he said with a rather stupid grin on his face. Yoruichi smirked over at him before resting her chin on her hand. So did you have a good time with my little bee Naruto? Naruto chuckled and leaned back in his chair. It took a good 2 hours to get her to loosen up, but after that I think I was able to get her to enjoy herself. She's way nicer to me when she knows that nobody else is watching us. I knew you could get her to like you, Yoruichi insisted, grabbing a hold of Naruto's cheek. Naruto let her pull on his cheek for a second before whipping his head around to get her off, still smiling. What are you talking about? I always knew I'd get on Juibachi's good side. Before or after she tried to chase you across the Soul Society and stab you? Yoruichi quipped in enjoyment. After. Naruto said, not rising to the joke. Ah. Yoruichi stood up and walked behind Naruto, wrapping her arms around his neck and hugging the back of his head against her chest tightly. It's so cute. My big high school boy on his first big date the day before the school year starts. Even Gaara had an amused look on his face at the scene in Yoruichi's dialogue. Naruto's face didn't hold any embarrassment or emotion over Yoruichi's teasing as she continued to hug his head. This doesn't bother me at all. I just want to know one thing and I want you to answer me honestly, Yoruichi-chan. Does that make you hot? Because if it does, I can leave a clone for you to play with and everything. He smirked when she stopped holding onto his head and looked over at Gaara. You see, Gaara? That's how you get a girl to stop teasing you. Tease her harder right back. Gaara nodded. I see. Well, that's good to know. Naruto then stood up and stood in front of Gaara looking down at him expectantly. What? Don't, what, me? Naruto said to Gaara with an evil grin on his face. You don't know the first thing about living in this time. And what better place to throw you into the deep end of the pool, so to speak, than to make you go to school to suffer like I'll suffer? I enrolled you this morning while Urahara was giving you your Gigai. He reached down to grab Gaara when a wave of sand blocked his hand. You can still do that in your Gigai? Cool. The sand then grabbed a hold of his entire arm. Wait, I mean not cool, Gaara. Yes, cool. Gaara deadpanned as he made his sand throw Naruto across the table, sending his empty ramen bowl flying along with him into the kitchen. You see, Yoruichi-san, that's how you get Naruto to leave you alone. Just throw him around a bit. I already knew that, Gaara. Yoruichi said with a smile. Thank you though. But Naruto is right, you should go to school. He can cover for you. But you really do need to know how this world works if you're going to live here and work with us. Naruto stomped back out of the kitchen and stopped in front of Gaara, staring at him with a twitching eye. Rule number 1. I'm number 1. Rule number 2. Don't do that shit in public, ever, seriously. If someone goes to touch you and an arm of sand bitch slaps them across the face, that will bring up a lot of explaining that I don't want to have to deal with BSing my way out of. No jutsu or sand in public. Gaara looked over at Yoruichi and got a nod from her, telling him that Naruto was telling the truth. Fine then. No jutsu or sand in public. And I will go with you to this school. Even though I already had to go through the academy in our time. I know, right? Naruto added on with a sigh in full agreement before waving his hand dismissively. Go get changed into the uniform in your room so we can get the hell out of here. I've got too much stuff to do today to be late. Gaara nodded and headed upstairs to the room gifted to him by Yoruichi the previous night, leaving Naruto and Yoruichi alone. Naruto turned around to head off and get more ramen when he felt Yoruichi grab a hold of his arm, getting him to look at her. She looked right back up at him with a gleam in her golden eyes. Would you leave a clone like you suggested? Naruto stared at her for a moment before looking up at the ceiling as if he could see through to Gaara's room. He looked down back at her with a similar spark in his eye. School starts in 45 minutes. I can get Gaara there in 5. Fuck making a clone, I'll do it myself, he said, getting a grin out of Yoruichi as he picked her up and ran upstairs. XXX. 1 hour later. Karakura High School. Naruto and Gaara walked through the halls both dressed in school uniforms. Gaara just stared at Naruto shaking his head while Naruto looked straight ahead with a massive grin on his face. You are a complete deviant, Gaara commented. It wasn't like he didn't hear anything, he was on the same damn floor of the massive building that they were. Yoruichi was quite vocal in her enjoyment of Naruto's ministrations, so much so that they were now late. Never said I wasn't, Naruto replied, his smile never leaving his face. Kami, I love that woman. My sweet kitty, he said, eyes glassing over in reminiscence before Gaara snapped his fingers in front of his face. I'm alright. No you weren't, Gaara said, taking in the sights of the school but making sure he didn't look too confused. It wasn't a big deal anyway, things didn't seem that different inside of school from the academy he went to in his childhood. Outside was completely different though, but he'd have time to explore that later. I need you to keep me from slipping up and blowing my cover on the first day, so shape up. Hey, I'm your boss now, Kazekage-sama. Naruto chimed in gleefully, popping Gaara in the shoulder with a good-natured shot, so you can't tell me to do anything now. As a matter of fact, I have seniority over you, so listen to your senpai like a good little kahai. Gaara just turned his seafoam green eyes onto Naruto and stared at him for long enough to let Naruto remember how much Gaara could unnerve him back in the day. Was it wrong to admit that he actually missed that? I will eat your unhappiness. Naruto simply turned his head back forward and led Gaara down the hall before stopping at their homeroom. Alright, here we go. Just be cool and everything should be all good. I've got your back, Gaara. Why would you need to have my back? Gaara asked, keeping Naruto from reaching for the door. Naruto gave him a dry look and opened his mouth to speak before shaking his head, thinking better of the whole thing and just thinking about letting Gaara wing it to show him how screwed he would be without help. With this in mind, Naruto slid the door open and walked into the class. The teacher from last year, Miss Ochi, looked at Naruto and smiled seeing him again. Uzumaki-san. That actually surprised him. He only showed up for 1 day right at the end of the year and he didn't leave that much of an impression to expect anyone in that class to remember who he was. Well, except for Ichigo and the others, but that was for a completely different reason. I saw that you were on my class roster for this year. Hopefully we'll be seeing more of you. Naruto nodded and walked in with a grin. Yeah, sorry I'm late, I just had to bring someone else to class. He pointed behind him at Gaara, who was standing in the doorway with his arms crossed. Introduce yourself already. Gaara rolled his eyes but walked in and stood at the front of the class anyway. My name is Gaara. And he left it at that. Everyone looked at him expecting him to continue, but he did no such thing. Miss Ochi had his full name in her class roster and that was what it was, so she didn't push him to make him say any more than that. Smooth, Naruto said, palming his face before grabbing Gaara's arm. I'll stick with him to make sure he gets the way things work. He offered as he grabbed Gaara and dragged him to a seat very close to Ichigo, Orihime, Shad, Uryu, and Tatsuki. What's up you guys? Naruto asked as he got Gaara to sit and found his own seat. Ichigo looked at Naruto with wide eyes and pointed at him. Why are you here? Naruto looked around and noticed a few of the other students looking at him. Well, Ichigo, this place is called school. School is a place where guys my age have to go or random cops will grab us and throw us in here or in jail for being delinquents. Ichigo was about to exclaim that he didn't mean that version of why he was there. He wanted the real reason. Before he could say anything, however, Uryu cut in. Show some tact, Kurosaki. Do you really expect him to tell you here? At least wait until later to ask, otherwise all you're going to get are smart-ass answers. Exactly. Naruto said in conjunction with Uryu's defense of him. I'll tell you later, so just chill out and wait, and meet Gaara. He said, pointing over at Gaara. He works with me now, so play nice. Ichigo looked at Gaara and blinked for a moment before extending his hand. Hi. I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. Gaara wordlessly took his hand and shook it. So, what's with the rings around his eyes? Ichigo asked bluntly. Uryu glared at Ichigo. Are you always going to be a rude bastard to everyone you meet? Uryu said to him angrily. Naruto had pretty much earned his trust and proved himself to be far more than capable where he was concerned. Yeah, he was kind of an airhead, but if he could act like that and survive, then more power to him. Any friend of Naruto had to be a good enough person to at least allow a chance to trust. It's nice to meet you, Gaara-san. Gaara nodded but remained silent, choosing to follow Naruto's lead as he seemed to know these people. Naruto turned forward in his seat. Look, we can talk about this later. Right now introduce yourselves to Gaara. I'm going to sleep. He said, dropping his head on his desk and quickly finding himself asleep right before class even began in earnest, getting sweat drops from everyone that knew him. XXX. Meanwhile, Naruto's base, Yoruichi sat in the room provided to Soifan for the duration of her stay, kicking her legs off of the edge of the bed with a knowing grin on her face. So how was your night? She saw Soifan stiffen, who had been preparing to head back to the Soul Society later with her current mission complete. Did you enjoy yourself? If Soifan hadn't, she had at least managed to exhaust herself, since earlier that morning she didn't stir during Yoruichi and Naruto's activities. Don't try the ignorant thing. I know Naruto took you out last night. Soifan sighed and turned towards her mentor. Fine, Yoruichi-sama. Yes. Uzumaki took me out last night and no, it wasn't terrible. She then grumbled a further response. Why does it matter anyway? Because you like him, that's why. Yoruichi said, inspecting her nails and missing the slack-jawed look from the Shinigami captain. He knows you do too. Kind of like with me. He made me show him before he really tried anything. I don't like Uzumaki. Soifan insisted. I hate that person. How in the world could you say that I feel anything for him? Yoruichi's eyes raised back up, full of mirth as she explained her reasoning. Because he actually treats you like a woman, even though you act like you don't want him to. You know you love the fact that he wants to spend time with you. Yoruichi hopped off of the bed and grabbed Soifan by her chin to look into her eyes. It's all over your face. Don't lie to me. Hate is the very last thing you feel for him. Why are you trying to be so insistent about this, Yoruichi-sama? Soifan asked her, turning her eyes away. Yoruichi frowned and let go of Soifan's chin. Because I don't like hearing you lie to me and yourself like that. She walked towards the door, stretching her arms out. The sooner you admit to yourself that you wouldn't mind hooking up with Naruto, the easier it will be. Smirking back at Soifan, she shut the door and left her alone in her room once more. Soifan huffed and sat down on the bed, taking a break from preparing to leave to lay herself down for a bit. Why is Yoruichi-sama trying to tease me about Uzumaki? It's ridiculous. Uzumaki makes me sick. She then let out a sigh and shut her eyes, smashing the back of her head once on the bed and frowning. XXX. Karakura High School. Naruto and Gaara went to the roof of the school once the end of the day rolled around, and before long they were met there by Ichigo, Orihime, Uryu, Chad, and Tatsuki, whom had informed the others of her new involvement in spiritual affairs. Once they got to the roof, Naruto looked over at Tatsuki. Tatsuki-chan, the first day of training is today. Right after this. Is that good with you? Tatsuki stiffened at suddenly being put on the spot but nodded. Good. Make sure you eventually get the hand seals I taught you on the first day down. Don't wind up with stupid hands like I had when I first started having to use them. The sooner you can flow with them without thinking, the better. Ichigo looked confused at the conversation going on between Naruto and Tatsuki. How the hell did they even meet up to talk to each other in the first place? And now she's training with him. Alright Naruto, what's going on? Why are you here? Naruto turned towards him and walked over to the gate surrounding the edge of the roof, leaning against it next to Gaara. Trust me, I don't want to be here, but too many people have given me reasons to. He tilted his head towards his fellow shinobi friend. First of all, I have to watch out for him and make sure he understands how everything works in this world. Naruto then smirked. He's a friend from my childhood among other things, and he's a partner of mine as of today. How? Chad asked, knowing what he knew of Naruto. Long story. Gaara said plainly before reverting to silence. Naruto grinned and pointed his thumb at him. Isn't he a talkative fella? The good humor on Naruto's face then dropped. Look boy wonder, I'm here to say that things are about to get very scary around here for you very soon. I can help you get ready for what's to come, but you have to trust me. Do you trust me? He asked. Ichigo recoiled and blinked as he took a moment to think, do I trust Naruto? He's weird, as hell. The weirdest guy I've ever met, period, and weirder than Getaboshi, and he's strong as hell too. But he did help us save Rukia, and Yoruichi and even Urahara seem to trust him, so why shouldn't I? Still, he just couldn't bring himself to do so. He couldn't think of a single logical reason to mistrust Naruto, but there was just something about him that he couldn't get past. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't think I need the help. Gaara raised a non-existent eyebrow while Naruto's lips twisted into a sneer. Are you kidding me? Kid, if I didn't think you needed the help I wouldn't have even brought it up. If you still don't trust me then at least be man enough to say so instead of trying to hide behind some bullshit bravado. Do you really think you don't need the help to get ready for what's about to come? He gestured towards himself as he placed a hand on Gaara. Come here and put your hand on my shoulder and see if you still say that. All of you. Orihime was the first to quickly walk over and place her hand on Naruto's shoulder, giving him a bright smile to show him that she trusted him even if Ichigo was skeptical. He had given none of them a reason to doubt anything he had said thus far. This was the reasoning that Chad and Uryu came to as they did the same. Tatsuki figured that she had to trust the person that was going to teach her and Orihime trusted him so she did as well, placing her hand on his shoulder with the others. Why do you want us to do that? Ichigo asked, still keeping his distance. Naruto gave him a deadpan look, a demonstration. Now get over here with the others before I make you. You can't grab that badge of yours fast enough to keep me from grabbing you first, I guarantee it. He said, taking his hand off of Gaara and pointing it at Ichigo. Banshu 10. Okay. Ichigo said, walking over reluctantly. It was either walk over or let Naruto drag him over with his freaky powers. Once he got close, Ichigo stared at his own hand for a moment, contemplating what this could all be about. Maybe he'd teleport them all thousands of miles away or something like that. Tatsuki eventually got tired of Ichigo's timidity and grabbed him by the wrist, forcing him to put his hand on Naruto's shoulder like everyone else and putting a smirk on the blonde immortal's face as the Rinnegan flickered in his eyes for a moment, allowing him to surround the hand he had on Gaara with black chakra as he actually made full physical contact with Gaara's soul. And just like that, a sudden rush of Ryotsu brought everyone attached to Naruto to their knees. Gaara merely blinked and looked over at Naruto, who was grinning madly. Was that really necessary, Naruto? He asked his friend. I'd like to think it was. He responded before looking over at the others who had varying degrees of reaction to what they had just felt. Chad had stumbled back and was using the gate around the roof to keep himself up. Uryu had clutched his chest tightly and was shaking. Orihime and Tatsuki had actually hit their knees from it, and Ichigo just stared at Naruto with a thin sheen of sweat on his face. You guys feel that? He asked sarcastically. Ichigo wiped his forehead. What was that? That? Naruto pointed over at Gaara. That was him. That was all him. That wasn't all Gaara. What Naruto had done was merely expose them to Gaara's Ryotsu by using his own as a medium. But that also involved combining a flare-up of his with Gaara's, so it wasn't really fair. Still, he got his point across, or at least he was going to. Aizen's got a whole army of fighters just like Gaara here, because he's not really human, he's a special kind of hollow. Uryu adjusted his glasses on his face and tried to regain his composure. He's a what? I can't sense anything from him at all out of the ordinary. How is he a hollow? Naruto leaned on Gaara's shoulder with his elbow, because I had Urahara put Gaara in a Gigai that hid his crushingly massive Ryotsu from people so he wouldn't set off a beacon to every spiritually aware person in 50 miles of Karakura town. And don't get any ideas of trying to kill him either, because not only would you lose, but after you lost I would kick the shit out of you myself. Gaara raised an eyebrow at Naruto's bluffing declaration. Gaara could easily sense that he could beat everyone there with the exception of perhaps Ichigo. He was strong on his own, but Gaara could probably defeat him. However, inside of him Gaara could sense something akin to his own power just lurking. How can a Shinigami have an aura of a hollow within? Naruto stood on his own. Do you get my point? Do you really think you don't need the help? If you can honestly tell me that you think you could fight an army of guys with that kind of strength as you are now, then you must be as dumb as I look. Are you serious? Chad said. Behind his bangs his eyes were visibly widened at the disturbing statement that Naruto had just shared with them. What he had just felt was more than comparable with the power of the captain that had beaten him so effortlessly. An army? Naruto nodded. I've seen parts of it. He started walking around the roof around everyone, and this is no joke. If you all want to fight, then you're going to need help. Mine, Yoruichi-chan's, and maybe Urahara's help, again. But if you all want to be like Ichigo, then you can just stay out of the way, because you'll just end up dead, and that would be a shame because I like all of you. He looked over at Tatsuki and extended his hand to help her up. It's time to go. Are you sure you still want to do this? Once we start, we aren't going to stop. Tatsuki nodded in a determined manner. I'm not backing down from this. There isn't anything you can throw at me that would make me run away. We'll see about that, Naruto said before jumping and standing on the top of the fence surrounding the roof. You know where to go. I want you there in 1 hour so we can get started. All of you guys are welcome too if you want to go with her. Just make sure that you don't get in the way. Let's go home, Gaara, he said before jumping back off of the roof. Gaara sighed at his impulsive friend. And this is the man that's supposed to be my boss now? He said in his usual monotone before looking over at the others. It was nice to meet all of you. I hope you sincerely think about listening to what Naruto said though. Gaara made a hand seal and disappeared in a wave of sand that seemed to come from nowhere to hide his departure. Tatsuki looked at where Naruto had just been and then where Gaara had been and blinked in surprise. So this Gaara is a ninja like Naruto-sensei. She smirked and then began heading off towards Naruto's base. Orihime looked at her closest friend as she made her way back down the stairs to leave the school and followed behind. Ichigo noticed them leaving and called out to them. Wait. Where are you guys going now? Tatsuki turned to Ichigo with a grin and held her fist out. Duh, I'm going to go train with Naruto so that I can actually get some use out of seeing these ghosts and things. If he's offering, then why wouldn't I? Orihime cheerfully spoke up next, and I'm going with her. Chad shrugged his shoulder and began walking after them. I guess I'll go too. Uryu didn't say a word, he just followed along with the large teenage boy as they followed Tatsuki and Orihime to the site Naruto had instructed her to get to. This is crazy, Ichigo muttered as he found himself alone on the roof. How can they just trust him like that? And why can't I? It was seriously irking the young Shinigami. There were 3 people, Yoruichi, Urahara, and Naruto. All 3 of them had overseen some aspect of his training in the past, and of the 3 of them he only trusted 2. Naruto had fought the overall leader of the Gotei 13 because of Ichigo wanting to free Rukia and had saved his life from Aizen. Still he couldn't put his trust into him. I need to go see Getaboshi. Maybe he has something to say about this, he said to no one as he finally left the roof himself. XXX standing above the roof of the school on nothing but air, Shinji and Hiyori had been watching the entire exchange between Naruto and Ichigo, and the diminutive female of the pair sneered at what she had seen. What was Uzumaki's dumbass doing? He didn't even bring the Ichigo kid's powers up. Just give it some time. Shinji replied carelessly, let Naruto work out his plan. He said the kid was hard-headed and he was right. If he didn't listen to Naruto overtraining with him here, then what kind of chance would one of us have in getting him to train with us? Hiyori huffed and crossed her arms. I would have just knocked the idiot out and dragged him back to the warehouse. Shinji smirked. And that is why you fail. A sandal then slapped him across the back of the head, that too. XXX. Naruto's base. Down in the training area of the facility, Naruto and Gaara stood with Yoruichi as the Shinigami that had come for their mission were about to return home. Time to go so soon? Naruto asked Soifan as she held a Jigokuchu, hell butterfly, in her hand. We have to return and report on what we've seen Uzumaki, Soifan said, turning to allow the butterfly to fly over to Omeda. Open the Senkaimon Omeda. She returned her attention to Naruto. I will have to tell Yamamoto Sutashu about your Arrancar allies. It's okay, Naruto said, putting off any tension that this may have brought up, if Soifan cared or not, and his bet was on the latter. Yamamoto Gigi said I could make my own damn squad, and if he has a problem with it he can direct his concerns to the nearest brick wall, since a brick wall would care just as much as I would. I need battle-ready fighters here, and they don't come much more battle-ready than Hidan and Gaara. Speaking of Hidan, he had wondered where everyone was and found his way down to the training area, since there was always someone down there. Right before he was about to boisterously make his presence known, he locked eyes with Gaara, who stared back at him impassively. The two simply looked at each other for a moment before Hidan tilted his head up. Sup? Gaara nodded to him, and that was that. Naruto gave them both a dry look, honestly expecting some kind of fireworks between them and admitting that the lack of them left him slightly disappointed. But then again, Gaara never had to fight Hidan or deal with anyone he killed, and Hidan had never particularly cared about capturing Jinchuriki back in the day, so it wasn't that far-fetched. Soifan had to at least agree that if Naruto was going to keep going into Hueco Mundo, then he needed strong people with him. That was a given. What, was he going to just wage a one-man guerrilla war against Aizen, two other ex-Captain Shinigami, and whatever else the man had up his sleeve, along with an entire plane of hollows of all shapes and sizes? Then she really would have considered him an insane idiot. We'll be in touch. By this time the otherworldly gates that formed the Senkaimon had been opened for them to return home. Yoruichi waved to her former student. Sooner than you think, Soifan. We can go to the Soul Society anytime we want, remember? Naruto can give you a follow-up of last night anytime you want. Soifan just narrowed her eyes at Naruto, forcing the blonde to give Yoruichi an incredulous look as if to ask her why she would have brought that up. Luckily Omeda was smart enough to not openly voice his own curiosity at what had just been said, having been kicked by his captain in the past for other bouts of stupidity less personal than this seemed. Luckily, Nemu managed to divert the awkwardness away towards herself. I was unable to gain a reproductive sample this time, Uzumaki-san. Perhaps the next meeting when there is more time. Naruto looked at Nemu with a deadpan expression as Gaara looked at him curiously, and Hidan began to laugh uproariously. So not appropriate, Nemu-chan, Naruto said before she shrugged and walked through the portal, followed by Omeda. Naruto then grinned at Soifan. Can I have a goodbye hug, Juabachi? Sure, she said unexpectedly, getting Naruto to brighten up and walk towards her with his arms outstretched. If by goodbye you mean goodbye, and by hug you mean stab repeatedly in the kidney, that stopped him right where he stood. Naruto let his arms drop. It just so happens that I did in fact not mean that. Soifan smirked at him having his bubble burst, so no hug. She shook her head. Damn. Soifan turned towards the Senkaimon and began walking towards it, planning on leaving. Tough luck, Uzumaki, she said before she found herself picked up from behind with arms wrapped around her. Tough luck this, Naruto said happily as he stole a hug. It wasn't an offer, I was going to get my hug one way or another. He then found himself thrown 20 feet away as a result of an elbow to the head. I forgot that you were way stronger without the Gigai, he said from his back with a bruise growing on his forehead. Soifan had her back still turned to the rest of them to hide the red on her face. I swear, you make me sick, Uzumaki. Love you too, Juabachi, Naruto said, groaning as he poked his angry red bruise. With that, Soy Fan walked through the portal as it closed behind her and reverted back to nothing, leaving the remainder of Naruto's currently recruited team there by themselves. As Naruto picked himself up off of the ground and dusted himself off, the trio of Arrancar that had somehow accompanied him back after the last trip to Hueco Mundo came out of hiding. The skinny male one, Pesci, spoke up, "Is the angry lady Shinigami gone?" Yoruichi looked around before realizing that they were talking about Soy Fan and nodded, "Yes, now I want to know why you all followed Naruto back to this world." The large one, Dondo Shaka, answered her, "We were all standing around in the place where all those Shinigami and the blonde guy killed Aizen-sama's men. There's no way we were going to stick around there and be punished for that. Lesser of two evils, don't you know?" "Fine," Naruto said, making a hand seal, "No sweat, I'll just send you guys back in." "No," all three of them shouted, "we don't want to go back." The little girl Arrancar Nell too said, "Can we stay here for a while?" Naruto wanted to say no, but it was a little girl. How could he make a little girl, even an Arrancar little girl, go back to Hueco Mundo? Someone would have had to have ice water in their veins to make her go back there, even with her weird companions. "Okay. But you guys have got to stay under the radar. It's one thing bringing back Gaara on a whim, because with him I can explain why I did it and he's my buddy, but you guys are different. You won't even know we were here," Pesci said before running up to Naruto and patting him on the back. "Say, you're not that bad after all. At first I thought you were going to kill us all in a painful way and then turn us into trophies of your victory, but boy did you ever prove me wrong." Naruto's eye twitched as he looked at the Arrancar. "There's a little girl not 20 feet from me and you're saying this stuff. That would make it kind of hard to get her to trust me, wouldn't it?" he said before looking over at the little girl who was smiling at him good-naturedly. "Nell isn't scared of you," Nell admitted with a shake of her head, "not even a bit." Dondo Shaka then picked her up, "And that's that. If our Nell likes you then that's good enough for us, so our lives are in your hands, Mr. Not a Shinigami. But no pressure though," Pesci added as an afterthought. "Obviously," Naruto said before sighing and waving them off, "Just go upstairs for right now, would you? Gaara will show you." And with that, Gaara led the other three Arrancar upstairs, leaving Hidan and Yoruichi with Naruto. Hidan watched them leave and then addressed Naruto, "So what are you going to do to help the Sand Kid get out of his gigai?" Naruto then palmed his forehead, "Should I need to do something about that, don't I? But I can't just take Gaara all over the place right after getting him into school, even though leaving without him would piss him off." Naruto smirked, "Hey, that's just a bonus. But yeah, Hidan, you and I are going to be leaving to go raid another one of my hiding spots to grab something for Gaara so that he has something cool to eject from his gigai, like a welcoming present for the team from the guys that used to be Shinobi." "Naruto-sensei." Naruto turned towards the entrance to the basement to find Tatsuki running towards them dressed for training. She had her hands wrapped in tape and wore a pair of black shorts with a white tank top to go with black athletic shoes. "I'm ready." "I can see that," Naruto said with a smile on his face as he also noticed Chad, Uryu, and Orihime follow after her shortly thereafter. He knew they would come, and he also figured that Ichigo wouldn't, stupid brat. "So how do you all like my base of operations?" Uryu looked around and noticed that it was quite similar to the room underneath Urahara's shop. "What kind of operations do you do?" he asked. Naruto looked over at him and blinked. What kind of operations don't we do?" He began listing things off on his fingers. "Freelance hollow extermination. Yoruichi-chan can perform the kansu. And we'll take almost any job if the money is good and it doesn't go against our morals, because that's what shinobi do." Hidan snorted. "What morals?" Naruto rolled his eyes at the silver-haired Arrancar and looked back over at their visitors. "So you guys can go somewhere and train yourselves, or you can hang out and watch me train Tatsuki-chan." "Good luck, Tatsuki-chan," Orihime said exuberantly for her friend. Naruto stood in front of Tatsuki and crossed his arms as everyone else cleared the area. "Okay, first of all show me the hand seals." Tori. Bird. I. Boar. Inu. Dog. Tatsu. dragon, ushi, ox, tora, tiger, mi, snake, ne, rat, uma, horse, saru, monkey, yu, hare, hitsuji, ram. Tatsuki went through all of the hand seals Naruto instructed her to show and stopped on the last one, the ram seal, with a nervous look on her face, hoping she didn't get them all mixed up. Naruto nodded at her performance, happy that she was able to remember all 12, but honestly it wasn't rocket science. If only someone had told him that when he was 8 years old. Now show me some flair. What? She asked him in reply, not really getting what he was talking about as her hands fell from the ram seal. Naruto sighed. He thought what he said was cool, but she didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Maybe that one wouldn't catch on after all. He grabbed her hands and put them back into the ram seal. Just fire up your chakra for me so I can see you do it firsthand. Tatsuki did as instructed and channeled her chakra through her entire body. Uryu studied her intently as due to the loss of his powers he couldn't really train, thus he sat on the sidelines with Orihime and the docile Chad and watched. So this is the power that Naruto uses? He could sense that Tatsuki had it, that's why he's training her? Naruto gave her the signal to kill the power so to speak and she dropped the hand seal. Okay. Now when I learned all of this there were tons of other things that went into my education. Physical conditioning. You sure as hell don't need that. Tatsuki grinned and flexed in a taunting manner as Naruto continued. Overall world knowledge. You're a damn high school student at this point and anything you actually need to know Yoruichi-chan would be better suited towards teaching you than me. The ability to focus intently on your inner power. I don't know how you'll do with that or how good you are at it, but we'll see. Tatsuki was liking the way this sounded more and more. Less talking, more teaching her to fight. That's what she liked. You're fast for a regular person. Way faster than a regular person. It won't take much at all to get you to where I need you for that. Naruto said, liking the fact that training Tatsuki was going to probably be pretty low maintenance. You're strong as hell. But I wonder how tough you are. She blinked at that. I'm going to teach you a few things and then I'm going to give you a test. And you are going to hate my guts after the test. Let's get started then, Tatsuki said, jabbing at the air, all revved up. Come on, what's first? Naruto shrugged. That's up to you in this case. Do you want to know how to throw weapons? Tatsuki frowned and shook her head, like the hands-on approach, huh? Well, that's okay. I don't need to teach you taijutsu, so that's out, and I guess I'll have to get you something to use to make up for that. He scratched his head. The curriculum he had to go through as a kid was making sense to him now. It was all to set up him learning the basic ninjutsu he ended up practicing in his final graduation years. Now that he didn't have to teach Tatsuki that stuff, it was far easier. Okay, time to put those hand seals to good use. First jutsu you're going to learn is Kawarimi no Jutsu. Substitution jutsu. Because you can't fight if someone cleaves you in half, so you'd better learn how to dodge. Tatsuki cringed, but nodded, realizing that he wasn't even joking about that. It's okay. I'll be fine. Poor girl didn't know what she had gotten herself into. XXX. Urahara shop. With Ichigo. I just don't get it, you know. Ichigo griped, walking around in a circle while Urahara sat at his table watching him in amusement. This is great. Ichigo's going insane and I don't even have to do any personal work to drive the kid nuts. Urahara thought before Ichigo continued his rant, as it was clear he only wanted someone to vent on more or less. Is it me? Ichigo asked, pointing at himself in an animated fashion. I mean, there really isn't any reason for me not to like Naruto. Am I just an asshole? Maybe, Urahara said in a theorizing fashion. Maybe you have a latent crush on Yoruichi. Yeah. And Naruto sleeping with her pissed you off. He finished, basically counting down in his head before the explosion would be forthcoming. I don't have a crush on Yoruichi. Ichigo shouted at him before thinking about the other part of that statement. Wait, I didn't even know they slept together. Why would I want to know that? How would I have even known that in the first place? Urahara started waving his fan in front of his face. He didn't tell you when he saw you again? That's weird, because if it was me I'd have told everyone I knew after it happened. Hell, I probably would have told people that I didn't know. He noticed Ichigo's anger rising. Don't worry, Ichigo. Other than Tessai, you'd have been the first to know. I wouldn't want to, you creepy bastard, Ichigo shouted. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, but who else would he be able to talk to about this? Beggars couldn't be choosers in this case. Can we get back on topic here? Urahara nodded, having had enough of using Yoruichi's being overtly sexy to tease Ichigo. That was amateur hour. A real professional could tease someone with their own insecurities, and if he was good enough he would be able to make Ichigo see how stupid he was being by not trusting Naruto. Well, why don't you just fight him? Ichigo stopped in his tracks and stared at Urahara. What did you just say? Got him. Urahara thought before continuing to speak. Yeah, just go and fight him. Think about it. When you fight people you find out more than you ever would have if you just asked them about it. So if there was really something you didn't know that rubbed you the wrong way about Naruto, you'd think about it while you were fighting and you could ask him about it then. Inwardly Urahara was laughing. Man, that sounded absolutely asinine. It's so perfect. He was just waiting on Ichigo to tell him how stupid that sounded. However, in the mind of Ichigo he realized something different, that Urahara was 100% absolutely correct. Every single question that Ichigo had ever needed to have answered. How his mother actually died, why Uryu was so intent on beating Shinigami, how to get his Zanpakuto back, why Renji wanted to fight him so badly, why Byakuya was so intent on not trying to help Rukia, everything. Every single question he ever had recently was being answered while he was in the middle of a goddamned fight. With this in mind, Ichigo robotically turned and left Urahara's house, leaving one confused scientist behind. Oh shit, he didn't take that seriously, did he? He asked no one in particular. Nah, Ichigo's a smart kid. There's no way he took that literally. XXX. 4 days later. Karakura High School. Tatsuki glared at Naruto as she and Orihime walked with him and Gaara to the base. I hate you, Naruto-sensei. Orihime had been more than welcome at the base over the last few days as Tatsuki did her damnedest to learn Naruto's Kawarimi, which he made her practice once she got the process down, by throwing rocks at her. Rocks of all shapes and sizes, with results varying. Naruto walked with his hands in his pockets as he ignored the angry glare from his student. You need to learn how to get hit by rocks? Tatsuki asked, gritting her teeth. Well, that doesn't hurt, he said with a chuckle. Actually it is, but that's not the point. The point is how to dodge the rocks. Dodging with Kawarimi will save your ass when you need it. I'm drilling that into your head. At your level, basics will kill either you or your opponent. He then pointed at Orihime, and since our resident sweetheart here is always there with us, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and have her practice healing people when I fuck you up. Tatsuki would have tried to hit him right then if she hadn't just seen him hurl a boulder 3 times his size at her not even 24 hours ago. The chances of her walking away from an unprovoked assault were slim and none as far as she could see. Too bad she didn't know that Naruto was genetically dispositioned to letting girls lay into him. Anyway, you're doing great. The test is today, but I won't be the one giving it to you. Gaara is. Naruto informed her, pointing at the redhead in question. I have to go somewhere for a bit. I have to go grab an artifact for you to use when you get better, and I have to get something for Gaara too. I should be back Tuesday if Hidan doesn't make me drag ass and slow me down. Gaara cut in to inform Tatsuki of her schedule. Test today, rest during the weekend, he said. As she opened her mouth to say she could keep training with them over the weekend, Gaara cut in again. You're really not going to be able to train after this test. At least you won't want to train. He turned towards Naruto. Why am I doing this again? Naruto rolled his eyes. Because it's your goddamn job. I'm paying you, aren't I? He looked at a watch on his wrist and frowned. It's time for me to get going. I'll see you guys when I get back. Don't blow up the base. He looked around and saw no one watching before he ran up the side of a building to take to the rooftops. Tatsuki watched him do that and went wide-eyed. When am I going to learn how to do that? After you pass the first test. Gaara said. Naruto also left me and instructed me to teach you an actual ninjutsu for combat once you pass, if you can pass before he returns, that is. Orihime looked between Tatsuki and Gaara. So what's the test? Gaara looked at her and both girls could swear that a smirk formed on his face for just a moment. You'll see once we begin. XXX. On a hill overlooking Karakura town, Hidan leaned against a rental car when he felt a familiar presence and glowered as Naruto appeared in a swirl of leaves. I got the scrolls you sealed and the rental car, you ass. You want anything else? Want me to shine your shoes? Maybe clean out your stable? Naruto ignored him and hopped in the front seat. Well, if I did, I could make you because I'm your boss and I fucking pay you. Now did you get the tickets? Hidan flashed a pair of plane tickets from his pocket as he got into the passenger's seat. Beautiful. Let's just go. Hidan grumbled. I'm fucking dreading this trip. The climate is going to absolutely suck. Naruto rolled his eyes as he took the keys from Hidan. Sorry princess, but it's going to be a goddamn desert. Why would I hide stuff in hospitable climates and places easy to reach? Use your head. Naruto turned his head and saw Ichigo standing behind him in his Shinigami garb. Raising an eyebrow at seeing Ichigo all the way out there in his Shinigami form, Naruto spoke. What's up, Wonder Boy? You need some help or something? I want to fight you, Ichigo said with determination in his voice. Right now, before you go. I have some questions that you can answer and this is the only way. Naruto and Hidan looked at each other before Hidan shrugged, not really having much of an opinion on the matter. Naruto handed the car keys back to Hidan and got out of the car. Are you sure? I mean, you could just ask me whatever you want to know. There's not much to hide. Ichigo shook his head with a frown. I don't know why, but I can't trust you. Maybe if I fight you, I don't know. Maybe I'll find out why and I can get over it or something. Naruto slammed the door to the car and walked away from it. He was still dressed in his uniform from school, but he didn't care about that right then. Well, if you think you need to. I didn't want to fight you yet though, Ichigo. You're not going to like it. Ichigo took that as Naruto saying he was weak. However, that wasn't what Naruto was implying at all about a battle between the two of them. Just do it so we can get this over with. Ichigo was ready to move on with matters. He was sick of obsessing over this. If what Naruto told him really was true, he would have needed to get himself in gear and prepare for what Aizen had in store. Naruto nodded and looked around before motioning to Ichigo to follow him, activating swift release as Ichigo used Shunpo to follow him. Hidan just sat in the car and drummed his fingers on the dashboard. This better not take all day, the flight's at 6. XXX. At the top of a field on a grassy hill, Naruto stood across from Ichigo with his arms crossed, and he didn't even have the Raijin no Ken with him. He left it with his luggage that Hidan had. It didn't matter though, it was more of a luxury than anything. He didn't need it for this. Ichigo just needed to clear his head and he was kind of like him in this respect. A fight helped with that. Naruto could respect that. Well, Naruto said as he could see the sun begin to wane in the distance, you were the one that called me out, so let's go already. Ichigo frowned as he pulled his Zanpakuto from his back. I'm waiting for you to draw a weapon to fight me with. Aren't you going to use one of those kunai things or something? He asked, not feeling right about attacking an unarmed opponent. Naruto dropped his arms from across his chest and shook his head. If I needed a weapon, I'd be using a weapon, Ichigo. Naruto vanished from Ichigo's sight and the boy turned around on pure instinct to block a kick with the width of his sword. Don't show an opponent that thinks they know otherwise mercy, because there's probably a reason they think so. Ichigo narrowed his eyes at Naruto. I'll keep that in mind, he said before pulling his sword back and taking a swing at Naruto, who simply jumped back out of the way. His inhibitions at attacking an unarmed man now gone at Naruto's insistence, Ichigo attempted to follow up, hot on Naruto's heels as the shinobi backstepped away from him. From the sleeve of Naruto's shirt, a kunai ejected itself into his hand just as Ichigo finally closed the distance on him and slashed horizontally. Naruto blocked the attack and saw the surprise in Ichigo's eyes at Naruto having a blade hidden on him. On second thought, having a weapon might keep me from getting all cut up and having to explain to people at the airport in the next few towns over why I'm all bloody. Naruto's small but dense blade was able to keep Ichigo's massive weapon from reaching his body as the two struggled against each other. Ichigo's monstrous strength helped him go head-to-head with Zaraki Kenpachi, and yet Naruto was able to keep him back with nothing more than a sign of struggling on his face. The two forced each other away and Naruto stepped back in, taking slashes at Ichigo with his small black knife that Ichigo managed to block with his Zanpakuto. Naruto jumped back and held his weapon up in case Ichigo just flat out rushed him. "Do you feel any better yet?" he asked. Ichigo blinked in confusion of Naruto just stopping the battle to ask him if he was over his issue yet. "No," he answered honestly. Naruto shut his eyes and shrugged. "All right then." Naruto's Ryatsu spiked and he thrust one hand out at Ichigo, opening his eyes to reveal the Rinnegan to him. Shinra Tensei. Heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Ichigo's body was violently forced away from Naruto. "Then that just means that we're not fighting hard enough yet." Ichigo rolled through and recovered. "Gah, that felt like he punched me right in the chest as hard as he could," he thought to himself as he came at Naruto again, intent on finding the answer to his unknown question. "If that's what you want, then you've got it. Kid can take a hit, that's for damn sure," Naruto thought as he jumped out of the way of Ichigo's responsive attack, taking to the air as he stood in the skies. Ichigo showed that he had at least been honing his skills with his Ho by heading up as well to meet Naruto midair. "Well, if you're still game, take this." Fuden. Renkuden, wind release. Drilling air bullet. Naruto fired off a compressed ball of wind from his mouth, rapid fire with not much build-up to it. Despite the speed of the attack, Ichigo was able to utilize his Shunpo to avoid the attack, letting it crash into the ground below. Ichigo appeared behind Naruto with his sword already drawn back for an attack. He stood too close however, and Naruto was able to grab his wrist tightly, stopping his from making his swing. Naruto delivered a punishing sidekick to Ichigo's stomach and whirled around to throw him away before quickly conjuring up another Fuden. Renkuden, wind release. Drilling air bullet, and firing it at Ichigo while he was still prone and flying through the air. Ichigo righted himself in the air and gasped as he saw the rippling ball of air hurtling through the sky at him. Ichigo drew his sword back and released a crescent energy blast from the tip of his sword, meeting Naruto's attack in the air and exploding on contact. Through the smoke from the explosion, Naruto flew through it with his right arm drawn back, a blue orb of energy in it. Ichigo held up his sword and heard the grinding noise of Naruto's Rasengan smashing against his blade. After a moment, the energy behind Naruto's jutsu sent Ichigo flying back through the air again. Ichigo grit his teeth at being repelled back twice in one battle thus far and missed a second figure flying from the cloud of smoke that Naruto had originally come out of. It got the drop on Ichigo by attacking from above, and Ichigo almost didn't react to it in time, preparing to cut right through the Naruto above him. Bunshin Daibakuha. Clone Great Explosion. The Naruto Ichigo had planned on attacking smirked devilishly before lighting up and exploding right before Ichigo managed to touch him, sending Ichigo's body falling from the sky to hit the ground. Naruto stood in the air, watching Ichigo's motionless body on the ground. He isn't done yet. That hurt, but he isn't done by a long shot. What's the kid thinking? Covered in scuffs, burns, and a few bloody spots, Ichigo just stared up into the sky at Naruto, laying there on his back. That's why. That's why I can't trust you, because you don't fight straightforward. Nothing you do in a fight is head-on. You make it seem like you're going to, but it's just a feint. It's always a feint, always something that makes people look the other way while you do something else. He shut his eyes as he stood back up. If that's how you are in battle when a person's true nature is supposed to be shown, then, yeah, that's why I can't trust you, Naruto. Not until I'm given a true reason to. I'm sorry. You could really be a nice guy, but my gut is telling me to be wary of you and the way that you fight isn't proving my gut wrong. Naruto noticed Ichigo staring up at him blankly and he returned the stare, neither man moving an inch until Ichigo's Ryatsu began to heighten. Here we go. Bankai. Ichigo's appearance changed to that of one long black coat and his Zanpakuto changed to its thin jet black form. Tensa Zanjetsu. Heaven Chain Slaying Moon. Naruto nodded and he allowed himself to enter Sage Mode with the chakra he had gathered while Ichigo had been on the ground staring, with the orange pigment around his eyes signifying his use of the technique. "Let's see what you've got, Wonder Boy," Naruto said right before he and Ichigo vanished from sight. Naruto suddenly appeared, delivering a kick that seemed to slice through Ichigo's body. However, this Naruto just narrowed his eyes before being cut clean through, disappearing in a puff of smoke. "Another clone," Ichigo muttered. Afterimage, Naruto said, speaking of when his clone thought it had kicked Ichigo. "Okay, you've got some moves. You're a really quick study. But," Naruto said, holding his hand out towards Ichigo in a tiger seal with the back of his hand facing Ichigo. He smirked and made a come-hither motion with his two extended fingers. "Banshu Tenin, heavenly attraction of all of creation." Ichigo found himself jerked off of his feet towards Naruto, trying to dig his feet in to keep from being drawn forward towards what seemed to be the center of a void, Naruto himself. Ichigo stabbed his Zanpakuto into the ground in front of him to keep from sliding anymore as he saw Naruto now focusing with his full hand to pull Ichigo in. Ichigo's sword began cracking the ground. "So not good. This is my only real anchor. If this gives way, then I'm going to fly right towards him." His eyes then widened. "Wait, everything's going to fly right towards him." Ichigo jumped backwards as hard as he could, pulling his sword from the ground and buying himself a tenth of a second before he was sucked forward, but that was all the time he needed for his plan. Ichigo quickly swung his sword and released another crescent blast of energy at Naruto. Naruto's focus with his jutsu sucking in everything that had to do with Ichigo also drew in his attack that flew at Naruto double time. By the time Naruto released the jutsu, the attack was too fast for him to dodge on a dime without taking an unprotected hit, and he crossed his arms over his chest and face to shield them as the attack hit home. "Finally got him," Ichigo shouted excitedly as the attack exploded on Naruto. "You know damn well you didn't kill him with that," Ichigo heard in his head. "I'd be surprised if he even had a decent wound on him anywhere from that one. I doubt he's even bleeding at all," it taunted in a sadistic fashion. "Phew," Ichigo heard from the aftermath of his attack. "That one was pretty good, Ichigo." The smoke cleared to reveal Naruto still standing there in thoroughly ruined school clothes. He reached for a shallow cut that had formed on his chest that was already healing steadily. "You cut me in Sage Mode, that's really good." "Told you," the sinister voice in Ichigo's head said before cackling evilly. "You just don't have what it takes to beat a guy like that. You saw his eyes when you two were up close. That guy's a killer, a true warrior. If he was serious with you, he'd crush you and chew you right up. You should let me take over." "No. Now shut up and leave me alone. I can fight Naruto all on my own," Ichigo asserted as he noticed Naruto giving him a strange look, probably due to his seeming hesitation to continue the fight. "Here goes, Naruto. I hope you're ready," Ichigo said, getting his attention back on the fight as he launched at Naruto again. "Oh well, it's your funeral," the voice in Ichigo's head cackled again derisively. Naruto set himself in a basic taijutsu stance and waited as Ichigo came closer. Naruto shut his eyes, able to easily sense Ichigo's blazing level of power from him in this form. Good enough to see him without his eyes. Without warning, Naruto lashed out with a punch once he felt Ichigo get into range. Ichigo saw Naruto miss the hit and thought he had narrowly dodged one that would have probably rung his bell pretty damn good. He thought that until he felt a punch sock him right in the jaw with a tooth-rattling shot. "He didn't even touch me." "Kawazu Kumite, Frog Kata," Naruto said plainly, shifting around in his stance. "The energy around my body can be like a solid extension of my body that only I can see." He saw Ichigo stop sliding back and stumble around slightly. "You Shinigami really are a tough bunch." That would have put any normal person out. No living human he had actually deemed it necessary to punch while in Sage Mode woke up to tell the tale. "I'm not really a human like this, Naruto," Ichigo said, spitting blood from his mouth. "My body is tough, really tough." Naruto nodded. Yoruichi-chan said that a Shinigami's life force is their Riryoku. If that's the case, then no wonder he can keep getting up from the stuff I'm doing. I can't keep taking it easy on him if I want to end this. Ooh. You see that look on his face? He's going to fucking finish you now, just watch. Shut up. Ichigo was finding it harder to concentrate on his fight as the voice in his head grew more and more persistent and louder. I can beat him. You seem to be the kind of guy that likes to crash into someone and see if you can stand up afterwards. Naruto said, bringing both of his hands together and expanding them to reveal a Rasengan that was covered in white wind blades. Well, I'm kind of a fan of that too. So how about it? He asked with a smile that showed he was loving this little battle. Ichigo was going to respond positively when his inner voice chimed in again. You can feel the power rolling off of that thing in his hands. You know you want to back down. Just let me take over and I'll cut right through that move. Ichigo grit his teeth to block the voice as he spoke to Naruto. You've got it, Naruto. The two charged directly at each other, with Ichigo charging up everything he had in his sword and Naruto doing the same with his attack in his hands. Naruto shoved his attack out to meet Ichigo's sword. Fuden. Rasengan, wind release. Spiraling sphere. Ichigo shouted in return as they smashed into each other, clashing in a large explosion of power that forced clouds up high above the ground. XXX. With Hidan, fucking Uzumaki, Hidan said to himself as he saw the cloud of smoke and dust raise from where he knew the two had gone a few minutes ago. I knew he'd go overboard. Of course, due to the fact that he didn't know Naruto's opponent at all, he had no idea that Naruto was only partially susceptible to taking the blame on this one. We're going to be so fucking late, we're going to miss the goddamn flight. XXX. Naruto vs. Ichigo. Naruto stood with scratches all over his body and a tired look on his face as he stood with Ichigo in a crater formed by their clash. He turned his head around once he heard the clang of Ichigo's sword hitting the ground, only to see Ichigo still standing up. Naruto turned his full body around and saw the wounds open on Ichigo. He had clearly taken the worst of it, but the fact that he was still standing and looked able to keep going full blast was nothing less than impressive. You worked yourself out of whatever you were dealing with, Wonder Boy? He asked, getting no response. Hey, can you hear me? Did I injure your throat or something? Talk to me here, Ichigo. I'm not really Ichigo, sorry. A distorted voice said, coming from Ichigo's body. You could talk to me in his place though. Naruto smirked and deactivated his Sage mode. I think you'd rather fight me though. He. You've got that right. Ichigo shouted as he turned around and ripped Ichigo's Zanpakuto from the ground to rush Naruto like a bull. On the boy's face was a white mask with red markings going down the face. I knew you were in there. Naruto said quietly before his entire body took on a flaming glow, covered in a dark-colored chakra, making him look as if his body was covered in black flames. He shot an arm out that grabbed Ichigo's body and halted the berserk teen in his tracks as he snarled and writhed in the grip. Naruto squeezed and elicited a breathless, strained grunt as he used his other hand to stretch out and grab the mask, peeling it off of Ichigo's face and tossing it aside. Naruto dropped Ichigo's body to the ground, and after a few seconds Ichigo began to stir and get back up. What in the hell was that? That was the hollow stuck inside of you. Naruto said, his own body turning back to normal as there was no more need to go any further. You've had it since at least the fight with Kenpachi, since I saw that right after Yoruichi brought you to that hideout. He said, pointing at the mask he discarded from Ichigo's face. Ichigo held his head in his ribs, feeling as if he had just played the part of a walnut stuck in a nutcracker. That's what that thing was. I thought it was my conscience or something. Naruto let out a chuckle at that. It definitely didn't feel natural, but what was the power that you just used? Naruto pointed at his chest. You might as well call that my hollow stuck inside of me. It's the same concept even if it isn't the same thing. Naruto tried to explain. If you don't get control of it, your hollow is going to try and possess you each time you find yourself in a tough fight. The more of them you get into, the stronger its presence gets. I would have told you this sooner, but would you have listened to me? Ichigo looked down at the ground in embarrassment. I probably wouldn't have. Naruto put a hand on his shoulder. I'm not out to get you, Ichigo. I'm on your side, and I want you to beat this thing. I know people that can help if you'll listen to me. What did he have to lose at this point? That hollow just snatched control of his body away from him and tried to kill Naruto. If Naruto wasn't as strong as he was then, it might have done just as much if not more damage than it had done to Byakuya during their fight. Okay, he said, thinking that he owed Naruto something for embarrassingly losing control during the battle. I'll give it a try. Naruto grinned at him. Great. But you're going to hate these guys at first. Still, they're going to help you out. Trust me. There that went again. Trust me, and for once Ichigo didn't see anything wrong with it. Naruto could have just killed him for being the nuisance he was, but he didn't. All right. I'll trust you just this once. He couldn't keep his eyes on both Naruto and whatever the future had in store for him. One wasn't really a threat to him at all, while the other was going to destroy the worlds if he had the chance. XXX. Hueco Mundo, Las Noches. Aizen sat at the head of a great table with only 2 of his Arrancar army there with him. I think we've let the Gotei 13 see enough of our lands without any repercussions. I believe it's time to show them the power of our forces. The true force of my army, the Espada. He looked over the people in the room with him. I want Konami to head to the world of the living with you too and your Fracione if you desire to bring them. Follow his orders. One of the Espada at the table with him was Tia Haribel, yes Aizen-sama. The other was a man with pink hair and glasses on his face. Whatever you say, Aizen-sama. Can I attempt to capture the strange man that allied himself with the Shinigami? If you wish, Zale Aporo. Aizen said with his usual smile. Konami will give you your objectives for this mission. I expect nothing less than success. Omake. Soifan's date with Naruto. She was not particularly pleased with this turn of events, mostly the part that had her losing. When she made the bet, she did not figure into account the fact that she had a limiter on her powers and Naruto did not. So when Naruto drew his glowing sword and cut a path of destruction through the group of Arrancar that had attacked them in Hueco Mundo, smashing her respective scores, she posted doing the same. She felt rather slighted, however she had been the one to make the wager and she intended to go forward with paying off her debt. Hence she waited in the lobby of the base waiting on Naruto while in her Gigai, per his instructions. It didn't take long for Naruto to meet her there, dressed in his own street clothes and smiling at her. Don't give me that look, Juabachi. This is more for you than for me. I could have made you do something humiliating instead of this. This is plenty humiliating. Soifan assured him, crossing her arms as he walked up towards her. Naruto leaned over to get face to face with her. You think going on a date is humiliating? Why? You're so good looking. You should be doing things like this all the time. Soifan scoffed and headed for the front door. Well, you're going to be doing this tonight. Don't you have something more important to do right now? Soifan said, trying to get him to back down from taking her out, or at least get him to put it off until later. Naruto shook his head as he followed her out into the cool night air. No, everything we just did can wait until tomorrow. I wouldn't even know how to handle any of it right now anyway, so it's better to clear my head. And what better way to do it than to spend some time with my Juabachi? He said, wrapping an arm around her and getting a growl from her. You could try to enjoy it, you know. Soifan stopped growling at him and let him lead her along to wherever he was intending to take her. She sincerely hoped against hope that this wouldn't be a waste of her time. Then again, Naruto had yet to fail since she had met him. XXX, she had expected him to take her to some carnival or something to try and show off, but she would have hated that. She almost expected him to just take her to stupid movie that she had absolutely no interest in seeing. Soifan was relatively surprised when she found that the only thing Naruto did was lead her to the riverside and take her for a walk. She subtly tried to stare at him to determine his intentions, but for the time being she was rather enjoying just doing this. Finally Naruto spoke up. I know you don't really like doing anything loud or flashy, and this was the only thing I could think of on short notice that might put a smile on your face other than going to mess with Urahara, unless you want to do that. A smirk came to her lips, remembering the havoc Naruto caused in the Seirei and thinking of what Naruto could bring onto Urahara Kazuki's head. Maybe some other time, Uzumaki. Naruto shrugged. It was no big loss. He could think of something for them to do. Maybe for your birthday then. He suggested instead with a chuckle before returning to thinking. "Are you hungry?" he asked. They had just gotten through with a mission, so she might have been. Soy Fan shook her head, "Not particularly. I could use a snack if that means anything though." A snack? He could do that easily enough. She certainly wasn't proving to be very high maintenance thus far, but that wouldn't have bothered him even if she had been. Heeding her request, Naruto led her to place to get ice cream before they continued to walk. Maybe if he did that, then he could think of something to do with her. Soy Fan was certainly being cordial enough, just like he expected her to be. She was always far nicer when she didn't think anyone was watching her, like she had to keep up appearances as a cold and aloof person. As far as he could see, the only time when she wasn't like that was with Yoruichi and to a lesser extent with him. "This is actually nice," he heard her say suddenly as she kept at eating her ice cream cone. "I guess you know me well enough after all, Uzumaki. How you would know that I would be more partial to a walk like this than anything else, I don't think you'll ever find out, unless you asked Yoruichi-sama, but I don't think you did." She looked over the side of the grassy hill they were walking next to in order to see the moonlit water. Naruto felt like slapping his hand to his forehead. This was a girl that admitted to him that she liked to meditate in her spare time. Why wouldn't she like a simple walk like this? Damn, he thought too hard about things sometimes, but he had good intentions. Still, he was accomplishing his mission. The usually hardened look on Soy Fan's face was nowhere in sight, and she looked rather content at the moment. It was good to see her like that, if he was to be honest. "I'm glad you're having a good enough time," Naruto said to Soy Fan, putting his hands in his pockets. "I just want you to be happy, Juabachi." Soy Fan made a humming noise as she started to actually eat the cone her ice cream came in, having finished it off. "That name you call me. Why do you call me any kind of name at all? I call you by your actual name." "That's an easy question to answer," Naruto said in response, getting Soy Fan to turn her eyes towards him to get the information from him, "because I think we're rather close. I like you." He saw her eyes widen when he admitted it to her, "and I have an old habit of giving nicknames to people that I like." Soy Fan finished off her cone and shook her head at him. "How could you possibly say that you like me when most of our relationship is originally based on me trying to kill you?" Naruto laughed, surprising her until he spoke. "Most of the people I've ended up being friends with are people that tried to hurt me somehow. But you don't want to kill me right now, do you? So it's alright." He saw Soy Fan smile as well, even if she tried to hide it by turning forward again. "Just know that I do care about you, and you've got a friend in me even if you don't want one." "You are truly a strange man, Uzumaki Naruto," Soy Fan thought to herself as she smiled in spite of herself, wanting to keep up the appearance that most saw her as day in and day out. But by now she knew that Naruto was well aware of how comfortable she was around him, the disarming bastard. "And as a friend," Naruto said with a hint of amusement in his voice, "I have the right to help you out when I think you need me. Just like this." He reached over to her face and picked a crumb of the cone she had been eating from the corner of her mouth, stopping her in her tracks in embarrassment as he popped the crumb into his mouth. "I couldn't just let you walk around with a crumb on your face, Juabachi, no matter how cute you looked." Even with it being the middle of the night, it was still evident how red Soy Fan's face was as she seemed to seethe in anger. "Uzumaki!" she shouted as she barreled into him with her tiny body, sending them both down the side of the hill as he laughed the entire way. "I will kill you." They settled, both sitting with Naruto holding Soy Fan's back against him, keeping her from trying to turn and throttle him. "Calm down. I knew you were going to hit me once I did that. Mostly because women love to hurt me for some reason. But I'm not holding that against you. Actually, I'm holding you against me," he said, laughing again when he felt Soy Fan squirm to break free again. After a minute or two, she finally stopped fighting back and just sat on the side of the hill with Naruto still holding onto her in case she was still ornery. It was a really nice night out, and even after Naruto did what he did, something she still couldn't believe he had the gall to do, but that was not the point. Even after that, things could have been far worse, everything considered. It had been a long day, it had been a long week in general, and she didn't think anything of it to sit her head back against Naruto's chest as she allowed the tranquil night to calm her. Letting out a sigh, Soy Fan spoke. "I swear, you make me sick, Uzumaki. she said with no malice or actual intent in her voice. Naruto simply kept his smile and held on to her once he felt her rest comfortably against him. Love you too, Juabachi. On the road, fucking hell Uzumaki brat. Hidan grunted angrily as he sat hunched over the steering wheel of the car that he and Naruto were sitting in. We're going to be later than all get out for the flight because you just had to let that Shinigami punk let off some steam. Naruto sat in the passenger seat clutching the armrest hard enough to leave divots from his fingers gripping it. Just calm down, Hidan. You can barely drive on normal streets and I barely feel safe with the driving you're doing right now. Hidan was currently piloting their vehicle at a speed of well over 90 miles per hour down the highway towards the large city that the airport of their choice sat in. Meh, who cares? We're immortal. I'm not immortal like that, you asshole. I can still die. Naruto shouted at Hidan with anime tears running down his face. Now slow down and pull over. I'm driving, damn it. Fuck no. Hidan argued right back. If you drive like the grandpa you are, we'll never make it on time for the plane out of here. I hate the desert, but I'm going to love flying on these airplanes I hear so much about. Naruto pulled his seatbelt tighter across his chest as Hidan dragged the car over 3 separate lanes to pass traffic. At this point Naruto was grateful that he was at least staying on their side of the road. If you keep driving we'll never make it because you'll roll the damn car over and blow us all up in flames. You're just being a pussy. Hidan shouted at his boss. We're making great time here. At this rate we'll make it there within the hour. Yeah, they'd make it there in an hour, if there was the hospital. I need to buy my own plane. Naruto cried as he gave up and sat in his seat waiting for sweet death to claim him by way of Hidan getting them into a horrible car accident. I'd learn how to fly, and then I'd have clones run it, and then this kind of shit would never happen. XXX. Karakura Town, Naruto's base. In the training facility, Gaara sat calmly on a rock as Tatsuki stood in her training clothes punching one hand into her other palm with a nervous look on her face. She had felt Gaara's Ryotsu the other day just like all of the others and it was crushing. Luckily for her, Gaara was still in his Gigai, just sitting and waiting. Are you ready to begin, Tatsuki? Gaara asked in his usual tone of voice. By now Tatsuki, like most of the others, just accepted that Gaara was always going to talk that way. It didn't mean he wasn't a nice guy, or that there was something really off about him, it was just how he was. Naruto saw him as a close friend, so why shouldn't anyone else? The him being an Arrancar thing really wasn't a good excuse since Hidan was one too, and was infinitely more dangerous than Gaara just out of sheer lunacy. Tatsuki nodded to Gaara's question and set herself into a fighting stance. Yes, I'm ready. So what's the test that Naruto-sensei wanted me to take? Gaara dropped down from the rock and walked forward before stopping right in front of Tatsuki with his arms crossed. What's wrong? Are you going to tell me? Gaara merely closed his eyes. One hit. All you need to do is get one hit on me. It doesn't have to hurt, it doesn't have to even be solid, but if you can hit me once then you pass. One time? Tatsuki asked with a raised eyebrow. That seemed too easy to be a test to her. Gaara didn't even get out of that Gigai of his before setting the order and it didn't look like he was going to. That's it. That's it. Gaara confirmed for her. I want you to use every little thing that Naruto instructed you on since day one. From how to run to achieve better speeds, to the basic ninjutsu that he taught you. Nothing he taught you will be useless against me here. Use it all. Attack to kill or maim. Otherwise you won't get close to laying a finger on me. Kill or maim. Tatsuki repeated in a whisper. She was used to full contact fighting, but there were rules, ethics, things that you just didn't do. She had been fighting in that manner since she was old enough to put on a pair of gloves and now Gaara was telling her to disregard all of that and simply fight to end a life. Gaara's eyes were closed as he nodded solemnly. Your enemies are enemies. They will stop at nothing to achieve whatever goal they're after. When you accepted your abilities you accepted the life of fighting as a warrior, or in this case as a shinobi. I have killed more than my fair share in my time as has Naruto and I don't think you need me to get started on Hidan. Tatsuki gulped and shook her head. Naruto's original plan was to have you fight and defeat a hollow once one appeared. But he figured this test would be more appropriate, because our enemies won't look like outright monsters. They'll look human for the most part. Now enough talk. Take me down if you can. Land one blow. I have to fight as if I were trying to kill you, she said mostly to herself before shouting as she ran forward at Gaara. She threw a punch only for sand to stop her punch in its tracks. What? Gaara simply stared at her, seemingly disappointed by her first attack, attacking head-on against a superior opponent? You threw what you've learned right out of the window without being prompted by pressure. Gaara's sand lifted her off of the round and shook her about. You never attack an opponent head-on, even if you are stronger than them. Anything can be waiting for you in the case of a direct attack. Something like this. Gaara dropped Tatsuki to the ground, and as she landed on her feet his sand turned into a hand that flicked her in the face, sending her back. Tatsuki sputtered and spat out sand as she held her forehead where Gaara's sand hand hit her. How are you doing that? She asked, pointing at Gaara's ability to control sand. Can Naruto-sensei do that? Am I going to learn that? Gaara shook his head. It's a special ability that only I can do. Naruto can't do that, so you can't do that. And you won't be learning anything else until you can hit me. Now use your head, he more or less ordered. Tatsuki put her game face back on and prepared to head in again. She picked up a stone from off of the ground and threw it at Gaara only for it to bounce off of his sand shield and harmlessly, so direct attacks clearly won't work. I know how to work angles in fights, but I'm going to totally have to catch Gaara off guard here, she thought to herself. An opponent won't just let you stand there and think, Tatsuki, Gaara said as he whipped his sand around him as a way to try and intimidate her, so neither will I. Prepare yourself. Suna Shuriken, Sand Shuriken. Gaara threw projectiles of sand from his own supply and almost smirked when he heard her cry out in alarm as she began to get herself moving to avoid damage. Come on. Naruto and a few others were able to find ways past this to hit me when they were fresh genin. One of them didn't even know any ninjutsu. Of course, he also didn't say that the person that hit him sans ninjutsu was 3 times as fast as Tatsuki was. Tatsuki found herself in full retreat as Gaara's sand pursued her endlessly, so I've got to counter his own attack and find a way to catch him off guard and hit him. I think I would have rather fought the hollow for a test than this. She tried to change directions and get the sand to chase her back towards Gaara, whom she lost sight of. But when she looked at him again, he was still standing right where she left him. This is it, she said as she drew closer to Gaara. All of his stupid sand is chasing me. There's none left to protect him. Gaara's body turned in Tatsuki's direction just in time for her to launch a punch that hit him right in the face. Gotcha. I pass. Now Naruto-sensei's gotta. Wait, what? She said when she realized that her fist passed through Gaara's face as he was made of sand. Sand that grabbed a hold of her tightly. Hey, let me go. As you wish, Gaara said, stepping out from behind a boulder as he directed his sand to throw her away. Yelling in alarm as she sailed through the air, Tatsuki finally flipped through and landed on her feet, stumbling backwards but satisfied that after a week of training her dexterity had improved as well to go along with the ninjutsu that Naruto taught her and directed her to practice. As Gaara took up his usual place in the middle of the field, directing his sand to work things out for him, Tatsuki was really against trying to get close to Gaara again without a decent plan first. Tatsuki's complete lack of anything ranged was evident here as she stayed back. The most ranged attack she tried was throwing rocks at Gaara while on the run, something that didn't have the faintest chance of working. And Gaara was starting to get bored. A bored Gaara meant bad things for people. In the distant past, a bored Gaara might kill someone. This Gaara, however, that odd threat that Naruto made to me the other day, how could he possibly apply that in the middle of a battle? He asked himself, not paying attention to Tatsuki as he held his hands in a tiger seal and looked at them. Well, he did manage to actually do it to me once, I wonder. Therefore it is an effective combat technique. As he did this, Tatsuki was taking the lapse in Gaara's attack to catch her breath behind the cover of a boulder. As she looked around the edge of it, she no longer saw Gaara where he had been standing the entire time before this. Huh? Where did he go? You really shouldn't let your opponent get behind you all of the time. Tatsuki's eyes widened as she heard that voice behind her, and it made another statement to follow. What did he call it? Oh yes, I forget the full name, but Senengarashi, 1000 years of death. A large pair of sand hands from behind Tatsuki flew towards her exposed backside in the form of both the index and middle fingers being held out. The poor girl never knew what hit her. XXX elsewhere in the base, Yoruichi was with Urahara and Orihime as they sat in the kitchen. Ah! Orihime jumped out of her chair in shock as the yell from the basement echoed throughout the entire building as clear as day. That was Tatsuki-chan's voice. Do you think she's in trouble? Nah. Yoruichi said dismissively as she calmly sipped at the milk she had procured for herself. Naruto seemed to have a nasty habit of keeping milk in the refrigerator after it's spoiled, never really checking to see if it actually was expired before drinking it. That had inspired her to keep her own stash for herself. His little trips to the bathroom, while extremely amusing, also kept everyone else from ever even wanting to touch milk that Naruto had bought if they hadn't seen him buy it that day. It's just training. Gaara won't have as many frills attached to his approach that Naruto does. He's just going ahead with the task assigned to him. It's going to be kind of rough, but the instructions were clear. No help. Urahara smirked at Yoruichi as Orihime sat back down. So I have a question. With nobody here having any more than basic medical skills, how do you guys heal after training too hard? Yoruichi shrugged in response. I don't know. We just sleep it off. We're usually busy working instead of training that hard, mostly just for upkeep, and no one's been hurt that badly that it would matter yet. Except for Hidan, but he's fine with it. The guy stabs himself with a spike on a daily basis. Urahara nodded in understanding before tilting his head towards Orihime. So is she a part of this yet, like you and I? Yoruichi smiled at how Orihime got nervous at being put on the spot by the former 12th Division captain. She might as well be, for as much as she stays around with Tatsuki when she trains. The boys are thinking about it for sure, not sure about Ichigo. I don't see why she doesn't join. The perks for what Naruto would ask you to do are great. She started listing things off on her fingers. You get a wonderful place to stay, apartment with everything, right here for free. Naruto will pay you for what you do, and he pays well. Definitely. Urahara said with a grin that he hid his face behind his fan. Do you know what he shells out just for the Gigai he asked me for? Not to mention paying me to actually do the research on Arrancar, something I probably would have done anyway. The guy has the deepest pockets for someone that doesn't act like it. Yoruichi picked up where Urahara cut her off from, and he'd never make you do a mission you didn't want to do, nor would he make you do something he wouldn't go do himself. Man, I feel like a recruiter or something, she said with a laugh. I'll join. Orihime said, laughing as well, settling down to keep explaining. If I didn't, then my powers wouldn't be any good for anyone except for me, right? I want to help. Yoruichi put her milk down and clapped her hands together. Very good. Now, like I said, you get a place to stay here for free. You can keep living at your apartment that you have now, but you could move here if you wanted to. And don't worry about waiting to do anything until we tell Naruto. He'll be happy that you joined. This is going to be fun. Finally, I have another girl in the group to talk to. What about Ururu? Urahara mentioned. Is she even here? Yoruichi countered immediately. She's at the shop with Jinta and Tessai. He answered as if it were obvious. Why? Yoruichi placed her cheek in her hand with a smirking look on her face that if she currently had a tail, anyone watching would swear it was waving slowly. Yes, but that's not here though, is it? And what am I really going to talk about with a little girl, Kazuki? Urahara frowned and stroked his stubbly chin. Point taken. And on that note, I need to go back to the shop to check on things. Hopefully Jinta didn't destroy some of the things I have in storage again. He stood up from his seat and looked around the large eating area before he voiced his current thought. Is it just me, or do things feel weird tonight? I mean, something just feels off and I can't explain it. I feel anxious. Yoruichi narrowed her eyes as she was able to sense something off as well coming from outside. It's not just you, she said as she stood up and headed to the basement. I need to go get Gaara. XXX in the moonlit skies over Karakura town. A garganta opened up to reveal Tusen Kanami leading Zale Aporo Grants and Tia Haribel along with her Fracione. You all know what to do. The former Shinigami captain said, it's time to let our enemies know just who they're dealing with. Zale floated off on his own. I think I will go and gather some research while we're here. Aizen-sama has expressed interest in a few special cases. I want to see what is so important about them. Very well. Tusen said, his blindfolded eyes unable to take in the sight of his Arrancar underling leaving. And you, he said, looking at Haribel. She nodded, knowing what his directions would be even before he spoke to her. I will show them the strength of the Espada, and that their resistance is a futile measure, she said before disappearing in a sonido along with her Fracione. With his subordinates off to get to work on their tasks, Tusen simply stood there in the sky listening to the quiet old industrial district, waiting on the fireworks to begin. XXX Haribel eventually came to a stop in the air, as if she were waiting for something. Her Fracione who were following behind her came to a stop as well, wondering why she had done such. Apache spoke up, why did we? Haribel held her hand up to get her to be quiet before she seemingly spoke to someone who wasn't there. I am aware of you watching our movements. You cannot hide your power from me. Even when you have it concealed the way that you do right now, it is still very noticeable. In his own burst of sonido, Gaara appeared in front of her, now outside of his Gigai with his Zanpakuto claw-looking spear on his back. He was still dressed in his desert garb. The white robe and the long beige scarf around his neck. I am still not used to concealing my power while I am awake, he said as he stood there with his arms crossed over his chest. The clothing that you all wear. You are in league with this Aizen Sosuke person that Naruto has informed me of, are you not? Uzumaki Naruto told you this? Haribel asked, just as calmly as Gaara said, getting a nod from him. Then yes, I am. Why do you choose to fight against Aizen-sama's ambition? You are fighting against your fellow Arrancar, why? For a friend. Gaara said simply, the ambition of a megalomaniac holds no interest for me. I do not care about my existence as an Arrancar, it is just a meaningless label. There is no source of pride or disdain when I think of what I am. I am simply Sabaku no Gaara, and that is that. I have been given another opportunity to defend those that are close to me, and this time I will not fail. Haribel nodded, but in her mind something else ran through it. Once again this Uzumaki Naruto, who came out of nowhere, got the trust of the Gotei 13, made an enemy of Aizen, and now obtained the assistance of a clearly powerful Arrancar in seemingly no time at all. I am Tia Haribel. I am aware of this. Gaara said, surprising her. Naruto oftentimes comments on how our enemies are not all evil. You are the prime example that he uses when he speaks of such. He drew his spear from his back, pointing the claws at her. However, if you are here under the orders of Aizen, I must defeat you. Prepare yourself. Haribel's Fracione all went to their weapons to provide assistance when Haribel stopped them. Do not interfere, she ordered. Can you not feel the power he is trying to hide? This opponent is beyond your level to deal with. Even all three of you would more than likely fall by his hand. She gestured away. You have your own objectives to concern yourselves with. Make our presence known to our enemies, she said, more or less shooing them away. With the absence of her underlings, Haribel drew her Zanpakuto. Now that that is out of the way, let us begin, she said before lunging forward to attack Gaara, who stood in place. Gaara lifted his spear forward and spun around in a full circle before lunging at her, using his momentum to further power his stabbing motion. The female Arrancar dodged to the side of the stab and came on down the line, intending to take her advantage as she saw it and cut Gaara down. With one hand, Gaara grabbed her wrist, stopping her from finishing her attack and cutting his head off. Gaara's emotionless green eyes stared at her as his hand shook violently in his attempt to hold her back. You are very powerful, Gaara said before letting go of her hand and getting away from her attack. When I went into hibernation, there was only one hollow I would say had strength comparable to yours, my most bitter enemy. It seems I slept for far too long. I am an Espada, Haribel said informatively, one of the top 10 ranked Arankar in Aizen-sama's army. I would certainly hope that I am considered to be strong. However, you are still holding back, and I personally find that quite offensive. She began to generate her spiritual power to the point where it was clearly visible, being yellow in color. Gaara reset himself in his basic stance with his spear. It is not my intention to offend you, Gaara said as he started releasing his own power as well. I am just unused to fighting battles. I haven't fought at full strength in 2,000 years. Now would be the time to shake the cobwebs off, I guess. Gaara's Ryotsu was also yellow, but a duller tone, and was wispy, flickering away from his body like sand being blown in the wind. Sorry to keep you waiting. XXX. Hello Yoruichi, Tucson said as he ducked a powerful swinging kick that was intended for his head. He jumped away from the attack and faced her down, drawing his Zanpakuto. I wish I could say it was good to see you, but you and I both know that I am blind. Yoruichi stood on the air staring down one of Aizen's top conspirators with a hand on her hip. Hello Tucson. I wish I could say it was good to see you as well, but I missed my kick. She quipped impatiently. She didn't want any banter with someone like him. She just wanted to defeat him and be done with the whole thing altogether. His different look from the last time she saw him, what with him wearing a sleeveless form of the white uniform that she figured was par the course for Aizen's forces, the see-through blindfold around his eyes, and his hair with his braids all let down showed her that he was serious about his betrayal of the Gotei 13. Tucson smirked. Well, I could hear you. My other senses are far greater than a normal Shinigami's, as you should know. I don't need to be able to see you, and the slightest noise, such as your clothing ruffling, is enough for me. Tucson then disappeared and reappeared right behind her in a split second. However, he didn't bother attacking, merely standing there until Yoruichi's form faded from existence. So that's your Utsuzumi, Cicada, he said in an interested manner. I didn't think I would be able to feel the difference between the presence of you and one of your afterimages. Well, it's good to know if nothing else, Yoruichi said, as she stood back in front of Tucson, staying the way the battle had begun, with the two at a temporary stalemate. I don't understand why you would do what you did to the Soul Society, but I don't care. He wasn't fast enough to keep up with her. It's not going to change a thing. Tucson scoffed at the way Yoruichi spoke, as if he were the villain. Shihuan Yoruichi, perhaps the most legendary assassin in the history of the Seirei. Of course someone like you would know nothing of justice. You're merely a tool. Someone points at a target meant to be rid of and you perform the job. Someone like you follows no path, not that of justice nor corruption. Yeah, Yoruichi said with a sly grin. I'm pretty neutral until someone gives me a reason not to be. Her grin dropped and she flared her Ryotsu threateningly. Aizen's dumbass plan and the fact that you're going along with it is plenty of reason for this weapon to be pointed at you and yours. She growled out before using her notorious speed to get in a hit on Tucson that sent him flying to the ground below. Hitting him even just one time felt good, as Tucson wasn't known for being durable and able to take a beating. By her count, she wouldn't have to work too hard to beat him as far as putting the boots to him went. That one punch probably crumbled his insides. As he fell to the ground, Tucson rolled in the air to get his feet under him and landed in the street, cracking the pavement with the force he hit the ground with due to how hard Yoruichi hit him. His legs wobbled underneath him as he spoke to her. Real justice would never appeal to someone like you, Shihuan. You need chaos far too much, just like your lover Uzumaki. He's a killer, more of one than possibly even Zaraki Kenpachi. He likes the bloodshed, the violence. Fighting is what he lives for, what he clings to. He is a tainted being. Yoruichi glared down at Tucson, her fists shaking as she heard him talk down about Naruto. He didn't need any more of someone else doing that. He did it enough about himself. Flashback. 4 days ago. Yoruichi lay naked in the bed in Naruto's quarters with a satisfied look on her face, covered by his bedspread. Yeah, about that clone we were talking earlier about you leaving. I think you spoil me too much for a clone to be enough. Naruto laughed as he got himself dressed in his school uniform. Trust me, as long as you didn't do something like hit it too hard or bite it hard enough to draw blood, it would be enough. He shook his head with a fond look on his face. I swear I don't get what it is you see in me, Yoruichi-chan. I mean, first of all, I'm older than you. Way older than you. Yoruichi let out a noise that sounded something akin to a purr before she spoke. I'd like to call you experienced more than anything else, she said with a predatory smile that she wished she could have acted on at the moment. Alas, Naruto had to take Gaara to school and they were already probably late, so what they had already done would have to wait for now. Naruto sat down on the bed and grabbed his socks and shoes to place on his feet as Yoruichi's fingertips began to dance along his back. I'm serious. I don't know how you can stand trying to be with me. You know what I am, what I've done, how long I've been doing it for. He placed his shoes on the ground to step into and stopped to look at his hands. Sometimes I'm glad that I can't die naturally and that it's going to take one hell of a fight for anyone to actually kill me. Yoruichi sat up in the bed, holding the sheets over her chest to cover her modesty, as if it mattered at this point. Why? I mean, I know that you've been alive for so long that it would be a major shift, but it would be okay. If you were to die, you would wind up being a Shinigami so fast it would be like you just moved. As if you just decided to live in the Soul Society instead of here. Let's be honest here, Yoruichi-chan, Naruto said as he finished tying his shoes. If I died, I wouldn't go to the Soul Society. I would probably go to hell. I've killed so many people, Yoruichi-chan. No matter what I do, I always end up fighting for some reason. And as much as I say I value peace, if there were no more battles to be fought, no more conflict in the world, then I wouldn't know what to do with myself. One of the only times I even feel alive anymore is on the battlefield. Hearing that brought a frown to Yoruichi's face. Naruto, no one else thinks of you that way. It wasn't that Naruto had low self-esteem by any stretch of the imagination. He bordered narcissism on a regular basis with how much he believed that he could do anything. For an example, he was planning on building an entire organization from the ground up with the intent to defend Karakura Town, and whatever else with whatever he could recruit for himself. Is fighting the only thing that makes you feel alive? No, there are a few other things that make me feel alive, Naruto said, standing up and walking towards the door. He turned around and gave her a brilliant smile that made her heart skip a beat. You certainly do, for sure. He took a moment to just look at Yoruichi in his bed, and for some reason his gaze made her feel absolutely beautiful. He then left the room and shut the door behind him. All right, Gaara, it's time to go. Finally, Gaara replied tersely from a distance. You are absolutely depraved, did you know that? I heard all of that, by the way. Flashback end. Yoruichi spoke to her blind but dangerous enemy in a calm but edgy manner. If he's a tainted being, then I'm right there along with him, and I couldn't be any happier about it. People doing what Tsusen planned to do alongside Aizen didn't get to say such things about Naruto. She didn't even like hearing him say such things about himself. How someone grew on her so much in just over 4 months she didn't know, and she didn't care. Tsusen didn't respond. He simply held up his sword. Nake, Suzumushi, cry, cricket, with his Zanpakuto's Shikai release command. A piercing, high-pitched noise hit Yoruichi's ears, forcing her to cover her ears in a futile attempt to block out the noise. I need to get away from that damned noise, Yoruichi thought before quickly backpedaling with her shunpo to get herself as far away from the noise as she could. Hado number 54. Heian, Way of Destruction number 54. Abolishing Flames. An oblong blast of purple energy flew through the air at Yoruichi, hitting her body and incinerating it on contact with her. I missed her again, Tsusen said quietly to himself before jumping back as an axe kick from Yoruichi put a hellish crater into the street where her foot landed. But you didn't get away unscathed, did you? Damn him and his stupid senses. Yoruichi no longer had on her orange long-sleeved overshirt as she had to cast it aside to avoid being caught on fire by Tsusen's last Kido. Instead, she had on the backless, sleeveless shirt she wore underneath her orange top. Her shoulder had a slight burn on it and she had a trickle of blood coming from her ears, but other than that she was okay. He could probably smell my shirt burn when I got away. Tsusen waved his sword in front of him slowly. You are just as fast as they say, Yoruichi. Let's see how fast that truly is. Suzumushi Nishiki. Benihiko, cricket second movement. Crimson flying locusts. The sword vibrated momentarily before he moved the blade around him in a circle, a trail appearing from the path he made. The trail turned into hundreds of blades that rained down on Yoruichi. Showing her speed once again in a necessary manner to survive, Yoruichi dodged all of the blades that came her way, gritting her teeth as she decided to close the distance between herself and him, grabbing one of the fallen blades and pulling it from the ground to hurl back up at Tucson. Seeing the blade coming with his ability to see by sensing spiritual power, Tucson avoided impalement by way of his own weapon only for Yoruichi to appear behind him, her arm extended with her palm out, a red orb of energy in it, Hedo number 31. Shakuho, Way of Destruction number 31, Red Fire Cannon. A red pillar of energy flew from the orb and hit Tucson full contact, knocking him back into the side of a nearby building right through the wall. I know he's not done yet and neither am I, Yoruichi said to herself as she pointed her palm at the hole in the wall where she knew Tucson had gone and began an actual incantation since to her knowledge he hadn't moved from where he landed. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind. Stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears, the empty castle. In Yoruichi's palm, yellow electric energy formed into an orb that crackled with power. Hedo number 63. Reikuhu. Way of Destruction number 63. Thunder Roar Seer. The attack was fired from her hand in a massive strike of energy that blew apart the inside of the building she had been aiming into. Yoruichi covered her eyes as the debris from her last Kido kicked back at her by way of the backdraft. How terrible a weakness that must be. Yoruichi's eyes widened as a heavily injured Tucson walked out of the wreckage Yoruichi had just created, to have to protect one's eyes for fear of losing your sight. Luckily I don't have that disadvantage as I have never had my sight to lose in the first place. Tucson held his sword up and put his other hand on the ring that was attached to the guard of his blade. Bankai, Suzumushi Suishiki. Enma Korogi, Cricket Final Form. Devil Cricket. The ring on Tucson's guard began spinning rapidly. Around Yoruichi and Tucson, the ring expanded in spiritual energy and split into 10 glowing ones. They then flew outward and formed a large black dome that was anchored to the ground around the two combatants. Within the dome Yoruichi could no longer see, it was pitch dark, and though she hadn't noticed it yet, she could no longer smell or hear a single thing. Grr. This is so not good. I'm a total. She wound up getting cut across her back harshly and dropped to the ground before rolling and escaping a follow-up attack for the moment. I'm a total sitting duck. XXX Tatsuki was running through the empty streets of the old industrial district. Naruto's base was set in the middle with Orihime following her close behind. Tatsuki-chan, where are you going? We were supposed to stay at the base until everyone came back. But what if they need our help? Tatsuki argued in return. I felt more than just two people show up in Karakura town. Yoruichi and Gaara are outnumbered. Hey! They heard a brash voice scoff. And what exactly are two weaklings like you going to do to help anyone? They both looked up into the sky to see three women. Mila Rose, Sun Sung, and Apache, all standing there looking down at them. Apache smirked and kept speaking. You're strong enough to see us though. I wonder how useful either of you are in a fight. You are supposed to be our enemies after all. Tatsuki immediately dropped into a fighting stance while Orihime stood at the ready to do whatever was needed with her powers. The three women floated down to the ground in front of them, all looking at them in amusement. Mila Rose let out a laugh. Isn't that cute? These two humans think that just because they can see us they can fight us. Tatsuki tried to put up a confident front, but she could feel their ryotsu. While it was a far cry away from anything Gaara produced that day, or even what Naruto did himself to get her used to the oppressive feeling of fighting someone stronger than her, she could feel that these women were stronger than her. Still, it was fight or run, and she knew that if they ran she wouldn't get far as long as they could sense her, and she hadn't gotten around to learning how to staunch her chakra so that others couldn't sense her as easily yet. A good sensor would find her regardless. It's not just the two of us, Tatsuki said, making the ram, snake, and tiger seals that Naruto taught her for one of her techniques. Not anymore, it isn't. Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu. The three Fraction of Haribel went wide-eyed when they saw 10 copies of Tatsuki standing in front of them. Since when could humans do that? No one ever told them of anyone with special abilities like that outside of the one blonde human, the banished Shinigami, and the crazy Arrancar guy that they had come into contact with in Hueco Mundo not too long ago. That was kind of something that you needed to tell people before you sent them somewhere to do anything. Orihime looked at the copies of Tatsuki with a smile on her face as she was prepared to back her up. Finally getting over the small surprise at seeing a human with some fight in them, Mila Rose was the first of the Arrancar attack squad to speak up with confidence. So what? It doesn't matter if there's 1 or 10 ants, they'll all be crushed in the end, she said as she drew her broadsword styles on Pakuto. The copies of Tatsuki narrowed their eyes at the remark and prepared an attack, as there was no way she was going to let any of these people harm her best friend as long as she was there. This is what I've been trying to train for, isn't it? All 10 of them ran forward, much to the growing amusement of her opponents. Apache laughed as she stepped forward and formed red bullets around both of her fists. You're certainly making this easier than it needs to be, aren't you? She asked before throwing punches that kept firing the blasts. Bala, hollow bullet. As the attacks flew rapidly at all of the Tatsukis and hit them, they faded from existence one by one until the last one was actually knocked back by the attack. Apache was about to taunt her again when Tatsuki's body was enshrouded in a puff of smoke, a piece of cracked debris falling to the ground in her place. What? Koden Zanshin, solitary sacred cutting shield. Apache narrowly avoided the small flashing projectile that flew at her from Orihime and turned to glare at the girl, prepared to attack her for trying to catch her off guard. Dynamic entry. Tatsuki used her clones and a substitution as a diversion to get an attempt at a blindside attack that Orihime assisted heavily with. As she jumped through the air, intent on planting the sole of her shoe against Apache's face, Mila Rose appeared in front of her and grabbed her foot with one hand, only taking one step backward to brace herself for the impact. What was that supposed to be? Mila Rose taunted. Even if I'd let that hit someone as weak as Apache. Apache then growled angrily at the jibe from her Amazonian-looking partner. There's no way that would have been enough to beat her. You're wasting our time, she said before throwing Tatsuki aside effortlessly. Tatsuki was able to back handspring and get her feet back under her, but felt like kicking herself for overlooking the other two. As if they would actually let things go one-on-one, especially after the assist from Orihime. Sung Sun laughed with her hand in front of her mouth. Still, for Apache to even be caught in a situation like that by a human. What does that say about her? Apache glowered at jokes being sent her way from both of her teammates and looked angrily at Orihime and Tatsuki. I'll tell you what it says. It says that those two are dead right about now. At the tip of the horn on her head that was a part of her mask fragment, a red beam formed. Sero, hollow flash. The beam then fired directly at the two human girls. Tatsuki grit her teeth and prepared to move before she realized that Orihime was still there as well. What am I going to do about this? Come on, think. Santon Keshun. 3 sacred link shields, I reject. A clear yellow triangle shield appeared in front of both Orihime and Tatsuki that blocked the Sero that had been fired at them. Tatsuki marveled momentarily at Orihime's defensive ability, looking at her only to get a smile in return. I'm no good at fighting, but I can be a good shield, I think. Tatsuki then smiled at her in return. Then I guess I really will have to get stronger, so I can do the fighting for the both of us. Apache blinked in shock at the two girls winding up unscathed after her Sero. Just who the hell are they? Friends of ours. A stoic voice said before grunting in effort as a blast of energy flew at the 3 Arrancar women, forcing them to dodge. They turned to see Chad with his right arm outstretched from throwing his punch. Orihime. Tatsuki. Are you two okay? Orihime nodded fervently. Yes, Sato-kun, we're just fine. How did you find us? Chad began to walk over to them, still keeping his eyes on his apparent enemies. We could feel the Ryotsu generating around this area of Karakura town. It was easy to find. We? Tatsuki asked with a raised eyebrow before another presence made itself clear to them all. How she had missed such a powerful aura she attributed to the gravity of the situation she had been in until just then. Ichigo? Yep. In a blur, Ichigo appeared in front of them all, facing Haribel's Fracione. Sorry it took so long, I was kind of way on the other side of town. His eyes also never left the trio of Arrancar that he could see floating above them. I guess that these are the enemies that Naruto tried to warn us about. He was still in his Bankai form from his meeting with Naruto, and the overwhelming Ryotsu flowing from his body was something that couldn't be ignored. Apache hissed out a whisper to her partners. Oh, now who the hell are these guys? That big guy almost actually hit us. Sun wasn't paying Chad any mind, however, choosing to pay attention to Ichigo. Never mind him. The other one, the one with the spiky orange hair, can you not feel that level of strength? On the ground, Ichigo was already sufficiently warmed up by his little fight with Naruto and his rush all the way to the old industrial district. Needless to say, he was ready for another fight. So are you just going to stand up there and gawk all day, or are we actually going to do this anytime before midnight? Now that's the kind of attitude I like to hear, kid. The sound of that excitedly manic voice alerted everyone's attention to Hidan in his Arrancar form. Black cloak with red clouds standing above them with his scythe in hand. His body was radiating the same terrifying power that the three women had felt when he first underwent his transformation. An evil grin on his face, Hidan descended down closer to the level of Haribel's Fracione. Well, now I'm glad we had to come back. I would have kicked my own ass if I'd missed this little party. Did you girls miss me? Apache shook off her shock at seeing Hidan. It doesn't matter if he has all of that power, he doesn't know how to use it. We can still kick his ass. Hidan cackled wildly. I'm an old hand at killing, it's all I'm good at. All I needed was enough time to figure out how to best use the power for that reason. His dark purple Ryotsu started emitting from his body. Who dies first? Fuck you. Apache yelled at him, charging up another Sero at her horn. The only one who's going to die here is you. Hidan licked his lips as he made a half-tiger seal and held out his free hand, building up a purple Sero there as well. I would absolutely love to see you try. Sero. Hollow Flash, XXX. Gaara vs. Haribel. All across the sky, Gaara and Haribel clashed weaponry. As of yet, Gaara hadn't been able to strike home with his intimidating-looking spear, nor had Haribel been able to deal with the range that Gaara's weapon gave him that went along with his skill at using it. Haribel backed off enough to charge a yellow beam of power in the hollow portion of her Zanpakuto, Ola Azul, blue wave gun. She fired the blade-shaped energy projectile directly at Gaara. Gaara merely stabbed his Zanpakuto out towards Haribel's attempted attack. Tanuki no Sume. Claw of the Tanuki. The blade of Gaara's spear detached from the pole it was at the head of and flew towards Haribel's yellow blade of energy, immediately disintegrating on contact, not slowing it down in the least. What was the point of that? Haribel wondered as she watched Gaara narrowly dodge her attack, letting it smash into a building below and demolish it. He had to know that his blade was weaker than my technique. What she didn't see were the granules of sand that comprised Gaara's blade reforming behind her in the shape of the claw it had been. Before it could bear down and strike her, Haribel dodged it in a burst of Sonido, only to come to a stop and find Gaara above her, his now staff-like Zanpakuto held above his head for a downward swing that she had to life her own Zanpakuto to block with a resounding clang noise. As she blocked Gaara's attack, the claw flew towards the air behind her, trying to stab into her while she was busy with Gaara himself. Haribel tossed her Zanpakuto to the other hand and grabbed the pole arm of Gaara, using her sword hand to swat away his Tanuki claw only for it to disintegrate into sand again. Is it solid or isn't it? She thought, and her answer came when the sand moved and grabbed a hold of her Zanpakuto arm. I apologize for this, Gaara said, getting her attention. He had taken one of his hands off of his own Zanpakuto and had it held out to the side as if he were reaching out to grab something. Sabaku Susu, Sand Waterfall Funeral. The sand around Haribel's hand imploded and crushed her arm in a rain of blood. Gaara was surprised when her eyes barely even registered the damage that she had taken. What a strong will to not even cry out at such an injury. Harabelle was able to free her now useless arm that hung limp at her side and snatched her Zanpakuto before it could fall with her other arm that was still good. I don't need both arms to defeat you. Why do you not fight at full strength? Why don't you? Gaara asked in return, his spearhead reforming on the tip of his staff where it had been originally. My reason is simple. My resurrection is too dangerous to use anywhere near populated areas or around those too weak to bear the amount of power it generates simply from its release. I would potentially harm my allies with it. Their conversation was cut short when Hidan's Ryotsu spiked over in the distance. Oh. It looks like Hidan has returned. Harabelle narrowed her eyes in the indicated direction as that was where her Fraction had been dispatched. There were two towering powers coming from that direction that she was certain they wouldn't be able to handle. It seems our battle has come to an end for now, she said before disappearing with a low booming noise. XXX. Rooftop of Naruto's base. Nell jumped around excitedly as she waited by her two brothers, Dondoshaka and Peshi. What's happenin', she asked excitedly. All over the normally lifeless district, the power fluctuations of constant battle could be felt. Peshi started, scratching his head. There's a lot of fighting and, yeah. A lot of fighting. Cool. Nell exclaimed. Who's winnin'? Peshi waited a moment before answering confidently. The stronger side, of course. Yep. No question about that. The stronger people are totally winning right now. An arrogant-sounding voice sounded behind them as someone floated down to the surface of the roof. Well, Nelly L2 Odelschwank. To find you here of all places. Peshi and Dondoshaka turned around slowly to see the pink-haired Arankar with glasses standing there smirking. Zale Aporo Grants. How do you know Nell's name? Nell asked nervously, fully aware of how strong this individual was. Just from his mere presence. What do you want with Nell? Zale looked at the crack in the mask on Nell's head and spoke. Of course you wouldn't be able to remember anything as you are. The attack all those years ago gave you amnesia as well as took your power. A grin came over his face. I did want to study such an effect back when it happened to you, and an opportunity like this won't just fall into my hands again. Come with me if you would, my dear. Dondoshaka stood protectively in front of Nell, keeping Zale away from her as best he could. You won't touch any part of her, you bastard. Zale laughed at the attempt of the two other Arankar protectors. Do you really think you two can possibly keep me from taking Nelliel? It must be nice to be so delusional. All of a sudden he heard the door to the roof open up, prompting him to turn his head. You. Naruto walked up the stairwell leading to the roof and stood there, staring at Zale with a frown on his face. Well, we missed our flight, but I have to say that it was probably a good thing that Hidan can't drive for shit. His frown deepened thinking about the harrowing experience of being a passenger. He crashed the car 20 miles outside of town. We weren't even halfway there yet. Naruto rubbed his neck and disappeared before delivering a crushing kick to Zale that sent him flying off of the rooftop. Anyway, I'm pissed. And seeing you try to pick on a cute little Arankar like Nell pisses me off even more. Zale caught himself in the air and touched his lip where blood was flowing from. He angrily drew his Zanpakuto as he stared down at Naruto. You were the reason I came here to begin with. Such an interesting rumor about you I've heard from Aizen-sama. You're supposed to be nothing more than a regular human and yet your Ryotsu is so intense at the moment. You're worth studying. Catch me if you can then. Naruto said, gesturing towards himself. It's going to be harder than you think to take me alive. Alive, dead, it doesn't matter. Zale shrieked maniacally. A body to study is a body to study. He said as a garganta opened as multiple other Arankar poured out of it. Now attack him, my Fraction. And they did. Dropping from the sky around Naruto preparing to do such. Naruto stood there, calmly counting them out on his fingers, having to use one hand twice to get them all counted before shrugging and cracking his neck. Okay, here we go. Jinchuriki style. Naruto's body was then covered in the same dark flame-looking chakra that he took on when he fought Ichigo's hollow earlier. Let's make this quick. Naruto reached up with his arm and from it, the arm of a giant, made from his dark chakra stretched out into the air and grabbed all of them tightly, crushing them almost effortlessly. He looked back at Nell and her brothers. Get off of the roof. And they wasted no time in doing just that, leaving Naruto to face Zale alone. Zale cared not for the deaths of his underlings as a grin came over his face at the sight of Naruto. What a glorious form. Such incredible power. What is its source? I need to know what this is. Tell me. An inferior being such as a human like you has no right claiming such power. Naruto looked up at the man as he began to rant madly about Naruto's power. Well, you say that like it was my choice. And the source of my power is a need-to-know basis. I don't feel like telling that to someone that's about to die here. Arrogant human. Zale said as he held up his Zanpakuto, Suzure, Fornicaras. Sip. Lewd concubine, he said, activating his Resurrection as he swallowed the weapon. A glow then emitted from his mouth before his body began to swell up. Naruto made a step forward to take advantage, but Zale's body then emitted spiritual energy that kept him back, obscuring his vision and keeping him back. As Naruto found himself able to look upon Zale again, he found that his appearance had changed. His lower body was a multitude of purple tentacles with his feet extending from the bottom. They were then covered by a dress-looking garment. His upper body had on a tight gray shirt with white sleeves that had purple extensions flowing from them like teardrops. His hollow mask took the form of a headdress on the sides of his head, extending across his forehead and under his eyes. The ends of his hair were purple as well, and his hands became white with the tips of his fingers becoming purple. His left eye gained purple line markings. On his back there were 4 large branch-looking structures with many red strands hanging from them. Take a look, Zale said after his transformation was complete. Take a look at perfection. Naruto stared at him and blinked once. Okay, I've seen it, now what? In response, Zale released a large amount of black liquid from his body that flew at Naruto from upwards. Naruto's eyes widened as he didn't see how he was going to dodge that much liquid from above him, and not knowing what it was made him not want to risk being hit by it. Naruto flared up his chakra and produced a solid black orb around his body that disintegrated the liquid on contact. When the orb disappeared, it revealed that Naruto was no longer there, having left through a hole in the roof. Zale's eyes widened and the red strands on his branches expanded to cover his body defensively just as Naruto attacked him from behind, holding a black sphere of chakra in his hand that expanded to twice his size. Inten. Sho Odama Rasengan. Yin release. Super Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. Naruto slammed the jutsu into his enemy's body and around them a whirling torrent of black energy formed, impossible for anyone to see into, before Zale exploded out of it, landing into the side of a building, his branches on his back destroyed. Gah! What did you do? I blocked with my wings and my hierro. How did that get through them both? Naruto's right arm was uncovered, without any of his chakra shroud over it for a moment until it covered his arm again. That jutsu manipulated the shroud around my body into an attack, concentrated enough to plow through anything. This is the strongest, densest chakra in the entire world bar none. It can break through anything. I am the Octava Espada, the 8th strongest in Aizen-sama's army. In my Resurrection state you shouldn't be able to even come close to me. With his wings destroyed, Zale's greatest weapon was gone. If he couldn't catch Naruto in one of them and perform his technique, he couldn't win. You worthless peon. He disappeared in a burst of sonido and reappeared at Naruto's back with his hand in a knife strike position. Die. He thrust it forward, fully expecting to pierce Naruto's chest only to find that he didn't get past his black chakra shroud. What? Someone as weak as you can't ever hope to get past my chakra shroud. Naruto instructed him, a tail extending from the shroud and grabbing a hold of Zale tightly. Now that I know who the enemy is, and now that I know that you're willing to destroy at the very least thousands to get what you want, I don't have to hold back anymore. You remind me of someone from my past now that I think about it. He turned his head to the side, allowing Zale to see him grinning manically. I always wanted to do something like this to him. You won't finish me, you fool. Zale thought to himself. My final technique can activate as long as you are touching me, and you are. He tried to initiate it only to find that he could not. What? Why? He's grabbing me. He then scrutinized the chakra shroud and gasped, "This isn't a part of your physical body at all, is it? It's a part of your chakra, or whatever you call it." "Yep," Naruto said, "because I really don't want to touch you, so I won't." Kase no Yaiba, Blade of Wind. From Naruto's fingertips, an invisible blade materialized in a gust and cut right through Zale once. Naruto let his chakra shroud fade, turning him back to normal as Zale's bifurcated body fell to the ground. Naruto stared at the two pieces of his body as he thought, so he was number 8, was he? What number was that Haribel girl? And how strong are the other numbers? XXX. Yoruichi versus Tusen. One would think that the lack of sight, smell, and sound would completely adversely affect someone in battle. Normally it would. It would affect a fighter that wasn't already somewhat trained in dealing with it. As the former leader of the Onmitsukido, Yoruichi was trained to defend herself and even win battles without her sight. The lack of hearing and smell that came with Tusen's Bankai was a problem, but not one that she couldn't deal with. She still had the feeling of touch. With as fast as she was, if she could feel when he might attack her, she could avoid it. Yoruichi was far faster than Tusen. Thus she was able to survive the battle thus far, until she got lucky and unleashed a sweeping kick that nailed Tusen right in the stomach. "Yes. Got you, you slippery sack of crap." The dome then faded. Why, she had no clue. It was a glancing blow, but she'd be damned if she wasn't going to take advantage of it and finish things here. As she prepared to activate Shunku, she looked around to find Tusen back in the sky. "You're running away?" "I forget, you can't sense anything while my Bankai is active," Tusen said as a Garganta opened. "I'm not going to tell you anything other than this isn't over Shihu and Yoruichi." He said that, but thought something to himself as he held back the internal injuries that Yoruichi's kick gave him. "I wonder if Aizen-sama is willing to bestow a power on me greater than my Bankai." Yoruichi took a moment to sense things around her and found that Naruto and Hidan's signatures were back in Karakura town. As the sky closed on Tusen, she narrowed her eyes at him and nursed her numerous cuts. "You're damn right, this isn't over, we never even got started." XXX. Hidan held his scythe in his hand and looked at the 3 female Arankar that he had been familiar with before tonight. "Hey Shinigami kid," he said, addressing Ichigo. "Do you mind if I take all 3 of them myself? We've got something of a thing going on. Besides, I've got something I want to test out." He grabbed the pike that hung around his neck and extended it, pointing at his chest. "My resurrection." He's going to use his resurrection? Sung-sun, Mila Rose, and Apache thought at the same time. Ichigo scratched his head in confusion as he and all of his friends looked up at Hidan as he asked a question. Sure, but what's a resur whatever you called it?" Hidan rolled his eyes. "My actual true power, you stupid brat, keep up," he shouted before Haribel appeared behind him. As a reflex, Hidan turned around with a wild swing of his scythe, only to miss as Haribel dodged him with her sonito to get to her underlings. "Oh no you didn't, bitch. No one creeps up on me, doesn't stab me for the trouble, and just walks away." Sung-sun looked at Haribel's wound with her hand in front of her mouth out of shock. "Haribel-sama, your arm." "A wound that can be treated once we return to Hueco Mundo." Haribel insisted stoically. "It's time for us to return." "So soon, Haribel-chan?" Naruto appeared in the sky next to Hidan, using his swift release to get there quickly. "We never got to talk." "That's kind of disappointing," he said with his arms crossed. Hidan tried to step forward when Naruto's command stopped him. "Down boy." Gaara appeared then also. "I didn't get to fight," Hidan said indignantly. "Come on, what the fuck?" Naruto then narrowed his eyes at him. "You flipped the damn car over the median. You're lucky I didn't kick your ass all the way back to Karakura town. The only thing that saved you was that we had to run from the cops. Too many questions to answer for a car that wasn't even registered under my name." Hidan retreated back a few feet. He wasn't in his Gigai. Naruto could kill him as he was like this. Never mind then. "Until next time, Uzumaki Naruto," Haribel said, "you're as much of a threat as we considered you. You and your allies." With that, a Garganta opened and the Espada and her Fracione stepped through it. Naruto watched the portal close and let out a sigh, looking around the somewhat wrecked area, but who cared? No one came around there except him anyway. Well, that's a good job, Dream Team, he said in reference to Gaara and Hidan. He descended and landed, very close to Tatsuki as a matter of fact, getting her to step back. Did you hit Gaara? Tatsuki's face took on one of shock. She completely forgot about the test once Gaara left. They had been fighting for 3 hours and she hadn't managed to hit him. Looking down at the ground, she shook her head, unable to look up at him. No, I guess it's back to the beginner stuff, huh? Naruto just looked at her before looking over at Gaara. She didn't hit you? Gaara shook his head. Well, what about the test part of the exercise? Gaara ignored the look of confusion on Tatsuki's face and walked up to Naruto. Tatsuki fought against the enemy with only the skills you've given her thus far. She did not retreat. In our battle she did the same. She never gave up or faltered. She would have kept going if we weren't alerted to the presence of Aizen's soldiers. Naruto nodded as he took in this information. Well, Tatsuki, in that case, if Gaara says so, then you pass. What? Tatsuki said with a blank look on her face, not understanding why he was passing her. But I didn't hit him. I never even got close to Gaara, so how can you say I passed? Because you were never meant to actually hit Gaara, Naruto said as if it were as plain as day. Ichigo still didn't understand. The test seemed clear. There didn't seem to be any in-between point for hitting Gaara or not hitting him. If Tatsuki didn't get it done, then why was she being passed? It was weird. What do you mean? You just said that her test was to hit Gaara. You're a confusing guy, Naruto. Naruto chuckled. I gave her an impossible task. At seeing the shock on everyone's face, he elaborated. Do you all know how hard it is to lay a single finger on Gaara if he doesn't want you to? Only the fastest, the strongest, or someone with a hell of a lot of tricks to their credit can get past his sand shield when he's in his Gigai. He lifted his fingers and started listing things. Tatsuki, for as good as she is, isn't fast enough to get around it. She isn't strong enough to brute force her way through it, and I only taught her the most basic ninjutsu in existence, none of which are going to fool Gaara on his worst day or give her enough of an opening to touch him. Orihime was lost, way back at the point when Naruto said that Tatsuki passed. So, what was the point of the test? Naruto put a hand on Tatsuki's shoulder. If you had thought that it was impossible, if you had quit before Gaara told you to stop, then I couldn't have trained you any further. That was all to make sure you had enough drive to keep going when my training got hard, and if you didn't, then at least you would have a few tricks that might keep you alive if you were attacked. His face was serious as he spoke. Tatsuki-chan, I can work with pretty much anything. I'll be able to make you stronger no matter how good you are or how good you aren't, but the thing that I absolutely can't do anything with is someone that's a quitter. You need guts to do the things we're going to have you doing. And there it was. The point of the test wasn't a measure of her skill, it was a measure of her determination. Complaining about how unfair it was, or giving up in the middle of the test would have resulted in her failure. It was as simple as that. So, Tatsuki said hopefully. Like I said, you pass. Naruto said with a grin on his face, and per the agreement you get a new jutsu, Gaara? He said, expecting Gaara to toss her the scroll he had placed the jutsu on. Gaara shrugged and gestured to his clothing. The scroll is in my Gigai, not with me, Naruto. Naruto deflated, the flow of the moment broken up. Oh well, you can give it to her once you get back inside. Me and Hidan need to get going. Why? Ichigo asked. They had just gotten back and now he was going to leave again. Hidan looked away sheepishly while Naruto glared at him and answered the substitute Shinigami. Because of someone's shitty driving we missed our flight, so we have to leave now and get to the airport to get tickets for the next flight out and to make sure we don't miss that flight too. His glare deepened as Hidan hid behind Gaara. I'm driving this time, he asserted with a growl. XXX Yoruichi sat on the roof of a building as Urahara sat behind her bandaging the wounds she suffered in her fight with Tucson. Urahara grinned widely as he finished the job. So you're not going to go get a quickie from your boyfriend before he leaves again? He tried to tease. Yoruichi just smirked in response, not even bothering to turn around. Please, Naruto's going to leave as fast as he can. And there's really no such thing as a quickie for us. If we started, we wouldn't stop for the rest of the night. She then let out a sigh, and then he'd be late to get back from where he's going. He would miss more than Monday's classes if we did that. So responsible aren't you, Yoruichi? Urahara snickered before getting serious. So what do you think? Yoruichi looked up at the sky, ignoring the moon to look at the area where the Garganta had been opened not too long ago. I think we've got a hell of a lot of work to do. They struck back the same way that we did. They know that they can get to us just as easily as we can get to them, and we're all by ourselves. You have to wonder how quick the Seiraidi's response would be in the case of an all-out attack against us. Ooh. Urahara said in interest. I smell a field trip. Too bad I can't go though, but I guess there are things I can do here as well, so don't worry about me. Yoruichi let out a laugh. I never do Kazuki. You know that. Omake. Immortals like us. 2 days after leaving Karakura town, Naruto and Hidan were resting atop a cliff in an extremely arid environment, with the silver-haired man holding a pair of binoculars to his eyes. Both of them were wearing desert camouflage clothing and had automatic rifles on their persons. Why are we here, Uzumaki brat? This seems pointless to me. Naruto, who was sitting back relaxing in preparation for what they were about to do in mere moments, eyed Hidan with a raised brow. What part of 50 million American dollars seems pointless? Calm down. This'll be over in all of 5 minutes. My clones, plus the fact that you can't die in that body will make sure of that. I've been meaning to knock this guy off for like 10 years. Why the fuck didn't you get around to it sooner then? Hidan asked him irritably. He hated desert environments, and having to actually work in one left him crankier than usual. You don't even fucking need me for this. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I just never got around to it. I was going to let the country he fucked with get him, but it's been 10 years, that means it's my turn. And I don't need you, but we were in the neighborhood, so I figured why not get some easy money while we're here. It's not like these people are shinobi, and the closest thing to a shinobi around here is that military academy we saw. We'll be done by the time they figure out what's up. He pulled the rifle from his back and switched the safety up. Now saddle up, asshole, we have a flight to catch tonight. Hidan sighed and did the same as Naruto, frowning at the noisy weapon. Why can't I just use my scythe? Naruto shook his head. Too many questions to answer, such as, how the fuck did you get close enough to that guy to fuck him up with a scythe? Besides, we need his body in good enough condition to be identified, otherwise we ain't getting paid. Just point and shoot, dumbass. A monkey could use these things. Hidan then smirked. Hence why after thousands of years you're finally acceptable at using them. Feeling satisfied at Naruto's growl, he brought up another point. Yoruichi's going to be pissed off when she finds out why we're late. She's not going to find out we even did this because you're not going to tell her, and neither is anyone else. Naruto commented, confident in that fact. You're going to walk in there. Be my human bullet shield. Shoot your gun. Meanwhile, while you miss every shot because you suck, I'll be hitting them, and eventually I'll empty a clip through the target's chest and we can go home $50 million richer. Hidan nodded, cocking his gun before smiling faintly. Kami, it feels good to do this again. Not with the guns because I hate these stupid things. Naruto nodded in agreement of their distaste in guns. But just this, you know. He then shook his good mood off and put the sneer back on his face. Alright. Enough sentimental bullshit, let's do this. Alright, remember the plan. Naruto said, you go in towards the front and raise hell. I'll go through the back and they'll be screwed. I can understand their language anyway, you can't, so I can hear how they're going to respond to whatever you do. Where the fuck are we anyway? Hidan asked as they started descending the cliff towards a small community of well-to-do compounds. Pakistan. Naruto said absently. Abbottabad, I think this place is called. Do I have to take this Bin Laden guy alive? Hidan asked again, hoping for a response in the negative. Naruto picked his ear before flicking it and pulling a balaclava over his face. I don't care. We get paid alive or dead. Now lock and load, dickhead. This it for today guys, this was the part 6 of What If Naruto Was Immortal Naruto X Bleach. Stay tuned for more.